Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the D and WhatIf, with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Became a Noumu, Paralyzed, a Girl, and much more. All credits for this video go to their respective authors. So please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Back at the dorm, class 1 took the reveal hard. Some harder than others. I'm going to punch him. And you can't stop me, Uraraka shouted as Ida attempted to calm her down. Several of their classmates were also still assembled in the common room attempting to come to terms with what they'd just witnessed. Uraraka, please. The blue-haired boy tried to talk her out of it. You could get suspended or worse if you assault him. Her eyes narrowed even further. I don't care. So what if I get in trouble? That jerk can't get away with. I'll do it. Todoroki broke in. His left side was smoking. I haven't been friends with Midoriya as long as either of you. But to know Bakugo treated him so harshly as to flames licked his skin involuntarily as he failed to finish his statement. Memories of Endeavor popped into the dual quirk user's head. Actually, Ida interjected before someone else could volunteer too. As the class rep, it is only fair that I punch him on behalf of the entire class. I will gladly take any punishment my future actions will incur, he stated ominously. It was then those still in the room finally noticed the dark aura coming from their usually serious friend. Suyu cleared her throat pointedly. Ada, maybe you should take your own advice and take a moment to calm down as well. That look in your eyes is starting to scare me. He seemed genuinely confused. What look? Ajiro winced from where he sat next to a non-visibly upset Hagakure. I think she just means you seem really angry. It is sort of strange to see such a look on your face. But it obviously isn't the most unsettling thing we've seen today. And your anger isn't necessarily unwarranted. The blonde sighed. I'm pretty mad as well. Midoriya and I aren't super close, but we're definitely friends. It hurts to know what happened to Midori, Hagakure added, a few sniffles escaping her. This does tell us why he was so skittish at the beginning of the year though. His stuttering, his flinches, his high pain tolerance, his desperation to prove himself. I guess there was more to the bullying than we originally thought. I hate Bakugo, Uraraka suddenly said. Her voice was filled with venom. However, tears were welling up in her eyes as she struggled not to cry. I hate him so much more than I thought I could ever feel towards someone. Does that make me a bad person? We just had empathy training today. And I know hatred is not becoming of a hero, but She had to stop when a sob threatened to crawl its way out of her throat. A sick feeling settled over her even as Tsuyu put a comforting hand on her shoulder, her face pinched with emotion. You are absolutely not a bad person, Ochako. Her black eyes bore into brown. While hatred isn't a healthy emotion to feel, Ribbit, it doesn't mean you're wrong for feeling it. Todoroki and Ida agreed. With their past experiences with Endeavor and Stain respectively, both of them knew firsthand what damage the dark emotion could bring. Still, they had eventually been strong enough to overcome any negative feelings holding them back from doing good. Uraraka wiped at her eyes. I don't want to hate him, but how can I not? Deku-kun is the sweetest boy in our class. He's kind, caring, friendly, and heroic. I knew Bakugo bullied him, but I never thought it went that far back. And I never thought Bakugo was cruel enough to say what he did. None of us expected it. Yaoyorozu spoke up softly. She'd been silent and deep in thought since they left the classroom. Midoriya, how we have come to know him, is the heart of our class. He's a humble leader everyone draws strength and inspiration from while also possessing a heroic heart. He cares fervently for others. And it is because of this none of us ever thought he'd lived through such horrible treatment yet still remain so kind of a person. Then there's Bakugo, she frowned harder, who has been disrespectful, violent, and hateful since the first day of class. Despite his obvious intelligence and skill in battle, his attitude has always been unmanageable. Even so, I also found his past actions a complete shock. For someone who said such deadly words and hurt another person to also desire so badly to be a hero is strange. On the other side of the room, Takoyami stood up. His sudden movement drew the attention of everyone else in the room. I apologize, but I think it would be best if we allowed Midoriya and Bakugo to speak for themselves. It doesn't sit well with me to discuss important matters when we've only seen snippets of the full story from either side. I won't disagree by defending Bakugo's past actions, but I believe it's more important to make sure Midoriya is okay when he returns. He might also feel that seeing his memories made him appear weak in our eyes, which we should make sure to not let him think. Rather than attempting to harm Bakugo, we should all put Midoriya's well-being first. That's understandable. Tsuyu and the others nodded slowly. She turned her attention back to Uraraka. Want me to get you something to drink? I have a feeling you'll be waiting in the lounge with everyone else until Midoriya comes back. The brunette smiled shakily. I wish we could go to him, but I suppose I'll have to settle for waiting for him. And yeah, a drink would be nice, Tsu-chan. Whatever you want to get me is fine. Thank you. And so Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Tsuyu, Yaoyorozu, Ajiro, Hagakure, and Tokoyami waited. Upstairs dealing with the situation by themselves in the privacy of their own rooms were Shoji, Mainta, and Sato. The remainder of Class 1 was gathered in Kirishima's room. It wasn't a pretty sight. There has to be some sort of explanation, right? Kirishima asked the occupants of his room. After breaking down on Mina upon entering the dorm, Kaminari, Aoyama, Shiro, Koda, and Jiro had decided to try to comfort him. I know Bakugo isn't the nicest guy, but he couldn't have been that much of a bully. Shiro winced. I dunno, man. Sure, he's chilled a bit since the beginning of the school year, but he's always been an ass. You remember how he fought Midoriya back in the first battle trial of the school year? He was more than competitive, Kaminari reminded. As he spoke, he did so with a phone charger hanging out of his mouth nonchalantly. I mean, come on, Kirishima. He ignored his teammate to go beat the crap out of Midoriya because he could. One of those blasts he'd set off would have seriously harmed or even killed him had Midoriya not dodged. And in the battle against All Might, he slugged the poor guy in the face just because he wanted to work together. Kirishima continued to cry, his voice wobbly. He's been getting better though, hasn't he? Define better, Jiro said sullenly. He still treats most of us like dirt. I doubt he even knows our names. You're his friend and he still calls you one of his stupid nicknames half the time. Everyone else is an extra in his eyes, and he acts like he'd be happy if Midoriya stopped breathing. A few occupants of the room flinched at that. I'm sorry guys, but this is just too much, the redhead stated morosely. Mina knows this, but I got bullied a lot in middle school. There were a couple bullies throughout the years that made me doubt myself. They hurt me with their unmanly words, and made me feel like I was a complete loser. It wasn't until I started sticking up for others that I decided I should stick up for myself too. Once that happened, they backed off pretty quickly. One of them even apologized to me. He took a deep breath before continuing. I'd overheard Bakugo used to bully Midoriya from Uraraka. Weirdly enough, that just made me want to help both of them, but Midoriya already had Uraraka and Ida. No one was even trying to form a connection with Bakugo, so I tried. And you succeeded. Aoyama comforted with a sparkling wink. Kirishima smiled slightly, but it fell within seconds. I wanted to give Bakugo the benefit of the doubt, because usually guys like him hurt others because they're hurting themselves. But after seeing what he said to Midoriya, who is also my friend, I wonder if I should keep trying to help him open up. No matter what, I don't think I could face him right now. Part of me hurts so badly though, because I am basically his only friend here and I know he's going to need one right now more than ever, but Mina wrapped her arms around him once more, and Kirishima gratefully accepted the hug. Then Koda spoke up. I don't know if this means anything, but I was bullied a lot in elementary and middle school too. His quiet voice wavered, unsure. When Jiro motioned for him to continue, he gave a small smile of thanks. It's, why I'm still pretty shy around people. Others made fun of the way I look, how I talk, my voice, my quirk, and how I would cry so easily. I think Midoriya had it worse than I did, but unlike him I wasn't friends with anyone who bullied me. F for him, he must not have been able to stop seeing Bakugo as a friend. I mean, he still calls him Kaken, right. He might not be aware of how mean anything Bakugo said or did to him was. Shiro nodded. Yeah, maybe that's part of it. I'm also sorry to hear about that, guys. That must have sucked. Koda and Kirishima nodded mutely. I had to transfer schools at one point, Aoyama suddenly voiced. Everyone turned to him, shocked at the admission. He was always so confident that hearing this was unexpected. Suddenly Mina felt bad for constantly interrupting him whenever he tried to speak. Dude, I'm so sorry, Kaminari immediately said. You want to talk about it too? The blonde shook his head, his usually chipper tone more somber than any of them had ever heard it. I'd rather not, Etencelent, but I will say that I understand what is going on with our classmate Midori. Being friends with someone for them to turn on you is the worst kind of betrayal. Denying that they're hurting you is the first thing that happens. Making excuses, feeling like you're the problem, thinking negative things about yourself comes after. All the while you still try to appease the person hurting you. Some even believe they deserve it, and that the warped relationship they have is better than any alternative. That's messed up, Jiro nearly whispered. It is, Ami. For a moment there was silence, and then, what should we do? Kaminari's statement was met with either more silence or an I don't know. We obviously need to check up on Midori at some point, Mina finally said. He needs to know he's not alone. Even if Ada and Uraraka beat us to it, we won't lose anything by showing him we're here for him too. Everyone agreed on that notion. And Bakugo? Kirishima questioned. I'm just going to ignore him for now, Shiro sighed. If I pretend like he doesn't exist, I might be able to stop myself from provoking him. Me too, Kaminari said. No poking fun at him for a bit, I guess. If he's not already expelled or suspended, he's going to be pissed either way. I'd rather steer clear and let the teachers and Midoriya's squad deal with him. I never really interacted with him anyway, and I think he needs to deal with this himself. I'll probably ignore him too, Jiro explained, Koda and Aoyama nodding along with her. Mina seemed conflicted. I want to confront him for hurting Midori, but you guys are making me feel like the odd one out here. I want to talk to him too, Kirishima said. He squeezed the pink hand holding his own. Maybe we can confront him together. She smiled. Sounds like a plan, Kiri. Until then, how about I get you something to drink? Don't want you getting dehydrated from shedding all those manly tears. The redhead managed a laugh. Thank you, Mina. There's plenty of juice and soda in the mini fridge over there if anyone else wants some too. I could go for some pop. Kaminari grinned. Gyro and Siro shrugged but asked for some as well. Koda and Aoyama politely declined, retiring to their own rooms. Downstairs, Bakugo made the mistake of entering through the front door. The blonde stormed in immediately, attracting eyes from a third of the class from where they sat in the common room. His face was frozen in his resting scowl, red eyes burning bullet holes in those staring at him. As he slipped off his shoes, a growl escaped his lips. He was warning them not to bother him. However, when he made to head towards the boys' side of the dorm, he found Uraraka, who he hadn't noticed initially, standing in the doorway. Arms crossed, the gravity quirk user met his eyes defiantly. We need to talk. Do I look like the nerd to you? You can talk to him whenever the teachers are done coddling him like the baby he is. Oh, nice insult. I bet you have a lot of time to come up with them since it's not like you have any friends to spend time with. Bakugo raised a hand, sparks flying. What the hell is your deal? Out of my way, round face. Now, is that how you solve every problem? With violence, by hurting others until you get your own way. You don't know shit about me, he said, anger levels rising. I'm going to say this one more time, get out of my way. No. For a split second, Bakugo seemed surprised, but it wasn't a moment later that he began to raise his arm. Whether or not he was going to actually blast her or shove her out of the way was unclear, because before he could do anything violent, a strong hand wrapped around his wrist fearlessly. How dare you? Ida hissed, eyes narrowed. The expression was unlike either Uraraka or Bakugo had seen before, and for a moment the blonde faltered. Lay a finger on any of my friends one more time, and I won't hesitate to punch you in retaliation. The class rep's usual aura was not unlike dark shadows as he stood beside Uraraka. Part of him wanted very much to punch Bakugo like he'd stated earlier, but his morals were still holding him back. Barely. If he was going to break the rules and disrespect the school over someone like Bakugo, then he wanted to make sure it was because he couldn't do anything else prior. Todoroki watched the scene from a couple yards away, body tense in case he needed to freeze the blonde to the floor. Bakugo instinctively brought his free arm up, palm open as he readied a small explosion and prepared to blast the boy away. This doesn't involve you, 4 eyes. Now back off before I kill you. Ida-kun, let him go. But, that's it, you uppity bastard. I'm done waiting around. Bakugo's palm sparked, but at that moment Ida let him go only for Uraraka to act. She had already been moving when Bakugo readied his assault, unexpectedly slapping him right across the face with a loud smack. He was sent floating backwards and roaring in anger within seconds. She released it a few moments later, leaving him to fall back to the floor, a couple feet, not managing to harm him at all. He did look like he was going to murder her and Ada though. You're both dead, he ceased. Totally worth it, Uraraka whispered to Ada. Bakugo. Todoroki's cold voice suddenly cut through the tension. It would be unwise for you to try attacking them again. I will freeze you up to your neck in an instant while Yaoyorozu will be forced to get Aizawa-sensei. After what he witnessed in class, I assume one more wrong move with him could very well lead to expulsion or at least a higher punishment than what he must have given you already. The curling of Bakugo's fists, yet no further aggressive movements, confirmed his statement. I rest my case. Whatever, Isuhot bastard. What the hell are you all doing here looking like we're about to take part in some warped intervention bullshit? Was all Bakugo spit out as he glowered at those in the common area. I don't have any obligation to explain myself to the bunch of you idiots. I also don't have to stand for you not letting me go to my own damn room. Well, class president and vice president. He said the titles with scorn. Why aren't you telling Roundface to get out of my way? Yaoyorozu made to answer, but Ida raised a hand to signal he wanted to answer. Bakugo, do you realize how important Midoriya is to some of us? The blue-haired teenager questioned. His tone could barely be considered tightly polite. Fury and resentment just underneath the surface. Like I give a, I'm sorry, but that was meant as a rhetorical question. All you're required to do is keep your mouth shut at the moment. Ida interrupted. From across the room he could have sworn he heard Hagakure whisper savage. As I was about to say, he continued, Midoriya is not just our classmate. To me he is a true friend. I care for him almost as if he were my own brother. Imagine my dismay at finding out the amount of abuse you put him through was not limited to what has occurred here these past months. Could you imagine for just 1 second what it might feel like to find out someone terrorized his younger brother for years and even had the audacity to tell him to take his own life? It was like the air had been sucked out of the room. Ada's chest was tight as he fought off tears. He couldn't cry right now. He had so many more things to say. With the way Bakugo actually seemed to still from his words, he realized this was the prime time to let his feelings be known. For many, he continued after a shaken breath, myself included, he is an inspiration. He cares deeply about doing good in the world. He is passionate about helping others above all else, even at the cost to himself. I used to wonder if he was just that pure-hearted. Is he really so selfless as to die for others without a second thought? While many heroes have a similar mindset, I can't help but worry you helped him develop this self-sacrificing streak. He belittles himself, thinks he's not strong enough, not worthy to be here, like he could be doing more. Does he feel this way because you beat it into his head for years that he was what you called useless? Well, does he? Bakugo rolled his eyes, but there was a slight twitch to one of them that made Ida and Uraraka wonder what was actually going through his head. Just because you're friends with the Deku doesn't make you entitled to know everything about him. It also doesn't mean I have to explain myself either. Newsflash, nerd herd, but I don't owe any of you anything. How can you say that? Uraraka stepped forward, Ida and Todoroki watching the other boy apprehensively. You know what, Bakugo? I don't know how you can even call yourself a hero. I don't give a shit about what you know or don't know. I'm going to be number one and that's all that matters. The girl shook her head sadly, her anger fading into a mix of pity and apathy. That's the problem, isn't it? The only person you care about is yourself. Deku-kun, your classmates, everyone you call extras, none of us are more than pebbles on your path to being the so-called best. Well, I'll be damned. You finally hit the nail on the head. Todoroki frowned, his arms crossed. What about Kirishima? The blonde's face was strangely neutral. What about him? He was trying not to cry on his way back here. And I have a feeling from the way he ran straight to his room once we got back that he couldn't hold it together longer than he had. Are you telling me you don't care that he's upset? Are you telling me that Kirishima, the one who spent everything he had on night vision goggles just to help rescue you from the League of Villains, isn't your friend? There was a hopeful moment when he could have nodded, said yes, or anything that wasn't what he actually ended up saying. Of course he isn't. And I never asked for any of your help, so drop it. Todoroki's mask switched from one of indifference to one of severe disappointment and loathing. I see. Well, I hope you can be happy with yourself at some point. Without friends, without anyone who can stand being near you with that self-centered attitude, I guarantee it will be a hollow, lonely way to the top. If you make it to graduation, that is. With that, the fire and ice user made his way out of the dorm. His prime concern after listening to Takoyami's wise words was Izuku. Since Bakugo was here, that meant there was a high chance Midoriya would be coming back soon as well. He also trusted Uraraka and Ida to deal with Bakugo, whatever such a task entailed. Shortly after his leave, Uraraka told Bakugo she wasn't done with him. Ida stated something similar, the two of them both deciding to follow Todoroki's actions and leave the dorm after him. Those still assembled in the common room gradually went about their regular business without saying a word to the strangely restrained blonde. As for Bakugo, he walked up to his room without having to worry about anyone else stopping him. He did, however, slow down to a stop in front of Kirishima's door, raising a hand to knock. It was only right as his knuckles were about to graze the wood that he stopped. The image of the redhead crying popped into his head. His gut twisted uncomfortably at the thought. Then he heard a couple of voices coming from inside the room before him. Clenching his fist, the blonde quickly retreated to his own room and locked the door. He couldn't face his other classmates right now, not after what happened in the common room. No, he would wait until he could talk to Kirishima alone. This is all Deku's fault, he thought while trying not to blow up any of his belongings. I may as well kiss taking the provisional license exam goodbye, because there's no way in hell I'd ever apologize to him. And for that sleep-deprived jerk to sentence me to anger management and counseling sessions, bullshit. If the shitty nerd had just kept quiet about the past, then I wouldn't be in this situation right now. But that wasn't the real problem, was it? He brought a hand to where his cheek had stung from Uraraka's slap. The girl might be small, but she had fine wrist control with the strength to boot. Stupid round face. His gaze fell on the wrist Ida had gripped. Stupid four eyes. The words Todoroki said to him before leaving burned in his mind's eye. Stupid half and half bastard. Finally, Izuku's honest green eyes when he stated they were friends towered over his other thoughts. Stupid Deku. After Bakugo had stormed out, the principal dismissed All Might and Izuku. I have a couple more things I wish to discuss with these two. He motioned to Aizawa and Daydreamer. For now, why don't you escort Midoriya back to his dormitory, All Might? The retired hero nodded. Of course, Nenzu. Let's get going then, shall we, my boy? As sure. With that, All Might and his successor left the room, leaving the mammal to voice the question he'd been itching to ask. You aren't really planning on expelling Bakugo, are you? He asked Aizawa with intelligent eyes. Aizawa sighed. It seemed the principal could see through his deceptions with no trouble at all. You're correct. I'm not. Daydreamer seemed completely at a loss. I'm sorry, but what? That's surprising, the principal replied while shushing the younger hero with a paw. You've expelled others for far less. That was just a ruse to get him thinking about his actions. His prior schools failed to teach him about consequences, but I won't be able to stand facing Midoriya in class if I didn't take initiative. The kid doesn't deserve it. Kicking Bakugo out of here when I know we can help him mature though would only be damning him to a fate of bitterness and rage, which while I'm not concerned about him ever turning to villainy is a waste of potential. That being said, he still must take responsibility for his actions, because while he is not entirely to blame for how he turned out, he ultimately chose time and time again to do harm rather than good. No, I think a better punishment than simply parting ways will be to teach him why his current and past treatment of Midoriya is deplorable. I see. That will be quite the task, won't it? It's not a task. I simply can't stand by to watch two of my top students suffer. Midoriya needs to realize his self-worth, and Bakugo needs a wake-up call. Honestly, the latter of the two will be where most of my time is spent, especially since he still treats most of my other students with complete disrespect. I'll work on that with him too, he noted mentally. Either way, I'm hoping Bakugo's classmates help speed up the process. It's not hard to see how much the other students look up to Midoriya. They'll most likely knock some sense into Bakugo's head because of this. As long as they don't attack him, I think their intervention will lead to him having his suspension lifted before the end of next week. Almost 2 weeks, the mind-reading hero questioned. You think it will really take him that long to bring himself to apologize to the poor kid? I hope you do not pity Midoriya, because that problem child, despite having a far too forgiving heart, is stronger than he seems. Also, I estimate it will take at least a full week before Bakugo even thinks about apologizing, finding it in him to come up with a genuine apology with all of the pride he carries. A week and a few days is my minimum estimate. Nezu couldn't hold back a chuckle, while he opened his maw in favor for discussing moving Daydreamer's lesson to Friday, 2 days from now. Down the corridor, All Might was attempting to wrap his head around the situation with his boy. Young Midoriya, I can't say I would have defended young Bakugo like you did back there. Part of me is amazed at your capacity to forgive. On the other hand, it worries me that you don't quite comprehend the magnitude of his actions. Izuku tried not to sigh. He failed miserably. Explaining himself was going to be a common theme these next few hours. I know everyone I talk to is going to judge me for defending him, but I thought you of all people would understand. All Might's heart throbbed painfully at the statement. As they rounded the wall and made their way to the stairs leading to the back entrance to the building, he contemplated how to approach this. I apologize. I didn't mean to make you feel as if I were judging you. I've been a hero a long time, my boy, and back when I was your age before I received one for all, I dealt with a fair share of bullying as well. What you showed us today scared me. Other kids would call me names, sure, but there are plenty more quirkless individuals when I was young, so the anti-quirkless sentiment found in some places today shocks me. No school would ever have allowed the treatment you underwent to happen 40 years ago. And to know one of my own students acted so unheroic disappoints me greatly. Kaken was just trying to protect me, Izuku stated again. Then why did he look so surprised when you mentioned that in the principal's office? I think he was just shocked that I saw through his mask. He's played the role of a jerk since we were 4. I guess he doesn't want others to discredit his image after all of this time either. He might have to admit to everyone that he doesn't actually hate my guts. Or maybe he didn't know it himself until I said it, he breathed longingly. The hero continued to frown as they made their way outside. Heading towards the direction of Izuku's dorm, they kept chatting. Pardon me for being a bit reluctant to believe what you say as the truth. I heard the things he said to you during the battle trial, you know. The animosity he was filled with did not feel forced or fake. He was upset because he thought I was lying to him about not having a quirk our entire life. Wouldn't you be upset if a friend of yours lied to you like that? For over a decade. Not that I did lie, which I tried to explain to him previously even though he didn't believe me, but his attention shifted at the sight of a familiar face approaching the duo. Todoroki-kun, Midoriya. The dual-haired teenager nodded to All Might as well. I came to see how you were doing. I'm fine, Izuku stated with a small smile. Todoroki wasn't impressed. I see. Well, if you need to fight someone as a means to decipher your emotions and overcome your traumatic experiences, I will gladly volunteer to help you. The greenette was split between laughing and face-palming. Before he could do more than stare at Todoroki in wonder though, Uraraka and Ida were suddenly there. Deku-kun. Arms encircled him without warning, slipping under his arms and around his torso firmly. Uraraka's head came to a rest on his shoulder a second later. We've been worried about you since Aizawa-sensei dismissed class. Are you okay? That question is a bit silly. Ida attempted to cut in only to be ignored. It seemed Uraraka and Izuku had realized their position and were both blushing madly as Uraraka jumped away from her classmate. Watching the oblivious lovebirds was a silent Todoroki as well as a chuckling All Might. Uraraka-chan, Izuku shouted awkwardly as he flung his arms about. When he finally settled down, both of his arms were above his head in a perpendicular fashion, pink still painting his cheeks. Cute, Uraraka thought. Wait, no. Not cute. Abort that thought process this instant, Ochako. He's going to be a hero, which means he won't have time for trivial high school crushes. A girl could dream though, couldn't she? I see you don't need me to escort you all the way to the dorms after all, my boy. It seems you have some good friends here to do that instead. Make sure no one bothers him too much, young Ada. All Might requested with a smile. Of course, All Might Sensei. Turning to Izuku, the teacher rested a hand atop his protege's head affectionately. I'll talk to you more tomorrow morning in between classes. If you need anything, do not hesitate to message or call me. You can also call Aizawa if you wish. Is that all right, young Midoriya? He nodded. I'll keep that in mind. See you tomorrow, All Might. And thank you for caring. All Might's eyes wrinkled with the size of the smile that enveloped his face. You don't need to tell me thank you, my boy. I care whether you wish me to or not. Shortly after the teacher bid his 4 students farewell, Ada herded them in the direction of Heights Alliance. None of them protested. At least not at first. Guys, Izuku said when they were about to walk past their dorm's gates. Can we maybe wait a little bit before going in? Todoroki frowned. Why? I'm not sure if I'm ready to face our classmates right now, he admitted. The memories you guys saw earlier. The ones with Kaken from elementary and middle school, I didn't intend for any of you to see them. It was all a moment of panic that caused my thoughts to drift. I'm sure Kaken is being treated really harshly because of it, am I right? I might have slapped him. Izuku blinked at Uraraka in awe. Why, you slapped Kaken? I sure did. I kind of wish I'd punched him instead though. But the goal was to make him float so a punch wouldn't have cut it. I can still punch him if you want, Todoroki offered. I can't believe you're still alive, the greenette whispered to himself before shaking his shock off. I mean, Uraraka-chan, you didn't have to do that. What happened in those memories took place a while back. It's all behind us now. I never let his words get to me. A tiny little white lie, and I'm not mad at Kaken anymore. Todoroki-kun, please don't punch him. He's on thin ice as it is, and I really don't want to see him expelled. Ada's eyes widened behind his glasses. Midoriya, you do realize how someone like him cannot possibly become a hero. He told you to do something unthinkable, irreversible. Do you really think someone who bullied you like such can help people? You should be wishing for his expulsion if anything. To everyone's surprise, Izuku looked done. Ida-kun, I appreciate your concern, but you did not grow up with him. You saw a couple memories, a few brief moments in time. Those, coupled with your impression with Kaken since school began, are enough to tell you whether or not he has the potential to be a hero. I'm sorry, but I don't think so. But Ida has a point, Uraraka pressed. I thought he was just a jerk, but he's worse than that. Precisely. It's like I stated on the first day of class. The way he talks, the way he acts, he's more reminiscent of a villain than... No. Izuku's hands curled into fists, his eyes shutting before opening again with the relaxing of his hands. Uraraka-chan, you fought Toga, didn't you? She attacked you with the intent to kill, but wanted to slice you up beforehand? Yeah, she answered despite her confusion. And Todoroki-kun, Izuku continued, you witnessed Shigaraki's hatred during the USJ attack. The warp villain's brutality in hurting 13 and intent to cut All Might in half. Not to mention the other countless villains that attacked our classmates. A nod. He faced the class rep. Ida-kun, I don't even need to ask about the encounter with Stain. And the feeling when All for One appeared. It felt like dying, hadn't it? Ada could only stare into his friend's pleading green eyes as said student took turns looking at each of his friends. When I fought Muscular, I thought I was going to die. His entire aura screamed death. He had a sick fascination with making people bleed and playing around with them like Toga. He was going to kill Koda-kun just for the fun of it. He found joy in killing, he stressed. We barely escaped with our lives. I have permanent damage to my arms from that fight, and of course more scars. But my mother's tears after hearing about me being in the hospital were the worst. The trio listened intently as Izuku's voice became more laced with emotion. To Uraraka's horror, her friend's eyes seemed to start shining, like he would soon start crying. How can you compare Kaken to those people? Cold-blooded murderers and psychopaths. I get he's not the greatest person, but he's not the worst of the worst either. He took a deep breath as if trying to calm down, but his eyes prickled with tears. I know it doesn't seem like it, but he has feelings too. All you see is anger and arrogance. He's so much more complex than that. He feels pain, humility, sadness, embarrassment, joy, and everything we feel because he's human, a hero in training just like us. I know it's hard to see him that way. Yes, he hurt me for over a decade. Yes, he told me to jump off a roof. Does that really make him a villain, though? Does that make him any less of a human being? He didn't act that way because he could. He acted that way, still acts this way, because he's dealing with the fact he doesn't see himself the way he projects himself. He's not full of pride. He thinks he's inferior. To me, Todoroki couldn't keep quiet any longer. That's still no excuse for his behavior, Midoriya. While it doesn't make him a villain, he made the decisions to harm you. He was instilled as a bully. I know, Todoroki-kun. I am the one he would seek out and attack. I'm just trying to explain why I forgave him a long time ago. Part of it is because holding grudges aren't my thing. I'm quick to forgive as it is. Another part of it, though, is that he trailed off for a moment, lips pursed in thought. I feel a lot, I guess. Maybe it's a higher form of empathy or something. Anyway, it makes it hard not to forgive others when you feel like you know them. When you feel like you really understand and connect with them. For Kakin, I believe I know where he was coming from. Since he was born, people told him he would be the best hero because of the quirk he was born with. And from our peers to our teachers, they encouraged the inflated ego we see today. His parents didn't really help either. Between his dad's complacency and his mom's own violent behaviors, Kakin turned out exactly as anyone in his situation might have. Sure, he could have been less of a jerk, but when we were 4, the adults didn't correct his behavior. They let him do whatever he wanted, even hurt me, with barely an admonishment. They also were part of the group that taught my peers a quirkless kid like me would never amount to anything. Before Kakin got his quirk, before the world around us changed and along with it my childhood friend, he was a kind person. He took a moment to breathe before going on. Maybe you guys do have a point though. All Might, Aizawa, and I'm sure the rest of the class won't understand just like you don't about how I could possibly admire and forgive him despite all he's done. He did hurt me, and I couldn't stop him. I barely stood up for myself either. I bet you all think it's because I'm weak. We don't think that. Uraraka cut off, her own eyes shining with tears. You're one of the strongest people I know. In more ways that one, even. Deku-kun, you risked your life to save me in the entrance exam. You always put others before yourself. Ada-kun, Todoroki, tell him. She's right, Ada agreed. You saw earlier in class, but you are part of the reason I am on track to becoming the next Ingenium. I would have died if not for you. Todoroki's eyes turned somber. I would still be under my father's thumb, filled with hatred and resentment if not for your influence. You gave up winning the sports festival to help save me from myself. I can use the full extent of my quirk. Because you weren't or still are a hero to me. See, Uraraka smiled. You are anything but weak, Deku-kun. Izuku didn't seem too sure, but their words were getting to him as evidenced by how he started crying even harder. Think why you. The trio found themselves hugging Izuku, Uraraka having made the first move while Ada followed and motioned for Todoroki to do the same. We're here for you if you want to continue this conversation inside, Ada stated after a while during their embrace. Or if you need time to rest you can do that and just text us later if you feel up to talking more, Uraraka added. Izuku chuckled warmly. You guys are the best friends I could ask for. To their amusement, Todoroki nodded resolutely, looking confused when neither Uraraka nor Ada did as well. Anyway, the greenette continued after the group hug was disbanded. I think I really just want to lie down in bed for a little while. Maybe resting or doing homework will help me stop thinking. You're heading to your room then. I shall escort you, Ada said with a charismatic smile. I do recommend grabbing a snack on the way upstairs though. Dinner isn't for a couple more hours, and after such an ordeal the appropriate sustenance would be. Izuku listened as Uraraka got Ada going on what type of snack would be the best for himself to eat, Todoroki listening to the discussion with rapt attention. The whole sight made Izuku feel warm inside. He wouldn't trade his friends for the world. It was nearly curfew when Bakugo finally found himself getting out of bed. Hey, Kirishima, he said at a reasonable volume before knocking on the redhead's door. When there was no response, Bakugo checked the time on his phone, waiting until it was exactly 10 o'clock to try again. You in there, hair for brains? It's not very manly to miss curfew. There was sound coming from inside the room then, the blonde's skin buzzing with a strange feeling of nervousness he'd never felt before. It couldn't be that he was anxious to see him. The door inched its way open until there was just enough room for the usually smiling boy to stick his head out the door. Hey, Bakugo, said visitor froze. Kirishima wasn't smiling. In fact, he wouldn't even meet Bakugo's eyes. That hurt Bakugo more than he liked to admit. So, he started out gruffly, how are you doing? I'm alright I guess. Listen, can we talk? If it's about that shitty nerd's memories, then the answer is no. Without warning, Kirishima pulled the door open wide enough for his entire body to be able to fit in the doorway. When he raised his eyes to meet Crimson, the blonde was taken aback by how puffy and red they were. It seemed he'd been crying a lot that night. Why are you here? Isahat told me you looked upset earlier, was the answer. And you wanted to check up on me. Is that it? Of course not. Unfortunately, Kirishima was not in the mood for dealing with Bakugo's roundabout way of caring. Look, Bakugo, I was pretty upset earlier. I still am. That stuff Midoriya, my friend, showed us all earlier in class was seriously not cool. The blonde had the audacity to scoff. Deku isn't making a big deal of it, and yet everyone in class is collectively losing their shit. So what if I roughed him up a little bit when we were kids? He literally came to me most of the time, always getting in my way or protecting other kids at his own expense. It was his own fault he ended up hurt. Kirishima shook his head, his frown becoming more pronounced. You do realize how messed up that is, right? He was just trying to do the right thing and you hurt him because of it. If at any point in time you sought him out just to make fun of him or beat him up, that makes you a bully. And you wouldn't know this, but I dealt with my fair share of bullies in the past too. That makes it all that more difficult to process what you did. I don't understand why everyone around here besides Deku and I are so damn bothered. He's fine now, isn't he? And that stuff about the roof, it's not like I meant it. He freaking knew I wasn't serious. He has scars. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. What? Have you never noticed the marks on his back, chest, and shoulders? The ones that are starburst shaped look similar to smaller burn marks caused by your explosion. I thought when I heard you were childhood friends that perhaps they were accidents from practicing quirks or something. But I guess I was too stupid to face the facts. There was a pregnant pause. You put them there on purpose, didn't you? Bakugo was silent. The other scars from before UA. The redhead went even at the risk of waking Shoji. Maybe you didn't cause them, but he definitely couldn't have done them to himself. That means others were hurting him too and you still treated him like dirt. Not to mention the way he used to flinch at even the friendliest of touch. And the way you spoke to him. The way you still speak to him seriously. Bakugo, it was like looking in a mirror. Kirishima was silent for a moment before continuing shakily. Anyway, I don't know if I can do this anymore. I really admired you. I thought without a doubt that we were friends, and while I know you do care at least a little bit about me, it's not enough. You can't just care about me and then go around treating the rest of our classmates like trash. As for Midoriya, he deserves more than an apology. You need to start treating him better. You need to start treating everyone better. Until then, I don't think I can hang around you anymore. What the hell are you saying? Bakugo's voice came off as angry, but there was an undertone of despair in it. To his horror, the redhead started crying once more. I'm saying until you begin respecting our classmates and apologize to Midoriya for what you put him though, we can't be friends anymore. I'm sorry. With that, Kirishima quickly receded into his room, all but slamming the door before he began crying even harder. This left the unnaturally quiet Bakugo standing in front of the door with drooping shoulders. His eyes were wide in disbelief, his mind empty before filling with the fitting imagery of an explosion. Deku. The next couple days were a bit rocky. For starters, Bakugo's absence was strange to Izuku. The feeling that he wasn't in class because of what he'd let slip yesterday made him feel guilty despite knowing he shouldn't. And Kirishima's smile looked positively fake. Mina, Kaminari, and Zero along with Aoyama, Kota, and Gyro to a lesser extent seemed to gravitate towards him in hopes of cheering him up. Izuku made a mental note to talk to him at some point during the weekend. Part of him felt like the redhead wanted to approach him anyhow, but wasn't quite sure how much time either of them needed before bringing out any tear-stained laundry. Izuku could definitely help with that after he dealt with his own issues. Because telling his mother about the decade of abuse he'd suffered from one of her closest friends' son was even harder than being told you're next. I'm sorry for lying about it all this time. He finished after All Might helped him tell his mother what he had trouble saying. It wasn't as difficult to recount the highlights of roughly 10 years' abuse after Principal Nedzu had helped him work through the incidents just 24 hours ago. But watching the woman who raised and cherished him slowly deflate as he kept talking hurt so much more than a shattered arm or leg. Apologizing didn't stop the tears either. Mom. Inko's lower lip wobbled as he brought her son into a fierce hug. Oh, sweetie, I always thought something was off about you. All of the accidents, the lack of play dates shortly after starting primary school, and that nickname Katsuki called you. I knew it wasn't endearing at all. I'm the one that should be apologizing. You felt like you couldn't tell me. I failed as a mother. I should have been more involved. I trusted you, Izuku, but it seems I trusted you so much it blinded me from the fact you needed help. Mom, you didn't fail me. I was the one being secretive. I didn't want to bother you, he stated again. Izuku, you're my baby boy. As much as you make me worry when you get hurt, you will never be a bother to me. The tender scene before All Might and the principal was drastically different from what they dealt with next. And there you have it. Nedzu explained the situation with measured flourish, awaiting the elder Bakugo's reactions. Masaru had been holding onto his wife's hand tightly as if trying to calm the woman down. Mitsuki, on the other end of the spectrum, quickly grew angrier and angrier as their collective horror grew. When all was said by the principal, said Mammal waited for the reaction to their son's punishment. Inko had been fine with it, ultimately agreeing that Aizawa's logic was sound logic considering how much she knew Mitsuki would let her boy have it once she heard about it. He wasn't expecting the blonde woman to punch her own child though, especially not in his own office. You shitty brat, Mitsuki roared, towering over her son and ignoring her husband's attempt to get her to sit back down. How dare you do that to Inko's sweet boy? She's practically a sister to me and Izuku has been nothing but kind to our family. I don't care what those dumbass teachers did or didn't do to inflate your ego. Bullying to that extent should have put you in juvenile detention. Ugh, I'm so mad at you right now, Katsuki, I could just... Excuse me, Nedzu shouted. All at once Mitsuki turned on him. Her red eyes narrowed into a scowl not unlike her son's. Please take your seat, Bakugo-san. Why should I? I'm not done with him yet. Honey, please. We are in his office. I'm sure he doesn't appreciate all of the yelling. TCH, fine. Masaru put a hand on his wife's wrist, gently dragging her back down into her chair. All the while Bakugo stared at the floor. For a moment his hand gravitated to his cheek, where his mother had delivered a strong right hook, but his hand dropped back down into his lap rather quickly. It seemed he had no intention to comment. The interaction rubbed Nezu the wrong way. As the conversation continued, it seemed Masaru blamed himself as much as the teachers and his son. Mitsuki felt otherwise. What are you talking about? We raised him just fine. It's not like we didn't tell him over and over again to respect others and to not be a dick to other people. Perhaps, but he gets his habit of screaming, swearing, and violent behavior from you and you know it. While I do believe Katsuki made the ultimate decisions to hurt others, there is no denying we along with other adults with the responsibility to raise him right had some part in this. Her husband dared to voice. It was only then Mitsuki began looking the slightest bit guilty. Sure, she swore at him a lot. Maybe she slapped him around every once in a while. She was his mother though. She was just disciplining her child. Or was she instilling her own bad habits onto her boy his entire life? None of them could be sure. Either way, the future was what they had to focus on now. Bringing the two families together to decide on future ministrations was another story. Strangely enough, things went oddly smooth when both of them were called into the office at the same time. It appears you've both come to the same decision on how to handle your son's previous school's actions, or lack of action, in all of this. The mammalian teacher hummed. Daydreamer will be able to provide the Hero Association with what information he cataloged the day prior, such as what staff allowed what incidents to happen and so on, with young Midoriya's signature. Neither student will have to be outright involved. As the parents, however, you will be kept updated on any progress made. The individuals involved will lose their teaching rights and face the consequences their actions charge them with. While I know it isn't as of the same priority, both families involved will be receiving compensation from the school board should particular penalties apply. I want you to give anything our family receives to Inko, Mitsuki interjected. The elder Greenette tried to talk her out of it. Mitsuki, that really isn't an. I don't care. We're well off enough as it is, so I want you to have anything that comes our way. It's the least Masaru and I can do for failing to control our son. Are you sure? Absolutely. And also, Inko. The elder Bakugo stood up then, turning to face Inko and Izuku while Mitsuki grabbed her son by the arm so he was facing them as well. After a moment all three of them were bowing in apology. For everything that has happened, Masaru began before the trio spoke at once. We're sorry. Inko brought a hand to her chest, eyes welling with tears once more. Thank you, Mitsuki, Masaru. I forgive you. Katsuki. Her voice became sterner. I will attempt to forgive you once Izuku lets me know you're off suspension. There's no use in apologizing to me when he is the one who truly needs it. I don't care how long it takes, just know what I wish for is for Izuku to be happy. And if I know my baby well, this means you two will need to talk things through. There was silence, and then, okay, Auntie. Immediately after the meeting dismissed, after the Bakugos and Inko said goodbye to their sons, Izuku attempted to talk to his childhood friend. The way he'd spoken to the elder Midoriya made it seem like he was willing to remedy the situation. Maybe he already understood what he did was wrong, and was ready to apologize. Izuku needed to stop his wishful thinking. Kaken. The word fell on deaf ears as Bakugo walked past him. Give him time, the principal recommended as he and the Greenette watched Bakugo storm off without a word. Focus on yourself for now. You have a pop-up counseling session tomorrow during your free period with present Mike you might want to prepare for. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. I thought Hound Dog was the lifestyle guidance counselor. And aren't those meetings on Wednesdays? Tomorrow's Friday. They will be, but present Mike is the perfect teacher for the exercise we have in store for tomorrow. He also expressed interest in helping handle the situation. We wanted to get a first session in before next week anyway, so I hope this doesn't interfere with any plans you had. It doesn't. I'm actually looking forward to it, he smiled brightly. Nezu nodded, a pleased look on the mammal's face. He had been worried Izuku would be adverse to the prospect of counseling. It appeared he'd been concerned for nothing. Anyway, I'll just head back to the dorms then. I have quite a bit of homework to get done. Thank you for everything, Nezu-sensei. He called while taking off down the hall with a wave. After a couple seconds he had turned the corner and disappeared from sight. The principal's smile turned somber, a sad look entering his eyes. Izuku was such an intelligent child. He possessed such a big heart and heroic spirit, as well as the drive to become a hero the world could look up to. Yet he brushed off such uncouth behavior like it was just part of how things were, like he deserved it. It was because of this that it was obvious to those teaching him, however, that while the boy possessed great qualities he lacked something very important: self-love. Day 2 of Bakugo's suspension. For your first session today we are going to discuss the topic of abuse. We will go over what exactly it is, why your actions classify as such, and why it is unacceptable. Bakugo simply glared at his homeroom teacher. It was obvious he was staying quiet out of stubbornness, seeing as he didn't want to be there. It was lunch break for the rest of the students, so the sound of footsteps in the hall broke the silence of the empty classroom somewhat. But even without the background noise, he would have been comfortable sitting in silence for half an hour. Aizawa sighed internally. He wasn't going to ask his student to speak, which meant he would have to coerce him into talking the only way he knew would ensure his participation. There are various forms of abuse, he began in a monotone voice. I'm not going to go into detail on all of them, but I will focus on physical, verbal, and psychological instances of abuse I witnessed in Midoriya's memories. The most obvious would easily be physical abuse. It can consist of actions like punching, kicking, pushing, slapping, choking, biting, and so on. Your actions also fell into the subcategory of physical abuse that involves weapons, since your quirk classifies the use of explosions as such. Not if you acknowledge that you did partake in said form of abuse. His student acted as if he hadn't heard. We make these lessons a daily thing if that's what you wish. We can also do them after school instead of during lunch, so that way you and I can sit here in silence for hours on end. After a solid minute of scowling, Bakugo finally moved his head a minuscule amount. The teacher hummed, not exactly categorizing the movement as a nod, but glad the teenager listened to him anyway. Verbal abuse at its core means using words to bring another person down. Midoriya's hero name, for example, used to have another meaning. You called him Deku because it meant useless due to your unfounded belief that quirkless equates to useless. You also said a plethora of other insulting things to him throughout primary and secondary school. Do you acknowledge this? This time Bakugo nodded properly, his scowl becoming slightly more subdued. Then there is psychological abuse, or emotional or mental abuse, which is tied hand in hand with verbal abuse in many cases. It is when one subjects another to behavior that results in heightened stress, anxiety, depression, trauma, and so on. You, Bakugo, know as well as anyone what effects you've had on Midoriya. He suffered from an unhealthy amount of anxiety when he first arrived here. He is still a naturally anxious student, but it is safe to say his stuttering habit may have been directly caused by your constant mistreatment of him. He was completely isolated until recently because of your actions preventing him from having any friends. He grew discouraged to speak up because your peers and teachers made him feel like whatever he had to say was meaningless, wrong, or ignorant. You threatened him time and time with violent words, going even as far as alluding to suicide. Do you acknowledge this? Shut up. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. That was not an appropriate response. Please nod, or answer with a yes or no. Damn you. Bakugo suddenly burst, sparks escaping his palms before his quirk was cancelled out. Fine. Yes, you already know what shit I did, so what's the point of grilling me for confirmation? Because one of the first steps to changing your ways is to realize what you did as abuse, and also to understand that abuse is wrong. I'm not a dumbass like Dunce Face or Raccoon Eyes. I already know all that, the blonde growled. His mind wandered to the conversation he'd overheard between Izuku and Todoroki during the sports festival. The image of a conceited endeavor gloating in the stadium stands about his son's purpose in the stadium stands, and then the scar on Todoroki's face made his gut twist. He remembered Kirishima's words the other night too. He has scars. Bakugo shook the thoughts away. He was nothing like that flaming ball of trash. Right, don't refer to your classmates as such. They might not be as book smart as you, but their heroic passion makes up for that. As the years go on, their intelligence will grow. That being said, I would like us to continue with the matter at hand. Whatever. Now, Bakugo, why is abuse wrong? Because the other person isn't strong enough to fight back and win. Aizawa sighed. No, not at all. Let me tell you something first, and then try to answer again. An abuser, he began, is someone who does any one or more of the forms of abuse I mentioned earlier. In a less politically correct manner, an abuser is a bully. A bully takes out his or her anger, vulnerability, and sadness on someone else in order to gain something, whether that be a physical reward, a feeling of satisfaction or happiness, or basic entertainment. The person they target is usually viewed as weak and unable or unwilling to fight back, which makes them an easy target. The strong picking on those perceived as weak, also one can feel better about themselves while another suffers. That's not true, Bakugo responded without prompting. The teacher made a mental check mark. He had made some sort of progress. Care to explain what about my statement was false? Bullies don't always target the weak. Sometimes they hurt someone they believe to be stronger than them, someone they perceive to be a threat, someone who thinks they're better than them. Aizawa kept his face neutral. You're referring to Midoriya, I assume. No shit. Language, he chastised. Anyway, you are telling me while despite calling Midoriya every synonym for weak, useless, and unintelligent, you actually recognized him as someone strong. The blonde crossed his arms, turning his head away agitatedly. Listen closely, because I will not repeat myself again. Deku is the stupidest person I've ever had the unfortunate luck of knowing. We met before I could even remember. According to our folks, we were as inseparable as babies could get. I can only vaguely remember a few snippets with him before I got my quirk. but we were what you could call friends, I guess, he admitted grudgingly. His dream of being like All Might was actually something I admired about him. We both watched All Might on the news, and while I thought we was cool, Deku's admiration for him went to a whole other level. He barely paid attention to me whenever the topic of All Might was brought up, going off on little nerdy tangents about him and how he was going to be a hero too. It pissed me off. He was jealous, huh? Aizawa thought. I decided I would just have to be better than All Might. It was about the same time my quirk manifested, which made me even more confident that I would one day become number one. With a quirk like mine, there was no one I wouldn't be able to beat, especially quirkless Deku. He turned his red eyes to his teachers, fierce determination lighting them as he continued. But he didn't understand. What didn't he understand? How to give up. He was quirkless, damn it. The doctor told him he'd never get a quirk, but despite that he still thought he'd be able to be a hero like All Might. He still thought he could be number one, that he was better than me, even though I had a quirk perfect for rising to the top as a hero. If someone in class was feeling left out or sad, he would try to help them feel better like he was some crappy rescue hero. He kept butting into my business, getting in the way when my friends and I were being a little rough with some of the other kids. He actually thought he could fight me. You saw how that ended though, did you? He was nothing but a crybaby that wouldn't stop getting up. I see. And that frightened you, didn't it? Of course not. It made me mad, because he thought he was so tough when he wasn't. He didn't know when to stop. Even after I beat him up a couple times, he still followed me around. I thought maybe he would finally realize how much better I was than him, that he was too weak to ever be a hero. But one day he pissed me off so much I gave up trying to set him straight. Aizawa blinked tiredly. It was when he tried to help you up after you'd fallen off the log, wasn't it? A nod. You do realize how injured you could have gotten. Midoriya wasn't out of line to see if you were physically unharmed after such a fall. You didn't see the pity in his eyes when he looked at me, Bakugo countered. I highly doubt it was pity, Bakugo. You may not comprehend this, but Midoriya looks up to you greatly. I'm sure you've noticed how even some of his fighting tactics and mannerisms were inspired by your own. He copies me just like he copies All Might. The blonde barked with an eye roll. It's not a compliment, it's an insult. We're getting off topic, Aizawa decided. He could feel a headache coming on. Why was he doing this again? Expelling his student would be so much easier than trying to knock some sense into the boy's thick skull. Unburying any sort of compassion hidden underneath his mountain of pride was going to take quite a while too. From what I gather, you found Midoriya's unwavering determination and heroic spirit threatening. This made you recognize him as a rival of sorts, is that correct? If that's how you want to word me, thinking of him as more than an extra that didn't even put up a fight, then sure. Unlike everyone else who either were scared of me or sucked up to me because I was strong, he actually had enough backbone to have an opinion. I'm sure that's what you think back on, but it was obvious that your harsh treatment of him made him more and more subdued as time went on. By primary school, he still stuck up for others, yet he allowed you to do whatever you wanted to him. He grew too afraid to fight back. Bakugo stayed silent. It was then Aizawa checked his watch, noting how there were only a couple minutes left of the lunch period. It seems we'll have to resume this tomorrow afternoon. Lunch is almost over and I have a class that starts in less than 10 minutes. So you should head back to the dormitory. What? You said every other day. I did, but I can also add sessions as I see fit. We made a minimal amount of progress today. Tomorrow at the same time I want you to report here so we can finish discussing why abuse is not acceptable. I will also be asking you once again why abuse is wrong. And I expect a better answer than what you provided today. While you're at it, I want you to research the legal consequences of abuse. Why? For perspective, Bakugo. Or maybe a quiz that will be worth as much as an exam. Either way, do as I ask unless you want these sessions to be daily. Now get going. The bell will ring any second, and you have homework to do. Just because you're suspended does not mean I will tolerate you falling behind. Meanwhile, in Present Mike's classroom. Now do it with me, little listener. Yamada-sensei, I really don't. I can't hear you. Please, I can't yell nearly as loud as you. The pro hero threw Izuku a megaphone of all things. Don't worry about it. My classroom is soundproof due to my itty-bitty habit of using my quirk in class. Throw away your inhibitions, kid, and yell with me. The greenette gulped, but after a few moments resolved himself to turn the megaphone on and nod. I'm ready, sensei. Great. Now, we're going to scream what we went over on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, simultaneously. Their eardrum-shattering voices filled the classroom. I quote Izuku-centric. I quote Hizashi Yamada. And I quote proud. What else? Present Mike screamed. Go crazy, kid. I'm going to be a hero. And what's your hero name? Deku, the hero who always does his best. Plus Ultra. Day 3 of Bakugo's suspension. The second session began similarly to the first. So, Bakugo, did you do the research I told you to? Yeah, want me to list off the different punishments for various offenses. You weren't very specific, so I assumed you would be giving me a stupid quiz. Nope, no quizzes. The blonde looked murderous. Are you serious? Ifu. Language. I never said I would quiz you, just that I wanted you to do research and that there might be a quiz. I did tell you, however, I wanted an answer to the question I asked though. Have you come up with one? I guess. There is a long pause. It seemed as if Bakugo was waiting for Aizawa to say something. Yet he underestimated how patient his teacher could be. After sitting in silence for nearly 5 minutes, Bakugo snapped. It's wrong, because people don't deserve to be treated like crap. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. That's what you came up with. Got a problem with it? It's bad, okay. I looked up a bunch of stories about abuse victims went through and it made me foo. Language. Freaking mad. I got perspective, alright. Are you positive? Yes. Okay then. If that's true then I want us to do some role play. Seriously? When am I ever not serious? He stated dryly. Let's get started. You're minding your own business in the park when a bully starts punching and kicking another kid who doesn't want to fight back. You tell the bully to stop, but he decides to beat you up instead. Did you deserve the broken nose the bully ends up giving you? Yes, because I should have beaten the crap out of the bully before he landed a hit on me. Wrong. Pretend you're roughly 6 years old, not 16, and try again. Ugh, fine. No, I didn't deserve the stupid broken nose. But I should have been able to prevent it by evading the other guy's attack with my own. Aizawa sighed. Closer, but still wrong. Here's a hint. When you're that small you should try to prevent danger to yourself by doing what? Having better defense. No. Wearing armor. No. Getting backup. No. Bakugo, here's another hint. Someone older than you. Get an older kid to beat the bully up for you. That's it, Aizawa thought to himself. Today is the day I quit. Goodbye, Hisashi, Toshinori, students. I will hardly miss you. Sleep, here I come. I was joking. The blonde suddenly burst out. No humor in his voice present to indicate he'd been joking. Getting an adult, teacher, or a hero instead of going in blindly is what you're going for, right? If it really were me though I would have beaten the crap out of the bully. Especially since adults are shit at protecting kids nowadays. Interesting. The underground hero noted. I honestly don't doubt that part about beating the bully, but in this scenario quirks do not apply. You eventually answered my question correctly enough though. Here's another scenario that's a little more personal. If someone told one of you to jump off a bridge because they hated you so much, then how would you feel? I don't give a damn about other people's opinions. Pretend you're Midoriya then, or perhaps another classmate who is a bit on the sensitive side. Maybe Kirishima. Bakugo's fists clenched. From where he sat on his desk, Aizawa watched his student calculatingly. He wasn't a fool. Observing how close the angry problem child had become with one of the most chivalrous boys in the class, one whose personality was so different from Bakugo's own, had been intriguing. The teacher hoped their friendship would lead to Kirishima's influence rubbing off on the other teen. It had, but it was quite obvious after what had happened that the usually cheery redhead was very affected by Bakugo's past actions. Maybe Kirishima would be the push his friend needed to change for the better. This is a stupid scenario, the blonde finally muttered. Your opinion on it doesn't change the question. Whatever. I guess, if it were Deku or Kirishima, he paused and thought, they would feel upset. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. And they would probably cry about it at some point. The teacher continued to stare. They would, ugh, they'd feel pretty shitty, okay. It would probably make them wonder what was so bad about themselves that someone could hate them so much to say something like that to them. They probably wouldn't contemplate it, but they might take the words to heart. Kirishima's sobs were fresh in his mind. They might start hating themselves too. Good enough an answer for me, Aizawa shrugged before pulling out a slip of paper. Next I am going to read you a compiled list of points many psychologists and related professionals touch upon when educating individuals on why abuse is wrong. Are you ready to pay attention? This time I will be quizzing you at the end. Bakugo sighed. If I say no I just have to sit here until I say yes, so whatever. Let me hear it. Great. First off, the blonde tried his best to zone out as Aizawa droned on. It was hard to ignore his gruff voice though, as well as the piercing look in his tired eyes whenever he glanced away. Abuse is not a laughing matter. It should not be condoned or supported by any party, and ignoring it is like saying abuse is natural. You are hurting somebody whether it is physically, psychologically, or otherwise. It should not be minimized. One slap or brushing it off as someone being too sensitive is downplaying the severity of the situation. A couple so-called insignificant incidents can be enough to completely change a person, becoming depressed, self-deprecating, and so are only a few examples of how abuse impacts your victim. This is stupid, Bakugo thought to himself. Roughing Deku up as a kid wasn't a big deal even if some of the later stuff counted as abuse. He was strong enough to take it anyway. Furthermore, you must realize such actions are negative and will have just as negative consequences. Hurting another merely because you can without repercussions is misleading. Not getting caught, or if the reward outweighs retribution for some time, is also misleading. Sooner or later, harsh punishment could come from allowing abusive behavior to go on. Being arrested, jail time, losing their job, financial penance, broken relationships with family and friends, ruined reputation, and much more can come about. That's not even including what the victim of the abuse could be going through. Many victims have high medical bills due to the fees for counseling, medical attention in some cases, and other needs. Bakugo couldn't help the churning in his stomach that came with thinking about Kirishima's reaction to the whole incident. Sure, the blonde had lost friends before due to his aggressive personality and shitty attitude, but losing the sharp-toothed boy made his chest ache unlike he'd ever experienced. His parents' feelings of disappointment in him were nothing new. Inko's, on the other hand, made him actually feel a prickle of guilt. Unfortunately, the victim usually ends up taking the fall for the consequences of abuse due to victim blaming. Even during the act of violence or verbal attack, the abuser more often than not defends his or actions by stating she deserved it, or well, if he hadn't done it, then I wouldn't have done. This mentality is toxic. You alone are accountable for your own actions. You alone are in charge of making the changes necessary to remedy abusive mindsets. There is help though, which is what you are getting now. Aizawa finished with as the bell came dangerously close to ringing. We'll continue this on Monday. You are dismissed. With that, Bakugo got up, exiting the classroom while his teacher prepared for the next class. As the blonde walked down the hall, he noticed Izuku in the teacher's lounge with All Might. The two were drinking tea and appeared to be in deep conversation. Stupid nerd. The blonde cursed him before continuing on his way. What makes him so special? Izuku sneezed. You okay, Deku-kun? Uraraka's voice snapped him out of his stupor. After the meeting with Nenzu and their families, it was obvious Bakugo was steering clear of Izuku. Or were his classmates making sure Izuku stayed clear of him? Today, for instance, some of the Greenette's classmates were still treating him a little too much like he was made of glass. Whenever Bakugo left his room, Shoji would make sure to intercept the path to Izuku. If the blonde entered the kitchen to eat or the bathhouse to shower, any one of his classmates would pull him away elsewhere or block his path. It honestly bothered him a lot more than he cared to say, but he couldn't be too upset with them. He understood their hesitancy to allow Bakugo to see him. Still, he wasn't ready to address any of their concerns. Well, almost. After the heartfelt conversation he'd shared with his mentor that afternoon, he finally got perspective on why everyone else was so concerned for him, which led to him texting his best friend to help him transverse his mess of thoughts. Deku-kun, Uraraka repeated with a tone Izuku couldn't quite place. I'll wait here as long as you need me to, but you said you wanted to talk. Why, yeah, I did. I, had a question. She smiled. Worry had begun to show on her face when Izuku texted her to speak privately, only for him to have trouble finding the words for over 5 minutes. Go for it. He took a deep breath. Is forgiving an abuser wrong, even if they don't deserve it? Uraraka froze, her smile slipping off of her face faster than she could fully process the question. Her emotions bubbled up within seconds, and the lingering rationality in her brain screamed at her to tell Izuku to ask someone like Ida or Todoroki this question. She wanted so badly to say yes. I think forgiveness is healthy. For the person doing the forgiving, that is. Hope filled Izuku's eyes. Really? In my opinion, yes, but that's something you should talk to someone professional about. Even more so, Deku-kun, is forgiving him in this case really reasonable? What do you mean? Well, she glanced to the side. How do I put this? I don't really get how you can forgive Bakugo if you don't even know what you're forgiving him for. I don't understand. Izuku frowned. He bullied me. He hurt me. I know the more gritty details of it all, but I do know what happened to me more than anyone else. You say that, but has Bakugo even apologized to you? I don't think you can forgive him until he asks for it. While it's true you can forgive someone without prompting, in this situation there's a lot of baggage to unload before everything can be brushed off with a simple sorry and I forgive you. She bit her lip, voicing her thoughts further once she'd gotten them together. And besides, I feel like you don't actually think he did anything wrong. From what you've told me in the past and what you're saying now, it seems like you've been unconsciously conditioned to believe you're the one to blame for everything that's happened, not him. That's not true. I do acknowledge Kaken did some very bad things, but this is what I'm talking about, Deku-kun. He didn't do just very bad things, he abused you, which you sort of acknowledged earlier. But saying you finally get it is different than actually believing that you were innocent in every incident that occurred. Nothing, and I mean nothing, was any of your fault. You felt guilty about him getting suspended, right? You shouldn't. His own actions got him in trouble, not yours. Izuku's mouth was a thin line. You have a point, but even if I fully blamed him for what I went through, how does that solve anything? It doesn't fix anything. Exactly. You can only do so much. Bakugo is the one who will need to do most of the work. Until then you should stay away from him. He's likely only on stage 3 and is probably blaming all of his misfortune on you. Stage 3. You mean the stages of grief? Kaken has been in denial, angry, and telling me everything that goes wrong is my fault since we were kids. Then he's been stuck on stages 1 through 3 for years. That's even worse. And it's all because he has some inferiority complex, is that right? I'm pretty sure that's it, Izuku stated tiredly. The two of them should not have decided sitting on his comfortable bed would be a good place to talk things out. I think All Might figured out the same thing during our final exam last semester. That was also the same time I found out his perfectionist complex went even further than I thought. Deku-kun, we're not here to talk about justifying his actions. I know, I guess I'll stop. It's too late now. I can't let you keep thinking whatever you're thinking is an excuse. Well, he's been under the impression since we were kids that his quirk would be perfect for heroics. Since then he's done whatever it takes to get the best scores, win any competition, and so on so he can call himself the best of the best. After coming here he realized he wasn't the best. So his pride was hurt. That's not your fault. That's true. Anyway, during the battle against All Might I finally realized he was willing to break himself to become the best. All Might literally had to knock him out to stop him from fighting. That was how badly he wanted to win. For what? Uraraka looked at Izuku meaningfully despite his confusion. Why does he want to win so badly? Why does he want to be the #1 hero one day? To simply be the best? Or, well, Izuku went silent as a dawning look of realization entered his eyes. For several moments he just stared, his thoughts racing a mile a minute as he mentally ran through the events of their childhood. Had Bakugo wanted to be a hero after getting his quirk? After seeing All Might in action? After finding out what heroes were? Or something else? When was it? Izuku thought, occasionally mumbling words under his breath. He thought heroes were cool before he got his quirk, but that was before he met me. He didn't initially want to be the #1 hero though. He didn't even really follow All Might's career all that closely until... I was the one who introduced him to how amazing All Might was, wasn't I? Then when did he start caring about who was going to be #1 hero someday? I vaguely remember him declaring he would be the best the day I returned to school diagnosed as quirkless. Was that the first time? That was also the first day he told me to give up on my dream to be a hero, I think. Izuku's thoughts halted. That couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Deku-kun, it can't be. Kaken wouldn't have. Right, I don't. Tears suddenly filled the brunette's eyes, shocking Uraraka slightly because she had no idea why her question would set him off. She put a gentle hand on his shoulder. What's wrong? Uraraka, he stated shakily. I think I understand now. Understand what? Now she was getting even more worried. Kaken always used to state he wanted to be a hero for the money and glory, not helping people or simply for the sake of beating up villains like I wished were his real reason. I think it's because of me. No, Deku-kun, there's no way That's not what I meant. There was no way I was any sort of inspiration to him at that age. He knew within one day of meeting me that I wanted to be a hero just like All Might. After telling him that, he said he wanted to be a hero too, because he also loved All Might, but he never really talked about it after that. It was always me. It wasn't until after he got his quirk, and after I was deemed quirkless, that he talked about becoming a hero like All Might. The best of the best. The #1 hero. My dream. Uraraka's stomach felt like lead. He didn't try to crush her dream of being a hero, she stated softly, wishing she was wrong. He tried to steal it. If you asked Aizawa, the mess before him was entirely All Might's fault. Said #1 hero was currently trying to maintain a charismatic smile as the smoke cleared from inside the controlled burning building. Izuku was still inside, while the fire itself was dead thanks to a one-for-all powered flick of the young boy's finger. The bright purple smoke coming out of the building's open door was just as troubling. A hero in training from the visiting school's class had been considerably pale when he'd run out of the building. He'd quickly apologized for accidentally using his quirk, all gestures and rapid explanation of what would happen to anyone in contact with the smoke. The guilty student had promised to reserve the effects just as his exhaustion got the better of him, leaving him unconscious and unable to reverse the effects of his quirk until he woke up. While All Might understood it had been unintentional, a bodily reaction due to being surprised by Izuku's quirk in action during their exercise, it didn't change the fact Class 1 was about to be in for a world of trouble. What exactly does this quirk do? Uraraka asked from where she stood with the rest of the class in suspense. All Might had just told them to be on guard because of a quirk gone wrong, which wasn't really helpful in getting a picture of the situation. It's not like that one kid's zombie quirk from a few weeks ago, right? According to the boy's file, his quirk is called Split, the #1 hero explained. He can emit a gaseous substance from the palms of his hands, not unlike young Bakugo's sweat, that leaves whoever breathes it in to be literally split into several different aspects of their personality. The aspects sometimes try to separate because they are aware of their existence. Creepy, Kaminari whispered to Mina. Some of the aspects run because they are finally getting to call their own shots. Repressed characteristics of a person act out when given the opportunity for reign of their own self rather than being forced into sharing a body. This makes some of them more troublesome than others. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. All Might Sensei, what are the exact terms of counteracting the quirk? Surely even if the user is unable to reverse his own quirk, there should be a time limit or way to snap the affected out of it. The hero grinned at his student's sound logic. Correct you are. The effect ends after an hour or so. Once the individual aspects are reunited, or once the boy reverses his quirk with a counter gas he is able to produce. Considering the boy is out cold and school will be over in less than an hour, I recommend we simply gather young Midoriya's aspects together before they run off. Many of the students nodded in acceptance, an annoyed sound escaping Bakugo, who glared at the building Izuku had yet to exit. From the back of the class, Aizawa returned from where he had spoken to the other high school's teacher about taking their class back to the main school. The boy who fell unconscious needed to see Recovery Girl anyway, and honestly the teacher was worried about the aspects somehow escaping the USJ, so he ordered the other teacher to lock the facility down upon exiting. So, Kirishima drawled as they waited, how many aspects of his personality are there going to be? Should we expect 3 or 4 or 10 or? As he trailed off, All Might hummed in thought. The file wasn't very specific, as it affects each person differently since it amplifies the person's strongest emotions or characteristics. But a note in the margin stated those he's used his quirk on can split someone into over 8 aspects. Wow, well, I hope there's only a few, otherwise we might have a difficult time rounding them up. Bakugo uncrossed his arms so he could release a small explosion. Hair for brains, this is Deku we're talking about. He sneered. His main personality traits are nerd, dumbass, crybaby, and idiot. I feel like dumbass and idiot are basically the same. Zero cut in. Shut up. Anyway, rounding his lame aspects up is going to be child's play. As if his words were a signal, a figure finally became visible in the only slightly smoking building. The class watched in bated breath and confusion as a blue-haired, blue-eyed, and blue-uniformed version of Izuku stepped out of the building timidly. It was like he had been inserted into Microsoft Paint and had his most defining features altered in color. When he caught sight of them watching him, he let out a terrified yelp. Please don't hurt me," he shouted with his hands splayed in a show of peace. "The others keep arguing and I couldn't take it anymore. I can go back if I'm bothering you. I'm so sorry. I'm always a bother no matter where I go," he said as tears gathered in his eyes, his entire form trembling. Uraraka stepped forward slowly, concern evident on her face. "Deku-kun, nobody here is going to hurt you. Why don't you come here and tell us what the others are arguing about?" He shook his head violently. "I'm Blue Deku, but not really your Deku. He's brave, kind, and heroic. I just encompass his feelings of anxiety, fear, and sadness. And, I think I'll stay over here, Uraraka-kun. It's not that I don't trust you, but..." His blue-eyed stare landed on Bakugo, and tears instantly materialized at an alarming rate. With rising tension, most of the class turned accusing eyes on the explosive blonde. Ida opened his mouth to question what the Blue Deku was talking about when another aspect of Izuku suddenly barreled past the first one before nearly jumping into Uraraka's arms. "Don't let Blue get you down. He's just afraid of Kaken. Not that I blame him. Anyway, I'm Yellow Deku," he crowed excitedly while letting go of a blushing Uraraka and flashing a peace sign at his classmates. His yellow eyes shined like stars. "I embody Deku's feelings of happiness, friendship, and general positivity. Anyway, if you really want to coax skittish Blue over here, you're going to have to be calm, cool, collected, and kind. He scares extremely easy. Todoroki-kun is probably your best bet. Blue is a bit attached to him anyway since empathy is one of his strong points." The half-and-half hero in question tilted his head in confusion, wanting to know the reasoning behind that, but his attention flittered to yet another aspect of his friend before he could say a word. "Yellow, can you please calm down? You're most likely annoying our classmates with your loud voice. Also, what have I said about touching other people? You should ask permission first." This came from a purple-haired Deku, who simply strolled over to where Aizawa and All Might were standing with arms crossed. When he just stood there mumbling under his breath, Ida dared to tap him on the shoulder. "Midoriya." The purple-eyed boy raised an eyebrow. "Yes, Ida-kun. Which aspect of our friend are you, if you don't mind me asking?" "I'm Purple Deku," he answered without much expression in his voice or on his face. He seemed perpetually bored, yet lost in thought at the same time. "I'm more or less his intelligent side. When it comes to analysis, book smarts, battle strategy, and so on, I am who makes him excel. Also, just so you know, you might want to be wary of a few of the remaining aspects. A couple of them are not as non-combative as the 3 of us." "What do you mean by that?" Aizawa asked tiredly. Purple merely sighed. "Not all aspects of someone's personality and character are outwardly shown. Some are buried deep down waiting for the potential to rise up over the others. White Deku is, for a lack of better terms, a villain." "That doesn't make any sense," Hagakure retorted. "Deku's one of the nicest guys I know." At that moment, 3 more figures tumbled out of the building. literally, and Blue screamed bloody murder before running directly into Todoroki's arms. You're strong, Todoroki-kun, save me. From yourself, the socially inept teen surmised, especially from myself. In Kaken, the burns hurt no matter how many times I think I'll get used to them. This pissed the usually collected Todoroki off royally. Bakugo, he said with controlled murderous intent, we are going to have words when this is all over. Actually, another's voice amended, we can settle this now with quirks instead. From the scuffle composed of a red, gold, and white Deku, the speaker in question launched himself at Bakugo in a blur of white. The explosive teen barely had any time to raise his fists before the white Deku punched his childhood friend in the jaw. It was only after the gold and red Deku jumped on the white one that Bakugo recovered. What the hell was that for, Deku? He raged, fists shaking in anger. Affected by a quirk or not, I'll freaking kill you for that. The gold Deku swore as the comment made the white Deku thrash even more violently. Kaken, please don't make him any angrier. White already wants to make you suffer. Well, he wants to make anyone and everyone suffer, but you're at the top of the list. What are you talking about? Yaoyorozu questioned as most in the class became defensive. Even purple and yellow were on guard, eyeing the white aspect of themselves like he was about to attack them too. The gold Deku went to answer, but the red one responded first. White Deku, here is your friend's buried feelings of hate, abandonment, hopelessness, and evil potential. Any sinful desires or ideas get lumped into him as well. Basically makes him a villain. I am not a villain, White roared, nearly foaming at the mouth. Such a display unsettled the entire class, teachers included. Everything I feel, everything I am is valid. These quirk-endowed, so-called heroes deserve to die. Especially Bakugo, he growled like a feral animal. Hear that, Lord Explosion Murder? I'm going to enjoy making you scream just like you made me. Maybe I'll stuff your throat with explosives so you finally won't be able to run your asshole of a mouth. Bakugo's eyes narrowed even more, a wicked smirk enveloping his face. What did you say, nerd? I'll wipe the floor with your ass. Bring it on. Nope. Kirishima intervened by grabbing Bakugo around the waist and hardening where he stood. Down, Bakugo. You're only going to make things worse. The hell I am. Let me go, shitty hair. How about no? Do it? The white Deku screamed. I'll make it so he'll never be able to create another explosion again. Calm down. The gold Deku hissed while putting his gloved hand over the other's mouth. He turned to his classmates sheepishly. White has some problems. He rarely gets to come to the surface yet is kept around to keep myself in line. Oh, that reminds me, I'm Gold Deku, your friend's heroic aspect. His heroic drive, morality, justice, and strength are what make up who I am. Red Deku over here. Gold gestures to the scowling red-haired version of himself holding White down. Is Deku's anger, frustration, and more violent or self-destructive side? Whatever, Red said with an eye roll. It's not like you disagree with my others are more important than my own life philosophy. We can discuss this later. Anyway, friends, you need to go inside the building now that the smoke has cleared and get Green Deku. White knocked him out before we could stop him, and the only way to put us back together again is to get all 7 of us close enough together. It seemed simple enough. All Might immediately made to walk towards the building at Gold's instruction, yet a loud sobbing made him hesitate. Gold, I don't want to go back. Blue cried as he clutched Todoroki's shirt like a lifeline, big fat tears rolling down his cheeks. Deku used to show me all the time, but ever since hero school he keeps shoving me down. He keeps hiding his feelings, his pain, his fear. That's not healthy. Stop whining, Red chastised him. He's been long overdue for growing a spine and stopping his crying habit. Besides, heroes always have to learn to hide their fear. You're no exception, Blue. We just learned to deal with it. Hey now, Yellow spoke up with a small chuckle. There's no need to berate ourselves. Get it? Because we're literally yelling at ourselves. You guys are no fun. He waved off with a small pout. Purple let out tired sigh similar to one Aizawa would make. Yellow, how about you show All Might where green is? Sure thing. With that, Yellow ran past All Might and into the building. At the same time though, Purple noticed the light beginning to come from White. Gold, Red, he shouted, watch out. Oh shit, Red swore at the same time. Gold closed his eyes and braced himself. A moment later, a blast of power sent the 2 aspects flying into the air. Deku-kun, Midoriya. Several classmates called out for their friend as the power sent them staggering back as well. Todoroki was able to stabilize most of them with a wall of ice though, to which Blue was grateful for if the repeated thank you wasn't much to go off of. They waited for a couple more seconds for the dust to clear only to see Red and Gold lying quite a distance away. White stood once more, clutching his broken right arm to his chest like a wounded animal. His unsettling milky irises stared at his classmates in anger. Stop looking at me with such pity and disgust. If you knew even half of your so-called friend's true feelings, then you would understand why I exist. The fact that you don't have a clue shows how little he trusts you. Hey, you're Raka cut in. Deku-kun does trust us. Don't try turning us against him just because the world wronged you. The world wronged me. White shook, teeth appearing like they could shatter with how hard he was clenching his jaw. You're absolutely right. My mom, who didn't believe in her pathetic quirkless child. Bakugo, my supposed childhood friend who turned on me the day he got a quirk and began bullying me when he realized I would never get one. My elementary and middle school teachers, who watched as Bakugo made the other children too afraid to be near me. Who allowed him to send me home with bruises and burns when I was barely 5 years old. Who allowed the bastard to tell me to jump off the roof of their establishment for growth and learning while a child was suffering. You're correct, Uraraka, when you said the world wronged me. That's all it's ever done. His words silenced the clearing, a terrifying tension washing over those assembled there. All because, he continued a second later, this stupid society cares more about quirks than it does the people who live in it. I hate it. I hate it so much. As he screamed, his anger evaporated into broken shouts and tears, his limbs shaking with the burden of emotional and physical pain. The students and homeroom teacher of Class 1 could only stare as he began to back away, sobs sounding through the air. He's right, Blue stated as his own voice wobbled. Even All Might told me, well, you're Deku, that I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. I think there was a split second after that encounter that I actually contemplated jumping off the building All Might left me standing alone on. If it weren't for the explosions that wound up being Bakugo fighting the slime villain, I might have started to think about it more seriously. It's really depressing to think about. He started crying. After literally everyone in my life told me my dreams were hopeless, hearing it from my biggest hero shattered my heart. Oh man, Kirishima breathed. Uraraka was aware of tears forming in her eyes, and the anguish of her classmates felt palpable. I sincerely apologize, All Might said as he appeared from the building with the green Deku in his arms. Yellow bounded next to him like a happy child oblivious to the heavy atmosphere. I told you this once prior, but even before your quirk manifested late I was wrong, young Midori. I was foolish to judge your character, your dreams, on such a small piece of information. I had no idea you harbored such feelings. Purple cleared his throat awkwardly. We forgave you long ago, All Might. While we carry these feelings with us like the memories that created them, I know for a fact we do not dwell on the things White and Blue fixate on. It doesn't mean he should bury those feelings either. Todoroki suddenly cut in. White wasn't wrong when he said his feelings were valid. Pushing them down and hiding them is not healthy. You're right, Aizawa said. Still, that does not mean White should react with the need for revenge through violence. While he is himself someone cruelly hurt by those who failed him, reacting with the intent to harm is villainous. Wisely put, Purple mumbled in awe. You're all idiots, White spat. With that little strength he had left, he got up, legs shaking. He slowly began to back away as if daring Red and Gold to take chase. The moment the two aspects jumped forward to capture White again though, said villainous aspect broke out into a sprint. Away from the group. Wait, Purple shouted for Gold and Red to not go after him. We can't just drag him back here. Yes we can, Red and Bakugo stated simultaneously, both of them scowling at each other for copying the other. Gold tilted his head in confusion before it was like a light bulb turned on. Oh, I think I know where your thought process is. Are you thinking of sending a couple of our classmates after him? Purple nodded. I was actually thinking Aizawa-sensei and Uraraka could go after him, but the two of you going with more students in order to flush him out of hiding might be helpful. The homeroom teacher stared at the purple version of his student appraisingly. Smart choice, problem child. I would prefer if all of the aspects had a designated couple of students to watch over them though. I'm assuming Todoroki has the blue one, he commented without even looking at where Blue held onto the son of the number 2 hero like a lifeline. Oh, well I think Kirishima, Kota, and All Might would be a good fit for watching over him too. Maybe Kirishima and Kota could try to cheer him up while All Might talks through his issues with him. I'm fine with being watched over by Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Gyro. Yellow would do well with Mina, Hagakure, and Kaminari. Red would probably be best with Kaken, Ajiro, and Siro. Gold would be best with Tsuyu, Takoyami, and Shoji. Green can be best watched over by the remaining students. Why do we all need babysitters? Red complained loudly. Does no one trust the rest of us to be sensible enough not to run off? Gold sent Red a withering look. If White didn't exist, then you'd be the one everyone would be trying to catch. Whatever. And so Operation Put Deku Back Together again was a go. With Blue, I don't want to talk to you, Blue repeated for the umpteenth time from where he hid behind Todoroki's protective form. Please, just leave me alone. All Might winced at the rejection, Kirishima scratching his head as he racked his brain for a way to coax the timid aspect out. So far begging and reason weren't working. Not that anyone blamed him, but something told them they needed to help Blue now before the aspect was lost. Well, not that he would disappear. He was only a part of what made Izuku up as a person. He would still exist, yet it wouldn't be the same. The redhead's eyes roamed the nearby terrain until they landed on the forest land adjacent to them. It gave him an idea. Hey, Kota, he started with a whisper. The gentle giant turned to him shyly. Can you ask some animal friends to come over? I think maybe something cute would be enough to help our buddy feel a little better. Koda's eyes lit up. After frantically nodding, the usually silent boy took off towards the forest. From behind Todoroki, blue-eyed Kirishima wearily. I don't understand, he said suddenly. Kirishima tilted his head in confusion. What don't you understand, blue bro? The terrified look in the aspect's sapphire eyes lessened a minuscule amount. However, he seemed more pained now than he had been. Why does Kaken like you, but H hate me? You're such a nice guy, Kirishima-kun. But when I was nice to him he just hurt me, because he said my kindness was telling him he was weak. Why do you get to be his friend while I'm nothing more than a stupid Deku to him? By the end, Blue's voice was watery, big crocodile tears welling up in his eyes as he waited for an explanation. The redhead's smile faltered. He didn't have one. I'm sorry, but I don't. It's fine, Todoroki cut him off. After a second he carefully positioned himself in front of the blue-haired Deku. Heterochromatic eyes stared down into ones that were cascading with anguished tears. Midoriya. Why yes, Todoroki-kun. I am going to be blunt. That Kyugo is a jerk, and how he feels about you changes nothing. You're a self-sacrificing maniac sometimes, but I'll be damned if one failed friendship makes you falter on your path to become a full-fledged hero. His voice was firm, not a trace of anything but confidence covering his words. There will always be people who don't like you. A hand landed on Blue's shoulder awkwardly. Even so, the softening of Todoroki's tone kept Blue looking at him in awe. Their opinions don't matter though, okay? As long as you do what you love and be yourself, those who are your friends will stand by you. Kirishima may be Bakugo's friend, but he's your friend too. If Bakugo doesn't want to be your friend, then he is missing out. Don't dwell on it. To me, at least, you're the best friend a person could ask for. Really? Blue questioned breathlessly. You mean that? You're not lying, are you? Todoroki ruffled the boy's shaggy hair. Do I seem like the person who doesn't speak my mind truthfully? And no, thank you, Todoroki-kun. You're welcome, Midoriya. It was then Koda returned with a couple furry forms in his arms. At the sight of them, Blue's eyes dried up, a squeal coming from his mouth. Are those bunnies? Koda nodded enthusiastically before holding them out to the aspect. I can hold them. Another nod, and a bright smile followed. Thank you. As Blue situated himself on the ground with two adorable bunnies, he found himself glancing up shyly at a silent All Might. All Might. Yes, my boy. I think I'm ready to listen now. The hero smiled. After sending the other three students away for privacy's sake, mentor and pupil sat down for a long overdue discussion. With Yellow, you must be the best hide-and-seek player ever. Hagakure laughed. You're right. It's funny though, because despite seeing a floating set of clothes, people will just walk on by like it's totally normal. I can never hide from my parents though. They're invisible too, so it's hard to pull a fast one on them. Both of your parents are invisible? How did that happen? I guess invisibility quirks aren't extremely rare, but combining both of them must make. Midoriya, dude, calm down, Kaminari said. You're practically screaming. The aspect's eyes widened comically. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I just get excited. It's been such a long time since I've had people my own age to talk to. I tend to get a bit carried away. Mina frowned. What's that mean, Midori? Was Bakugo your only friend in school? Yep, and he was only friends with me for a couple years of childhood. After that, no one wanted to hang out with me because I was deemed quirkless. Uraraka was my first friend since I was 4. Kaminari and Mina's gazes met, Hagakure making a sound of displeasure at the news. But it's fine, Yellow continued brightly. I met all of you guys, didn't I? You're all friends to me. I'm really blessed to have made such amazing friends. The three immediately returned the sentiment, getting a little over the top as they promised to be friends forever while just about knocking his yellow-clad form over. With Purple, while we have some free time, may I ask you 3 questions concerning your quirks? Purple was met with hesitant nods. But after Ida answered a few questions, Gyro couldn't help but ask what was on her mind. You really analyze everything, don't you? Of course I do. I have over 13 journals filled with notes on heroes, villains, and people's quirks in general. Yaoyorozu was impressed. That's remarkable. And you do this for fun. A bitter smile appeared on Purple's face. It's an enjoyable hobby of mine most of the time. But there was a time in my younger years I did it out of necessity. Necessity, Ida repeated. Why would you take notes on quirks if it wasn't something you wanted to do? Being dubbed quirkless at the age of 4 hurts a child's self-esteem, Ida-kun. Because I did not have a quirk to train, I spent my time studying quirks in order to have some sort of edge on nearly everyone else around me. It helped me avoid the wrath of many harmful quirks as well aided in my attempts to fight back against them. Taking notes on battle techniques along with quirk notes was also the only thing I could think about doing to help my chances at being a hero without a quirk to rely on. I could never get my body in superior shape until I had help from a coach before the entrance exam. What I could afford to build up was my intellect. Anyway, he continued, oblivious to the looks his classmates were exchanging, about your quirks. With gold, While Aizawa and Uraraka pursued White, Gold headed east with his group. We can try to capture him ourselves, but it might be best to drive him towards Aizawa-sensei, the aspect commented. He wasn't holding back earlier. The punch that shattered his arm could have killed Kaken had he decided to fight instead of flee. He did seem to harbor some dark feelings against Bakugo, Takoyami said. Ribbit, that doesn't mean he still wouldn't try to hurt us. You saw how angry he was about heroes and people with quirks in general. We also have to keep in mind while this is Midoriya-kun, he isn't Midoriya-kun. Shoji listened to Tsuyu before respectfully voicing his opinion. I don't think he will hurt us, he said as they ran around a particularly large outcrop. The rocky mountain area they were maneuvering through was getting denser as they continued. Pine trees littered the landscape. And from afar Shoji could hear a small stream to their right. He is filled with anger. The world has been unjust to him. Yet while he has moved past that in order to be happy, there was never any closure. He was right earlier when he said his feelings were valid. Gold found his lips twisting into a frown. Feelings are always valid. But as much as we needed saving back then, we have learned that while there are countless heroes, there still aren't enough to save everyone. Helping a bullied quirkless boy would have been a shot in the dark when there are others who needed saving more. Gold-kun, if I may. Yes, Tsu-chan. She met his eyes as they slowed down near what appeared to be the leftovers of a staged mudslide. Everyone who needs help, everyone who needs saved, deserves it. Even if there are people in more dire situations across the world in need, it's not a hero's job to ignore one person's plight in favor of another's. A hero helps save everyone in their reach. Had you been in my reach all those years ago, I would have been there for you, Ribbit. As would I, Takoyami agreed. Shoji nodded as well. Me too. There was silence among the four as they continued on their route, the multi-limbed hero occasionally adjusting their route as the other teams closed in on their target. Finally, after a couple minutes, Gold let out a small chuckle. I am so lucky to be classmates with these people, he thought to himself. They are going to be great pro heroes one day. After all, they're already heroes to me. With Red, would you two please stop fighting? Zero begged as Red punched Bakugo in the face just before an explosion sent the aspect hurtling into a pine tree. Yeah, Ajiro added a bit more hesitantly. The glares both Bakugo and Red had been throwing the others were filled with rage. We're on a mission. If Aizawa-sensei finds out you two couldn't cooperate, or if White gets away because neither of you is behaving, then... Two angry yells interrupted his statement. Bakugo started it. Like hell I did, asshole. The blonde's yelling only increased in volume upon hearing the way his name was pronounced. What did you just call me? Ajiro and Zero could only sigh. With the amount of noise half of their duo was making along with the tape boundaries Zero was creating, they hoped that between them and Gold's team the runaway aspect would be captured soon. What? All those explosions make you hard of hearing, Bakugo? That's it, you shitty nerd. I'll kill you. I'd like to see you try. Those punk-ass grenades look like children's toys than actual weapons. And don't even get me started on those stupid pointless frills on your raccoon mask. Hopefully Red survived that long. With White, Aizawa ran fast. Much faster than Uraraka could hope to keep up with without utilizing her quirk. As it were, she maintained a decent speed by using her quirk and boots to jump over some of the wider stretches of barren ground. They kept up the pace until large pine trees began to dot the land, the ground beginning to slope as the terrain shifted to a mountain range. Stop. At once Uraraka deactivated her quirk, a small squeak escaping her as she almost didn't stick her impromptu landing. The teacher motioned for her to remain still as his eyes drifted over the area. After nearly a minute had passed, he pointed forwards, whispering for her to join him. He's nearby. How can you tell? I can hear Bakugo's explosions coming from far ahead. And I trust Shoji to have lured Problem Child's runaway personality trait to us rather than further away. Also, he adds with a hint of deadpan, if you were paying attention you'd have noticed the footprints and occasional specks of blood I've been tracking this entire time. Uraraka winced. She'd just assumed the underground hero was hoping they would stumble upon White. Oh, don't worry too much about it. We haven't reached that topic in class yet, but it would be beneficial to be observant of your surrounds. As it is, the footprints indicate he stopped using his quirk to jump just a short distance ago. He should be just up ahead if not somewhere nearby hiding. Be vigilant. Yes, sensei. They didn't have to wait long. Barely a couple minutes of sneaking around ended with a streak of White suddenly darting out from behind a towering pine. His body was lit up with crackling lightning as he called upon his quirk to get away. Unfortunately for him though, the moment Aizawa's tired eyes locked onto his form, it was over. The white-clad figure tripped upon having his quirk forcefully taken away from him. Damn you, he cursed, frustrated tears escaping his eyes as he stood back up shakily. His broken arm was being held against his chest by his good arm like a wounded animal. The snarl he released as his two pursuers closed in on him only strengthened the analogy. Just leave me alone. Deku-kun, Uraraka tried, but that seemed to just make the aspect angrier. Don't call me that. Your Midoriya might be fine with the new meaning. but to me the insult still stands. The girl frowned, mouth opening to apologize, but Aizawa spoke before she could. Midoriya, you're injured. Will you please come with us? I don't want you to harm yourself any further. White scoffed. Sure, Aizawa-sensei. His tone was dripping with loathing. I'd gladly just hand myself over to you so you can put your Izuku back together again, only to ignore this ever happen. Or I could break your precious problem student by offing myself here and now. What? I'd been planning on taking out Green Deku. Your Midoriya's feelings of love. Killing what lets him care about others would have tipped the scales of his mind in my favor, allowing me to turn red, purple, and blue to my side and ultimately letting me come to the surface. Getting rid of myself isn't ideal, but without me the balance of his mind will be thrown out of whack entirely. He'd most likely slip into insanity without knowledge of all things bad in the world, keeping him from being overwhelmed by the horrors taking place today. Uraraka felt terror sink into her bones. She couldn't let that happen. Izuku, please. White shook his head slowly. No, you've always been too kind, too friendly. That's just how you are. You don't actually care about him. Hey, don't put words into my mouth, Izuku. Her fingers curled into fists that shook slightly. I do care about you. You're my friend. You saved me despite not even knowing each other's names, and have been someone I look up to ever since. Do you really want to let everyone who put you down win? She took White by surprise, it seemed, because the aspect looked skeptic. What do you mean? I mean, if you kill yourself here and leave Midoriya to break apart, then how will you prove the people who put you down wrong? You're already a hero. You can use those feelings of hatred and memories of the unjust way you were treated to better the world. You can be a hero who helps make sure someone else isn't treated harshly just because they're quirkless. You can be Deku, the hero who becomes the number one by doing his best. It was quiet for a moment. And then, do you really think that? Uraraka smiled at him. Of course, I believe in you, Izuku-kun. With Green, Minta groaned impatiently. When is everyone going to be back? They've been gone for hours. Aoyama ignored the short boy in favor of ogling his cape, but Sato answered, it's actually only been roughly half an hour. I'm guessing Aizawa-sensei and the others have already caught White by this point and are on their way back. Well, I hope so. Watching over a passed-out Midoriya is so boring when I could be watching the girls. Sato rolled his eyes. He was about to say something along the lines of not talking about staring at their female classmates like he was bird-watching when the unconscious boy shifted. Oh look, he's waking up, Aoyama sang joyously. The green-haired aspect blinked rapidly, bright emerald eyes looking up at his friends' faces once he gained focus. Upon seeing the others, a huge grin enveloped the boy's face. The fond look in his eyes caught his caretakers off guard. Minta-kun, Aoyama-kun, Sato-kun, thank you for watching over me. You're welcome, the purple-haired student responded shamelessly. The aspect wasn't bothered. His attention fell on the other three groups of students and aspects nearby. He shouted hello to them, moments later becoming surrounded by said classmates and other parts of himself. Green, you're awake and okay. Yellow shouted happily before hugging the other aspect close. I was so worried White hurt you really badly. Purple sighed. Yellow, Green was barely knocked out before Gold and Red dealt with White. We knew he was fine at the beginning. You were there, I know that. But can't you just let me be happy our friend is awake? You're always happy. You're literally our feeling of happiness. Touché. Anyway, Purple turned to the newly conscious aspect. Would you like to introduce yourself? If my calculations are correct, we should be as one within the next 5 minutes. You do not have long. The green boy merely smiled, taking Yellow's and being pulled to his feet. He could see several forms in the distance making their way over to them. Purple was right. None of the aspects had much longer. I am Green Deku, he began softly. Since you haven't been informed yet, the best way to explain what part of your friend I am is his feelings of love. I care about everyone I meet. Good or bad, I believe all people deserve empathy and forgiveness, and I am the one who drives us to help anyone who needs it, even if they don't want it. He winked at Ada and Todoroki in succession. It's nice to have met you all, even briefly. Blue looked at the ground sadly, petting the bunnies in his arms one last time before handing them to Koda. Thank you all for watching out for me. Thank you all for being my friend, Yellow added. Likewise, Purple agreed. Red and Gold waltzed up with more serious expressions on their faces, although Gold's could pass off as a smile. On the other hand, Red looked like he'd been in a brawl. It seems it is time, Gold stated dutifully. I apologize for the trouble we've caused today. I don't, Red said with crossed arms. Apologize, Red. I know you gave Kaken that bruise on his jaw. So, he broke my nose. But you probably started it. Red laughed. Totally worth it. Guys, Yellow was suddenly yelling. White is here. Let's get ready to go. Sure enough, Aizawa led a worse-for-wear-looking aspect and solemn Uraraka to the group. White merely met Green's eyes for a second before turning away, disdain clear on his face. I have nothing to say. Send me back. The teachers and students didn't feel like they had any right to comment. This was something between Izuku's aspects and Himself? Really? Green suddenly stepped forward, walking past the students of Class 1 before gently taking White's unbroken hand in his own. The hateful aspect raised his head with a growl coming from his throat before Green's love-filled eyes subdued him. I'm glad you're part of us. We often forget that while you embody the less desirable traits in a person, you encompass perseverance too. Without you, we wouldn't have even made it to where we stand today. Before we become one, I just want to say thank you. It's almost symbolic, don't you think? Green grinned. It's almost like you're our own hero or something. The widening of White's eyes was the last thing that everyone saw before Yellow jumped forward excitedly. This is such a beautiful moment. I think it calls for a group. A bright light suddenly enveloped the 7 aspects as their proximity suddenly became too close. Several students screamed in surprise. And then just one Izuku was left standing in the midst of the students. The real Izuku. Hug, he stated lamely, seemingly confused. His eyes traveled over the relieved faces of his classmates and teachers. What just happened? One moment I was in the building with smoke and the next moment I was standing here. You're all looking at me strangely. Did something happen? Aizawa spun around. He began walking away without comment. Hey, Aizawa. All Might called after him worriedly. Don't you think you should explain to young Midoriya what just occurred? After class, he is your problem child, not mine. You deal with this. Eder raised his hand despite the teacher not being able to see it. But Aizawa-sensei, class is dismissed. Day 7 of Bakugo's suspension. Aizawa might have dry eyes, but he wasn't blind. Something had changed over the weekend with one of his problem students. It was subtle at first, however. It became apparent rather quickly that the green-haired boy was 100% done with his classmates' protective behaviors. He was also done avoiding Bakugo. Izuku, for a lack of better terms, had drawn a line that no one would be stepping over again. Mina-chan, Kaminari-kun, excuse me? I just need to grab some cereal really quick. Kaminari winced, his eyes meeting Mina's for just a moment. Sorry dude, but I'd wait for a little. No thank you. Midori. Mina stood in the doorway unmoving. There's no reason to go in while that jerk is in there. We'll grab you something for breakfast ourselves. Izuku sighed. Look, I get what you've all been trying to do, and the sentiment is sweet, but enough is enough. I'm going in the kitchen whether you like it or not. If I can't even grab myself my own breakfast without my friends coddling me like an abused puppy, then how am I supposed to go about my days normally? You all might think you're helping, but at this point it's just distracting me from my daily routine. And I can't focus on my hero studies properly knowing any one of you will stop anything at the drop of a hat to protect me from one of our own classmates. But I'm not the same old Deku I was in the memories you saw, he assured. His eyes were pleading. So please let me through. Also, tell everyone else I'll come to them if I need them. Please. The level of seriousness their commonly bright and happy classmates spoke with had the duo backing down. What was even more surprising was that when Izuku stepped into the kitchen, Bakugo's red eyes barely held the other's green-eyed gaze before turning back to the omelet he was preparing. Neither of them said a word. Casually, as if it hadn't been nearly a week since they'd been in the same room with each other, Izuku poured himself a bowl of cereal. He made to join Kota, Gyro, and Takoyami in the dining room, but found himself stopping in the doorway. It's now or never, he thought. Bakugo. The blonde's head whipped around so fast he could have gotten whiplash. What had Izuku called him? Such a word was foreign coming from him, especially since Kaken was the only name Izuku had ever used even after outgrowing his pronunciation problems from preschool. What did you just call me? Your name, Izuku said nonchalantly despite the way he was gripping the cereal bowl far too tightly. Anyway, I noticed you haven't been spending much time with Kirishima-kun. I hope everything works itself out. With that he practically ran out of the kitchen, leaving a gaping Bakugo staring after him. That was only Monday morning. To say his teacher was surprised to hear Izuku throwing around the word Bakugo just like he had Kaken would be a correct statement. Honestly, though, Aizawa was baffled by the change. The self-destructive boy, even in times of crisis as well as after the incident, had never slipped out of using his friend's childhood nickname. What happened? The underground hero asked himself as he watched Izuku head towards Hound Dog's office for his first session with the counselor. And does this mean he's healing, or struggling even more? Izuku wasn't sure how he felt. Part of him was glad he'd finally discovered the confidence to tell others what he wanted. After conversing with Uraraka and Todoroki on Sunday, he had gained their support to put an end to the overprotective antics of his classmate. It was starting to suffocate him. Thankfully, they understood. Most of them pleased to know Izuku was feeling energized enough to stick up for himself, calling Bakugo by something other than his nickname. That had been much harder. You've known him since before you can remember. Is that right? Hound Dog asked with his gravelly voice. It sounded like he was growling lowly every time he spoke. Yes, sensei. That would complicate things. A connection formed with someone over such a long period of time along with high moments of emotion likely intertwined the two of you together, GRR. Izuku nodded sadly. It feels exactly like that. Yet everyone thinks I can just cut myself off from him like ripping off a band-aid. Even though I finally realize how poorly he treated me, even though I have some feelings of anger towards him, part of me wants us to just be friends again. I want to clear up everything and fix things between us. I thought that maybe calling him Bakugo would show him I'm serious about this. It would give us a chance to start over. Maybe one day we could be proper rivals. Maybe one day we could actually acknowledge each other as friends. Hound Dog was silent for a moment. And then, Midoriya, have you forgiven Bakugo? The greenette turned his gaze to the floor. Not verbally, no, but even though I'm angry with him I can't help it. Is that wrong? Does that make me stupid? He hurt me, he tried to crush my dream, and he tried to take my dream away from me. Even after all that I can't help but wanted in my heart to forgive him. Does feeling like this make me weak? His voice wobbled as he continued, emotion seeping into his tone. A couple stray tears shed from his eyes when he felt a heavy hand rest on top of his head. To his shock, Hound Dog unclasped the muzzle that adorned his face, and a few seconds later the teacher came out from behind his desk and kneeled, lowering his large canine head so that his was just next to Izuku's hip. If it makes you feel better, you're welcome to pet me. He growled gently. Part of my quirk, dog, sends my senses haywire if someone nearby is in distress, especially one of my students. Are you positive, kid? Students do it all the time. Heck, even PRRs at Mike and Cementos do every now and then. Without another word, Izuku found himself clutching the fur on Hound Dog's neck carefully. The hero often got bashed by the public and hero community alike for having such a scary wolf-like face. The muzzle he wore with his hero attire not exactly helping the talk. And many had trouble understanding what he said due to the growls that accompanied his speech. Those traits had nothing on the gentleness of the hero. After speaking openly and honestly to him, Izuku practically swept the teacher up in a hug. His freckled face was against fur as he slipped from the chair and kneeled on the floor next to the counselor. Sensei, he forced out after taking a shuddering breath, is forgiving him the right thing to do? The reply was quiet as to not offset the solemn calm that had settled in the room. Boy, you have much to learn about forgiveness. There is nothing RR right or WRR wrong about it. Forgiving someone is completely different than RR reconciling with them. But won't it be like sweeping everything under the rug? Some of my classmates think me forgiving him would be like giving Bakugo a free pass or something. I don't want him to think that either. Midoriya, Hound Dog interjected once Izuku had trailed off. Forgiveness is about you, not anyone else. To be FRR rank, what others think doesn't matter. Forgiving someone neither means you're forgetting what happened nor saying what Bakugo did wasn't wrong. He was CRR to you. Are you going to forget that anytime soon? Of course not, he argued half-heartedly. He was so tired, but it was obvious the memories wouldn't fade. Exactly. It's about healing. Your healing, more specifically, and your own personal peace of mind. If you wish to forgive him, then that is up to you and only you. Do what you wish. It can be done at any time too though, so please don't feel pressured. That's the last thing you need. Izuku sighed shakily. I'm not feeling pressured. It's just something I need to get off my chest before I can move forward. Part of me also feels like deep down it's something Bakugo needs to hear too if he's ever going to figure his own issues out as well. I know I forgave him back in the principal's office last week, but before all if this is over we really need to talk. A bitter smile slipped onto his face at the thought. Gosh, we've known each other for the longest time but we've never really talked things out. He always starts screaming, and then I get worked up too, and, well, I'm getting off topic. Hound Dog shrugged. Happens all the time. Feel free to vent, kid. Everyone needs to do it every now and then. He smiled gratefully. Thank you, but I think I've ranted enough to my friends and all might. Our session is almost over anyway, isn't it? Perhaps. We can always schedule another one before next Wednesday if you'd like, GRR. Oh, that won't be necessary. I do have a question though. Go on. I haven't really been able to tell, but do you know how Bakugo's sessions with Aizawa-sensei are going? That's confidential, kid. Izuku had the decency to look sheepish. Oh, that makes sense. Sorry for asking. No need to apologize. Anyway, I'll see you next week. Feel FRRE to stop by anytime if you want to talk before then though, okay. My schedule is pretty flexible. It'd be no TRRable at all. Thank you, sensei. The smile reached his eyes, making Hound Dog's instincts prickle in approval. It made him proud to lift his students' sorrows. Day 8 of Bakugo's suspension. Speaking of sorrows, to work through your anger we must identify what it is that makes you react with such intense negative feelings. Bakugo was not in the mood to deal with Aizawa today. Between Mina, Kaminari, Shiro, and Tsuyu of all people getting in the way of him talking to Kirishima for the past several days. Not to mention Izuku having the gal to call him by his surname rather than the usual childhood nickname. You could say the explosive blonde was one wrong look from blowing up, figuratively and literally. So, the teacher drawled while tapping a pen against his notepad purposefully. What would you like to talk about first? I wouldn't like to talk about anything. Poor wording aside, this session won't end without any progress being made. I'm aware suspension has given you more time for homework and training, but I still don't believe you want to waste your valuable time by sitting here." The blonde's red eyes flashed with annoyance. Aizawa was right. These shitty so-called anger management sessions, he finally ground out after a long bout of silence. "Oh, they're trash," Bakugo cursed. "The more I go to them, the more pissed off I feel. Nothing is changing. You expect change to be swift. Sometimes genuine change can take weeks, months, years, or even decades. Impatience will only delay things. I don't have time to be patient," he hissed, standing up and slamming his hands down on the desk before him. If Aizawa hadn't activated Erasure, there would have surely burned scorch marks, all because of that stupid knockoff projector's quirk. And everyone finding out about Deku's crappy childhood. "The only idiot I can put up with has been avoiding me like the plague." Aizawa nodded knowingly. "Sit back down, Bakugo. I'm well aware of Kirishima and your lack of interaction with one another. It is easy to notice, and I'm not exactly surprised. He's a sensitive boy despite his brazen personality. I imagine he is disappointed in your past behavior as well as your unwillingness to mend the situation. Does that sound about right?" The blonde clenched his fists, his lip curling in a barely suppressed snarl as he forced himself to sit back down. Somehow he was able to stay quiet though, and the teacher took pity on him. "Bakugo, while your tenacity is usually a good thing, in this case part of me is worried you are rushing in head first without thinking things through properly. You're angry, you're hurt, you're sad. Like hell. Don't lie to me. You're frustrated at the entire situation and desperately want things to go back to normal. Do you think you can just say sorry to Kirishima in order to fix things? If you talked to Kirishima right now, what would happen?" The boy closed his mouth. He knew he couldn't just try to make up with the redhead. Not without apologizing to Izuku. "That is, you feel a sense of loss and anger because of him distancing you," Aizawa continued. "He most likely feels he must pull away because you caused someone else, someone who is also his friend, to suffer. He's probably upset you won't own up to your actions like a man, as he calls it. Perhaps instead of trying to run around the problem and just cause yourselves both more grief, you should take the initiative to solve the problem at its core. Make amends with Midoriya, Bakugo, or at least think long and hard about it. Nothing is going to change until you can realize it's not that simple." "I should have brought the earplugs I use around Hisashi," Aizawa thought to himself as the boy before him blew up. "I've known that nerd since I could first remember. He would forgive a villain for hurting him if he thought they were sincerely guilty. If I were to walk up to him right now and give him some fluffy apology, he would forgive me in an instant. But that would change nothing. It would be utterly worthless. I'd still get mad every time I look at him, and Kirishima would still think I'm nothing more than a bully. Nothing is going to actually change no matter how hard I try. Sooner or later word will get out about my past behavior and it will be like Kamino all over again." "Hold on, Kamino." Bakugo scowled harder, the anger in his voice filled with misguided hatred. "Don't play dumb. Remember that speech you made when I was kidnapped by the League of Losers. Barely anyone believed you about me. The media thought that being kidnapped was all it would have taken to make the savage kid from the UA Sports Festival to switch sides. Do you have any idea what it feels like to realize the world is against you before you even have a chance to defend yourself against ignorant strangers?" "I know exactly how it feels, Bakugo. Many pros go through the same treatment." "Sure, but most pros don't have to deal with the added weight of being the reason their symbol of peace is out of commission." Aizawa stopped himself from reacting outwardly. "Barely. I knew it. All Might warned me he would blame himself, but for him to actually say it, he's been keeping this bottled up for some time, hasn't he?" Before the teacher could say anything though, Bakugo resumed his try. "And now people will forever associate me with All Might's retirement. His downfall, people are calling it. I caused that." At the hint of shock in Aizawa's gaze, Bakugo scoffed. "You can't tell me you didn't already know. Hell, plenty of people blamed me for it the day it happened. It was all over the news, radio, and newspapers for weeks afterwards. I wasn't aware of this." The teacher kicked himself over the news. "I'm so against the media as a whole I barely took a look at anything not concerning All Might's decision to stay at UA. As a teacher, how could we have missed something so ugly being thrown at one of our students? It's my fault anyway, isn't it? They're all right, because I was too weak to stop myself from getting kidnapped. It's just like the sludge incident all over again," he explained brokenly. His head turned from side to side as he spat out the words on his mind, red eyes hidden from view due to his bowed head. "All because of that stupid attack. The media has been on my ass viewing me as a victim since before I was even admitted into UA. I'm sure they were thrilled to hear the report months later that I was one of the people All Might rescued during the USJ attack. I was listed as a damsel in distress again. Those vultures eat that shit up. And at the sports festival, the media flipped from viewing me as an unfortunate victim to an unhinged delinquent. I got chained up on live television." Aizawa winced internally. He remembered Principal Nedzu deciding to put quirk-suppressing handcuffs on Bakugo after he'd been knocked out by Midnight's quirk. He'd stopped listening after that. It wasn't until he heard Yamato laughing like a hyena that he'd noticed Bakugo had been muzzled and attached to a cement block for all of Japan. No, the entire world to see. Honestly, he'd been pissed to see his student treated that way, especially because despite how unnecessarily aggressive the boy was being, his feelings were valid. Bakugo had been livid after his fight with Todoroki. In his perspective, it was all a matter of respect. Todoroki hadn't given him what Bakugo felt like was appropriate respect for a competitor. Because without fighting at his full strength, the win didn't come fairly. Sure, he won, but did it really count as a win when his opponent wasn't really trying? Did it count when his opponent was too caught up in his personal troubles to provide a fair fight? It would have felt like a meaningless victory, the medal but a plastic participation ribbon. Did no one stop to think how the media would view that as? They freaking talked about me for weeks like I was a rabid dog, making crazy assumptions about my parents too while they were at it. Talk shows bet I'd be kicked out for violent behavior before the end of the first semester. So many people thought I looked like a villain out there, including the stupid hand-covered asswipe acting as the leader of the League of Villains. He took a quick breather as if attempting to calm down, but his hands were still beginning to shake. You know, Auntie Inko was appalled seeing me muzzled like an animal. My own mother. She passed it off as attitude adjustment. If my own mother thinks being chained up or kidnapped is what I need to become a better, stronger person, then what am I supposed to do? I'll never be good like Deku. I'll never be strong like All Might. I'll never be likable like Kirishima. I'll never be enough for anyone, not even myself. So I can't change, he finished determinedly. His voice was becoming raw from going to screaming to talking with so much emotion. No matter how much I try, not only will the entire world be against me, but so will everyone who knows the truth about how shitty of a person I am. None of them will ever see me in another way ever again. Even if I try to become a better person, it won't mean shit because I can't take back any of the things I did. Deku can forgive me and Kirishima can pretend to give me another chance, but in the end I'll still be treated as the jerk who told a classmate to kill himself. A bully who beat up the nicest kid in school and ruined his childhood. I don't want forgiveness, sensei. Not if I know I don't fucking deserve it. Silence settled upon the room. Aizawa could only stare at Bakugo's now slumping form. The boy's hands curling into his own spiky hair as if ripping it out would stop the whirlwind of thoughts going through his head. Bakugo. The only sign he was listening was the slight hunching of his shoulders. He sighed. Bakugo, I'm going to tell you a story from my first year at UA. Still no reaction, he noted. Aizawa went on anyway. There was once a boy who had failed the exam to get into the hero course. Like many others, he had known his quirk wasn't flashy or suited for combat against robots. And despite rescuing a few competitors, the amount of rescue points he'd acquired wasn't enough to pull ahead of those with more offensive or destructive quirks. He was put into the general studies course, as he'd applied there as a backup plan, but he was bitter. He wanted to be a hero. On a whim, he scouted the students who had been accepted into the hero course to see what kind of people he'd been up against. Do you know what he saw? Instead of seeing a class full of the next generation of aspiring heroes, he saw a class of ambitionless teenagers with powerful quirks. In particular, one kid stood out. Some obnoxious kid who couldn't throw a punch to save his life, enjoying his time in the hero course like it was the easiest, most fun class ever. He didn't seem to take anything seriously. Imagine that. This cockatoo-haired moron beat me at getting into the hero course. At that, Bakugo titled his head up slightly. Now he was at least a little bit interested in the story. I resented the kid. He made me mad with how carelessly he treated being in the top hero course in the country. Because I was so filled with bitterness and resentment, though, I made a rookie mistake. When we were in the second stage of our first year sports festival, I decided to do something to teach him a lesson. I used my quirk to deactivate his own quirk during combat. It wasn't against the rules, mind you, yet what happened afterwards reminded me how easy it is to hurt others with your quirk. How easy it is to let negative feelings needlessly hurt others around you. Because I had cancelled out his quirk, he was injured. Badly. Does that sound like an action of a future hero? Hurting others needlessly to make yourself feel better, or to getting revenge on those who had nothing to do with your own misfortune. The moment the boy went down, I immediately knew why I wasn't good enough to get into the hero course yet. My heart wasn't ready. I realized I hadn't been fighting as a hero to be, but as a petty teenager who was mad at the world for not recognizing my potential. I almost dropped out of the competition before the final battle tournament. However, the idiot I indirectly harmed talked me out of it. It's my fault you were hurt so badly, a young Aizawa admitted. Before him, the figure on the hospital bed listened with obvious confusion as he recounted what had happened in the stadium. I was bitter and foolish. I can only hope my apology and intention to drop out of the final event will be enough for you to forgive my selfish action. He'd been about to walk out of there when all of a sudden an amplified voice nearly made him jump out of his skin. Heyyyyy. No hard feelings, pal. I forgive you. Aizawa blinked. Really? Just like that? Of course, man. You seem genuinely sorry. And hey, if I were you, I wouldn't give up my spot in the bracket. You're from general studies, right? You're the only one not from the hero course to make it into the finals. To give up your spot now would be an insult to your entire course, man. But you're hurt because of me. The broken ribs, concussion, internal bleeding, and shattered arm were besides the cuts and bruises. How can you justify me participating further when I don't act like a student deserving to be in the hero course in the first place? The blonde rolled his eyes. I'm not saying what you did was cool, man, because it wasn't. I'm saying that you should keep competing because if you are strong enough to make it to the top, then when we become classmates we can work towards becoming heroes together. It was just one slip in judgment, right, Aizawa-kun? There's no need to kick yourself too harshly for one mistake. Believe me, I make mistakes every day and somehow I haven't been kicked out of the hero course yet. I ended up winning that tournament. Aizawa finished. I transferred into the hero course shortly after, and that idiot became someone I would regard as a lifelong friend. He was even the one that gave me my hero name. However, had I chosen not to participate, things might have turned out differently. Do you understand what I'm getting at here? Bakugo remained quiet for quite some time. Finally, he let out a long exhale of air. I guess that story was your way of telling me even future heroes screw up. That's partially correct. The blonde looked away. What you did was an accident though. You didn't know he would end up getting really hurt. Aizawa shook his head. I knew my actions would end with him being hurt in some way, which is wrong regardless if he only wound up with a scrape or a broken neck. Whatever, the younger waved off. I get what you're saying, but the difference is I did that kind of shitty thing nearly every day growing up. Isn't it too late for redemption? Bakugo, why didn't you join the League of Villains? He froze for a moment, almost looking like he was going to be sick. It was only after a couple more seconds that his eyes shifted from being wide with surprise to narrowed in frustration. The question had thrown him off guard slightly. What did that have to do with anything? Because I want to win like All Might. I want to be the #1 hero. One even better than All Might because I'll never lose. I can't do that by joining a band of murderers and psychopaths. I see. Suddenly he was standing up, a look in his eyes Bakugo couldn't quite decipher. Well, it looks like our session is over. What the hell are you talking about? We've got at least 10 more minutes. Are you saying you'd like to stay and discuss her feelings? Bakugo clenched his fists. No, but you didn't. That's what I thought. He cut off dismissively. Now off with you. I have a few things to attend to before lunch period ends. Muttering under his breath, the angry teenager stomped towards the door. However, just as he reached it, Aizawa said his name. Begrudgingly, Bakugo gave a short response. What? Your question about redemption. Perhaps you should ask someone whose opinion you trust more, because if it were up to me I would say your potential for change is far higher than you give yourself credit for. Thanks. Hello, Auntie. A short moment of silence passed before a noise of realization passed through the phone from the elder Midoriya's lips. Oh, Katsuki, is that really you? Yeah, this is my cell, but I guess you wouldn't know what my number is. There was a small laugh on the other line. No, I'm afraid I only have your mother's home phone and cell number. Never mind that though. Is something the matter? Yeah. When he didn't elaborate, he heard a soft sigh from the other line. Katsuki, yes, Auntie, can you please tell me what's going on in that head of yours? You're worse than Izuku when it comes to bottling up your thoughts and feelings. Talking will make you feel better, I promise. A moment of silence, and then, do you think I can still be a hero? Dear, what do you mean? Enko seemed confused. The school agreed to lift suspension once you. That's not what I'm asking. I get that apologizing to Izuku would allow me to go back to class, but what I want to know is if you truly believe if I can be a hero after what I did to him. Of course you can. Bakugo seemed to choke at her immediate response. What? I said of course you can be a hero, Katsuki. While I haven't completely forgiven you for the pain you put my son through, I do know you're also a boy who is still learning. Both you and Izuku are too young for me to allow either of you to give up on your dreams because of past mistakes or wavering confidence. But I was an asshole, Bakugo argued, his voice sounding strained and watery. Was he on the verge of crying? I still am. You're Mitsuki's son, yes, but that doesn't mean you can't change for the better. Do you truly believe someone who has done bad things should be condemned as a bad person? Forever. Sweetie, I was young once too. While I didn't act like you or your firecracker of a mother, we did get into trouble every now and then. I had my fair share of drama too. Anyway, what I'm getting at is I would never bar you from making personal improvements. I won't forget what you did, but I won't give up on you either. I believe that once this is all over things will be different between you and Izuku. Won't they? I don't know. Yes, you do, and Ko pushed gently. At school is helping both of you grow and mature for the better. I was hesitant recently, but something keeps telling me you're in good hands. Have you made any progress talking to Izuku? No, why not? I haven't been able to figure out what to say to him. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Anger isn't going to solve anything. I know that. He snapped. I mean, damn it, I'm sorry for yelling. Do you know he called me Bakugo the other day? Really? Not Kaken like he's been calling you since preschool? Yeah, he must really be growing up then. Bakugo felt a pang in his chest at that, but he squashed that feeling quickly. I think maybe this situation just calls for you to talk to him without going through anything rehearsed, she continued. You've only been able to express your truest feelings to him from what I can guess. If you just try to talk to him without letting your anger rule you, then I believe you'll both find the solution to your problems. Thanks for the advice, Auntie. I'll give it a try. You're welcome, Katsuki. Oh, and one last thing. If you hurt my baby again, I'll be having a word with you. Is that clear? Yes, Auntie. He would never admit it, but getting threatened by Inko was so much worse than any other alternative. Day 10 of Bakugo's suspension. Hey, Izuku. The greenette froze mid-step. After slowly putting his foot down, Izuku turned to look at Bakugo with wide eyes. From where the blonde stood in the doorway of the kitchen, preventing anyone else from walking in, it seemed like he was trying his best to act as non-threatening as possible. Tonight after curfew, meet me outside the dorm. We need to talk. Hold on, Izuku scrambled to say as the other made to leave. Why can't we talk in one of our rooms? Bakugo pinched the bridge of his nose like he was dealing with a child who was asking too many questions. Or maybe a question he didn't know the answer to. Just true, because as much as I wish I could hold a conversation with you at a level volume, your face pisses me off so much I don't trust myself not to start yelling. He quickly recovered from what he was about to say. You don't want Sparkles, goth boy, and the pervert to wake up, would you? Well, no, but if we're going to be leaving the dorm after curfew, we might both get in trouble. If you start yelling, the security robots will pick us up on their sensors. You're already on thin ice as it is, so if that happens you might be. The word expelled went unspoken. I know, all right. Just be outside when I told you. With that, the blonde retreated from the room, leaving Izuku to watch his back as he left. Deku-kun, if that's what happened, then I don't think you should go. Uraraka pressed. Ida nodded in agreement. Not only would you be breaking the rules, but I don't trust Bakugo not to let his anger get the better of him. I will not be able to live with myself if I allowed you to go only for him to harm you. Izuku sighed. You're both right. I'll have to convince him tomorrow that if he wants to talk to me, we have to do it my way. Excellent, the class president said, a proud smile on his face. Now that we're done here, I suggest we all go to bed. We have an early morning study session to prepare for the math test Monday. Ugh, but Ida-kun, it's Saturday. Sunday mornings are meant to be slept away. Uraraka bemoaned. I'm sorry, but it had been decided that 9 o'clock. After a couple minutes of banter, Ida left to settle in for the night. Izuku was about to do the same when a slender hand grabbed his own crooked one. When he turned around, his green eyes met soft brown. So close, his mind shouted as he blushed. A similar pink crept onto Uraraka's face as she looked from her hand in his to the nervous look on his face. With an awkward laugh, she let go of his hand and waved her own around frantically. Sorry about that. I just wanted to get your attention before you rushed upstairs. She looked away momentarily before biting her lip. I wanted to stop you because, well, I have a feeling you're going to talk to Bakugo tonight anyway. You just gave up quickly in order to put Ida-kun's mind at ease, didn't you? Yeah, Izuku admitted without a fight. He had a feeling Uraraka would have guessed his plan. I know you don't want me to, but I think Bakugo really does want to talk this time. He called me Izuku. He hasn't called me anything close to that since before preschool. I want to give him this chance, Uraraka-chan. The brunette frowned, but nodded understandingly. I guess I won't stop you. I trust you to stand up for yourself from now on. However, if he hurts you again, I won't be upset when he gets expelled. Izuku let out a relieved breath, a smile lighting up his face as he flashed a grateful look to his friend. Thank you. You don't know this, but despite Bakugo and I knowing each other for the longest time, we've never really talked things out. I think if it goes well tonight, it will have been long overdue. Uraraka smiled softly. Then, without warning, she pulled the boy before her into a spine-cracking hug. Good luck out there, Deku-kun. Thanks. He practically shrieked with a red face. Now, can you let go of me, please? By the time he snuck outside, Bakugo had been waiting for nearly 15 minutes. Took you long enough, the spiky-haired teenager grumbled before pushing himself away from the front of the building he'd been leaning against. Follow me. Izuku tilted his head, confused. Follow you? To where? Rolling his eyes, Bakugo refused to answer and instead gestured for the other boy to come along. Izuku responded with an exasperated eye roll of his own, but of course Bakugo was facing the opposite direction and didn't see it. Nevertheless, Izuku followed him. They couldn't be going too far, could they? Several minutes later, they were walking into a building within ground beta. The building looked familiar to Izuku, yet it was only after seeing the scorch marks and broken rock that it clicked. Entering a room with the ceilings above it blown out only confirmed it further. This is where we fought back in the beginning of the school year, Izuku stated. Bakugo looked upwards to the broken concrete. His features relaxed, his aura somber as he looked around the room. It was only after a long pause that he went from inspecting the room and thought to facing Izuku once more. I come here a lot to train, he began. This is the place where I lost to you for the first time, fair and square. It drives me to work harder so that it never happens again. However, I also come here to think. Izuku watched as the blonde began to slowly walk towards the broken window where he'd stood his ground during the hero versus villain fight. Do you remember when you first wanted to be a hero? The question would have caught him off guard if he didn't remember the answer to it as vividly as if it were just yesterday. Of course I do, the Greenette replied. It was after watching All Might's debut video. We were 4. Don't you remember? Of course I do. You wouldn't stop ranting about All Might this and All Might that for days, saying you wanted to make people smile and feel safe just like him. I remember watching the news with you just to see what the hell the big deal was about the guy. How amazing could one hero be that you suddenly wanted to become a hero so badly? He was amazing, sure. But what pissed me off about the whole situation was that even after you were diagnosed quirkless, he still captivated you so much that you decided you could be a hero regardless. No one else's opinion mattered anymore. Some guy you watched through a television screen mattered more to you than me. The Greenette frowned. Bakugo, I don't think you. Shut up, Izuku. I was your whole fucking world. And my 4-year-old self liked it so much that when he became your idol it all just fell apart. Bakugo hung his head. Izuku's jaw dropped. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. Until, I hated listening to you rant about becoming a goddamn hero. You wanted to do it for all the right reasons, while I just wanted the glory. The day you came back to school diagnosed quirkless was the day I felt relieved. Because I knew you would finally give up. But you didn't, he growled. You told everyone you would be like All Might regardless if you had a quirk or not. It pissed me off so much, he raised his voice slightly, yet managed to keep his anger in check. You wouldn't just leave being a hero to those with strong quirks like me. Even after I announced I would be the strongest hero, the next #1 hero, you didn't care. You just kept dreaming on day after day despite every beatdown. Bakugo turned around to meet Izuku's wide emerald eyes with his own ruby ones. His mouth was set in a thin line as he prepared his next words carefully. Your passion, it scared me, he admitted quickly. Not that I cared about what happened to you or anything. No, you had something I didn't. You have something I don't. You care about people and would be willing to do anything for anyone at the expense of your life. Even bastards who don't deserve your kindness, you'd protect and save them just like anyone else. I can't guarantee I'd do the same. It's no wonder All Might saw something in you. Izuku's heart pounded. What do you mean? The blonde made a noise of disbelief, locking eyes with Izuku's meaningfully. I'm not going to risk anything by saying it here. And I expect some sort of story later, but I know you've got All Might in your corner. It's obvious to anyone who sees you two together. Neither of you dumbasses is good at sneaking around. By the way, if you want to keep it a secret that you're obviously his successor, then I'd be a bit more subtle. But that's not the reason you brought me out here, Izuku countered. He wanted to change the topic as fast as possible. It seemed like Bakugo understood how important the relationship between All Might and him was. But he would rather be safe than sorry. That's right. He looked outside to the dark cityscape. After a long breath, he turned to Izuku once more. At his sides his fingers curled into his palms almost painfully. I came out here to ask you something. What is it? His teeth clenched, but he didn't speak. Izuku tried again. Bakugo, shut up, nerd. I'll speak when I'm good and ready. A pause. And then, do you think I can be a hero? Izuku couldn't believe his ears. Of all the questions he could have asked, he chose that one. Fate must have a sense of humor, he thought. What? You heard me. After everything I've done to you, after ultimately ending All Might's career, do you feel like He didn't end All Might's career. The Greenette immediately defended. He would have retired soon anyway. I won't ask you how you know that, but that excuse doesn't cut it. I was still rescued by him because I was too weak to prevent myself from getting kidnapped in the first place. And I was too weak to save you. Because I overused my quirk and hurt my arms, I wasn't able to grab you in time. I could have prevented it too. I never asked for you to try to save me. It doesn't matter if you wanted to be saved or not, Izuku countered, taking a few steps closer to where Bakugo stood a couple yards away. Part of being a hero is meddling when you don't need to. Ugh, this is why I hate you. You butt your head into other people's business. Do you even realize what would have happened if you'd reached that warp gate? With the state you were in, Shigaraki would have killed you. Izuku faltered. You don't know that, he argued half-heartedly. Yes, I do. He would have killed you, or his master would have made you wish you were dead. But you're avoiding my question. Bakugo took a few steps toward Izuku. They were only a couple of feet apart now. I need to know if you believe I can be a hero after all I've done. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. I need to hear it from you. All the times I told you that you could never be a hero. This is your chance to make me eat my words. I'll go to Nedzu myself and tell him to just kick me out. What? But you've worked so hard to be here. All those hours of practice and studying. You can't just... If you of all people don't think I can be a hero, then there's no point in continuing here any longer. Part of Izuku felt touched, like his opinion actually mattered to Bakugo. But another part of him just felt frustration at the blonde's words. You're being an idiot, the Greenette said angrily. Where would I be if I listened to the opinions of people around me? Not here, that's for sure. You can't seriously think my opinion of you is the deciding factor at whether or not you have the potential to be a hero. It almost sounds like. Izuku suddenly felt a flash of déjà vu. I need to know. Is it possible to become a hero without a quirk? Could I ever hope to be someone like you? It was like being on that rooftop all over again. Izuku could be cruel and tell Bakugo no, leaving him to feel like Izuku did when All Might told him to dream smaller. Or he could tell him what he truly felt. He took a deep breath. The choice was obvious. Kaken. Bakugo's eyes widened at the return of his nickname. But he didn't have a chance to speak before Izuku continued. You said earlier you were upset when I started looking up to All Might instead of you. What I don't think you understand is that while I looked to him for inspiration, I was always looking at you too. His light was always there to guide me, but yours. Your sheer amazingness was absolutely blinding. Even when you treated me cruelly, I never turned away from you. To me, you were already a hero long before we went to UA. I never meant to outrun you once we got here either. I needed to catch up since I started training my quirk a lot later than you. I'd spent our entire childhood running behind you, and now I'm finally catching up. But I don't want to grow stronger without you, Kaken. My entire life you've helped me become stronger regardless if it was done through less desirable means. How could I possibly continue here without you being here as well? Izuku walked forwards until he was close enough to stretch his hand out to his rival. You can still be a hero, Kaken. We can grow stronger together here at UA. And even if we're not friends, maybe we can be rivals? Bakugo glanced at the outstretched hand with red eyes full of fire. Also, Izuku continued wryly, you can start calling me Deku again. It's honestly weird hearing you call me Izuku. And, well, Deku is the name of a hero. Fine. A hand clasped Izuku's, and soon after that, I'm sorry, Deku. Izuku closed his eyes even as his face split into a smile. He knew he'd made the right decision. Thank you for the apology, Kaken. I forgive you. From the shadows, neither of them would know Aizawa had witnessed the entire exchange until much later. It wouldn't stop either of them from attending weekly counseling sessions for the remainder of the year, but it would allow them to move forward. Epilogue. Attending class again was rough for Bakugo. He took the silent treatments and sour looks in stride, because he knew he deserved it. It helped that somehow Izuku had convinced Ida and Uraraka to act normally around him as possible. Izuku was surprisingly considerate as well, giving Bakugo his space but also offering him a couple words of encouragement here and there. And then lunch period rolled around. Where the hell should I sit? He thought to himself sullenly. I'd usually sit with Kirishima and the other morons. But there's no way in hell they'd let me sit with them. Pinky is still glaring daggers at me and Sparky won't look me in the eye. Kirishima still hasn't said a word to me. He's still probably upset even though I apologized to Deku like he wanted. I guess I could sit near Deku's nerd herd, but I don't want to push it. Maybe it'd just be easier to find an empty table. Hey, Bakugo, said Blonde couldn't believe his ears. Kirishima, he whipped his head around, and the familiar redhead could be seen waving from their usual table. Beside him was an empty spot across from Siro, Kaminari, and Mina. Yeah, dude, been out of class so long that you forgot where you usually eat. Get over here, man. Bakugo wasted a second wondering if he was going crazy, but the hopeful look on Kirishima's face made him realize he'd been wrong in his prior thinking. It didn't seem like his friend was upset with him any longer. I'll telling you, he'll forgive you. Izuku's voice rang in his mind as he made to sit next to Kirishima. Bakugo brushed off the thought that he was actually happy to be wrong. Likewise, no one mentioned the small smile that graced the blonde's face when Kirishima threw a friendly arm around him. Perhaps things could change after all. Izuku cursed his own bad luck. How was he supposed to face his classmates like this? Just go on in, Mirio encouraged from where they both stood outside the door to their class. The final class of the day, Foundational Hero Studies, had just begun. Within a couple minutes the class would be making their way to the locker rooms to get into their hero gear. I'm sure they'll just think it's funny. After all, it makes sense one of Eraserhead's problem children would have the luck to run into someone with a gender-bending quirk on his first patrol with his senpai. That's what I'm afraid of. The Greenette sighed, tugging at his uniform uncomfortably. He still couldn't believe Recovery Girl had given them both a girl's uniform. It's all I have at hand, I'm afraid, she'd apologized. To be fair, I've sent many of boys out of my office in skirts because they horseplayed their uniforms into ruin. While yours simply won't fit correctly, it would still be better to wear these until you're back to normal and can wear yours properly. While Mirio didn't seem to mind the skirt in the slightest, Izuku's legs felt strangely bare, and his shirt felt too tight despite it being much looser than his usual uniform shirt. With a pout, he finally placed a defeated hand on the doorknob. I guess I'll just have to deal with this. I can't miss class or else I'll risk getting behind again. That's the spirit. The blonde third year cheered before slapping Izuku's back good-naturedly. I have class of my own to get back to though, so I'll see you during your free period tomorrow then. Or perhaps I'll stop by during your lunch period to see how you're doing. We'll see. He mumbled as he made to walk away. I really hope this wears off by tomorrow like they predicted. If I have to spar in this form, I'll need to be super careful. It's not my willy I'll be flashing if my clothes fall off. Izuku's sweat dropped. He hadn't even thought about the third year's dilemma. Good luck with that, Mirio-senpai. See you later. He waved goodbye to his senpai with a slender hand before taking a deep breath. It's now or never. Opening the door with closed eyes, Izuku spit out a quick apology as he stepped into the room and bowed respectfully. I apologize for being late for class, Aizawa-sensei. Mirio-senpai and I got set back in Recovery Girl's office after a small-time prankster with a quirk called Genderbend sort of hit us with her quirk. It is supposed to wear off by tomorrow afternoon, but he was cut off by a chorus of surprised screams. Whoa, is that Midoriya? Deku-kun. Oh my goodness, what happened? Holy crap, Midoriya as a girl is so cute. Midori. What the hell, Deku? Those boobs aren't very big, but damn Midoriya, you still make for a sexy chick. Can I touch them? The wave of chatter settled down when Aizawa's eyes lit up. Sit down, he ordered as he activated his quirk. Within seconds everyone had quieted, leaving the teacher to acknowledge the nervous Izuku standing in the doorway blushing like mad. As for you, Midoriya, if you feel it best to head back to the dorms early today, I will understand. Otherwise, please grab your hero costume from the boys' locker room while we're all still in here, and change in the teacher's lounge instead. Seeing as you're still a boy regardless of body and will be back to normal tomorrow, I don't believe you'd feel comfortable changing in the girls' locker room. With the amount of immaturity in the room, I don't want you changing in the boys' locker room either. He sent a hard glare to Minta's direction. Izuku nodded, suddenly relieved the teacher wasn't mad she was late. I'll just go grab my hero costume now then. I don't want to miss class when I can still function normally. Good. Ida, Aizawa gestured towards Izuku. Escort Midoriya to the locker room and bring him to the teacher's lounge directly after. I'll be there shortly to make sure it's empty for his use. Yes, sir. As the class representative, I will make sure Midoriya's dignity is protected at all costs. Please kill me now, Izuku thought to himself as Ida gave him a textbook rundown of the female anatomy he now possessed. Today couldn't end soon enough. I'm sure you look fine, Deku-kun. Uraraka coaxed her friend from the other side of the teacher's lounge door. She'd switched escort duty with Ida after changing into her own hero gear. Her blue-haired friend saying something about Izuku maybe needing help with his costume. What it ended up being was actually Izuku not wanting his classmates to see him in his gear. I don't know. The timid voice of the greenette came from behind the closed door. It sounded even more timid than usual with how his voice had been affected by the body change. My costume was already a little tight in places, but now, without warning, Izuku finally opened the door. He stuck his head out first before stepping out with a blush. His now shoulder-length green hair, which was being kept in a ponytail to avoid him getting it in his face, whipped around as he turned his head quickly in embarrassment, a gloved hand clutching his chest loosely. It seemed his costume was a bit more form-fitting than usual. It seemed particularly tighter at the chest and hips. Uraraka winced. Oh, that's what you're worried about. I mean, it's honestly not that bad, Deku-kun. Su-chan and my costume are just as tight. At least the material your costume is made out of isn't super thin or revealing. True, I just don't want people staring at me is all. No one will be staring at you, she began, only to reconsider her statement. Well, they'll probably stare for a little bit, but it shouldn't last long. Except for Minta. If he bothers you though, just say the word and either Tsu-chan or Gyro will teach him a lesson. Izuku laughed at the pose Uraraka struck as she made her threat. Thanks, Uraraka-chan. I guess I'm ready to head to the training grounds then. Great, let's go before Ada-kun lectures us about the importance of being on time. Oh no, again. Class went on as normal, although with a lot more lewd comments from Minta. Minta-kun, Izuku stated tersely as they ran side by side down the hall of the factory they were infiltrating. Their trio only had 10 minutes to steal top-secret information and get out without the hero team catching them. Hagakure had run ahead of them, using her stealth to her advantage. Izuku and Minta planned on being decoys. I'd appreciate if you could stop making comments about my body. It's making me very uncomfortable. Besides, I'm going to be my normal male self tomorrow anyway, so. The purple-haired hero in training rolled his eyes. Dude, it's not my fault you got hit by a quirk that makes you much more attractive than normal. But if it's creeping you out, I'll stop. On one condition, that is. He stopped running, which made Izuku stop as well. Fine. What condition? The greenette relented half-mindedly as he listened for either Todoroki, Bakugo, or Kaminari. He suspected one or two of them would be guarding the room with the flash drive and the remaining would be after them. But with Bakugo on their team, you never knew. One squeeze. No, but you're still a dude at heart, so I don't get what the big deal. The sound of explosions cut him off. Izuku quickly got into a fighting stance, eyes scanning the way they had just come. From around a corner they hadn't decided to go down, flashing lights could be seen and nitroglycerin could be smelled. "Let's run away," Minta nearly shouted in a panic, his voice being muffled at the last moment by a hesitant greenette. "No, I think he's just trying to scare us into going farther this way. They aren't allowed to do too much damage to the building." Which means not only would Kaken using his quirk randomly be silly, but Kaminari and Todoroki are going to have to hold back as well. He's probably just trying to pinpoint Hagakir's location. "Let's just hide here for a moment." "Where? That maniac is getting closer and there's nowhere to go." Izuku looked up and smirked. "That's where you're wrong. Minta-kun, can you climb up there really quick? I have a plan." Barely a minute later, a vigilant Bakugo trudged down the hall. His telltale scowl was already on his face as he lit small explosions every now and then. It helped light up some of the dimmer corners of the halls, the factory not having very good lighting as it was. This was exactly the reason he was finally able to catch a sliver of movement from down the hall. "Bingo," Bakugo smiled cruelly. Instead of pretending to not notice Izuku, the blonde ran forward with a battle cry of Deku, before propelling himself around the corner. Instantly he was treated to a glowing feint. The right hook never came, Izuku using the chance to slip past Bakugo and back down the hall. "Nice try, Kaken," he taunted with a playful grin. "But you'll have to be quicker than that. You think you're so fast. I'll show you, nerd." Two huge explosions sent Bakugo rocketing down the hallway, making Izuku use full cowling to barely roll out of the way in time. Even after getting out of the way in time, he didn't have a moment to rest. He evaded another 2 punches, a kick, and a vicious knee to the gut when a sudden chill made Izuku curse inwardly. Todoroki had arrived. Frost sped towards Izuku's feet, and it would have captured him if not for fast reflexes. Now the greenette had to hop around explosions and pillars of ice like a rabbit running for his life. The odds weren't looking too good. "I hope Hagakir finds the flash drive soon." "Stop playing games, Deku." "Yes, Midoriya, you might want to step up your game. You seem to be at a great disadvantage." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "What makes you say that, Todoroki-kun? Your teammates are nowhere to be seen." "Is that so?" Suddenly a particularly large, yet pinpointed explosion sent a pillar of Todoroki's ice shattering. The chucks that rained onto Izuku did so at almost point-blank range. Said force of the blast sent Izuku rolling backwards right into Todoroki's chest. Literally, as in Todoroki hadn't been expecting that sort of blast either. And Izuku's sudden appearance in his arms had been something of a reflex. Catching him was better than them colliding, right? "Todoroki-kun," Izuku shouted, quickly kicking his way out of the dual-haired boy's arms. "We're supposed to be fighting." The fire and ice user blinked in confusion. "I didn't mean to catch you. It just happened. We were both going to fall down otherwise, so." "You useless half-and-half bastard," Bakugo shouted as he ran towards them. "You're supposed to be pounding him into the dirt. I gave you a perfect opportunity to trap him with your ice, and you let him go. Maybe if you'd stuck to the plan I would have been more prepared." Besides, a grate popped off the wall above them, the sound of it clattering to the ground crashing Todoroki's train of thought. Secret attack, purple rain. All of a sudden dozens of Minta's sticky balls were sent raining across the hall. Izuku would have smirked. Her plan at distracting them had worked, but she hadn't accounted on being in the range of fire. It was all she could do but curse inwardly as she tried to evade the purple balls coming towards her. Todoroki was out of luck. A good 7 balls landing on him almost comically before Izuku kicked him in the chest to get him stuck to the wall. Trapping Bakugo on the other hand, it wasn't that easy. "You think a couple of these shitty-ass grapes will stop me?" Bakugo raged after a ball landed on one of his gauntlets and another on his shoulder. "I won't go down as easy as Ice Hot over there." True to his word, he didn't go down nearly as easily. No, Izuku commended his childhood friend for fighting without getting the sticky substances on him too close to anything to stick to. He also commended Minta, who kept throwing balls at Bakugo from above. He managed to get one on the palm of his left hand as well as on his mask. And then things went wrong. Deku, after getting particularly close, Bakugo reached out to grab Izuku by the shirt. Sadly, he forgot how much less fabric was there. Basically, all Bakugo ended up doing was awkwardly groping a red-faced Izuku. "K Kaken, you pervert." With that, Izuku's arm lit up with the power of One for All. Before Bakugo could even widen his eyes, a super-powered hand collided with his face in a dreadful smack. He was sent flying into the metal wall of the facility, red eyes burning with anger as he coughed up a small amount of blood. "What the hell was that for? It's not like I meant to fool. Bakugo, I suggest you apologize to Midoriya. What you did, even as an accident, was technically sexual harassment. Shut it half and half, you're literally stuck to the wall. And you're embedded in one. How come he gets to touch the merchandise but I can't?" Minta wailed from the edge of the vent. Izuku, Todoroki, and Bakugo simultaneously turned to the grape-themed hero in annoyance. "Shut up." Kaminari's electric-induced state of stupidity made its appearance. Everyone in the room stopped their squabbling. "Wait, this dumbass was supposed to be guarding the flash drive," Bakugo commented. If he's here. Todoroki trailed off. A buzzer sounded then, making Izuku breathe a sigh of relief. The villain team wins. Eyeing himself in the mirror he'd been handed, Izuku nodded in appreciation. Wow, thanks for braiding my hair, Tsu-chan. The shorter brunette trilled happily. No problem, Midoriya-kun. It got pretty messed up during that fight, but it should be more manageable now. As long as you keep the ponytail in, it should last until you change back tomorrow. That's great, because a sudden pain blossomed in the back of his head. It was so unexpected that it took him a moment to realize someone had elbowed him. Hey, Mina shouted, standing up in defense of her little sister Midori. You're that annoying kid from Class 1B. Who do you think you are going around hitting our friend? Monomer rolled his eyes, waving an arm out dramatically in a mock-elegant fashion. Sorry, I almost didn't recognize him. You look different. Midoriya, was it? Oh right, I heard you got your senpai. One of the big three, hit by a quick that turned both of you into the opposite gender. Class 1 just keeps causing trouble, doesn't it? Izuku opened his mouth to defend himself, but it quickly closed when he noticed the muscled figure standing behind the haughty blonde. Monoma saw his failure to talk as a form of admittance and quickly continued his rant about how troublesome their class was. I mean seriously, not only did people from your class get in trouble for fighting on the first day back from the license exam, but, excuse me, talkative one. What's your name? Monoma turned around in confusion, eyes roaming the charismatic blonde in half recognition. I'm Monoma, but a better question would be who are you? You look familiar. A large smile lit up Mirio's face. I'm Midoriya-kun's senpai. I was on my way to check on him when I noticed you hitting him on the head. Not very heroic. You know, the currently muscled female continued with the same smile. What would happen if you copied my quick and used it without proper training? Would you just keep falling through the earth until your quirk's time limit ran out? Would you fall and then fling yourself to the ceiling with the strength of mass times acceleration? Would you simply phase through your clothes? Either way, whatever happens sure sounds like it'd be fun to watch. Perhaps we should test it. Monomer realized he'd made a mistake picking on Izuku. With a far-fetched lie about their class president calling for him, he left Mirio shaking his head sadly. He's one of Class 1B's problem children, isn't he? I'll have to remember that when I speak to their class about internships in a couple weeks. Anywho, how goes it, Midoriya-kun? I managed not to flash my classmates during training today. Well, they saw my butt, but that's nothing they haven't seen before. Izuku and company listened with mild exasperation as Mirio told them the story of the first time he'd accidentally flashed Sir Night-Eye. Apparently he knew it was coming, and he'd tried to look away, but Bubble Girl had suddenly appeared with another pro-hero who, perhaps if he never stopped talking tomorrow, would be there in an instant. Hit number 1. Midoriya, a word. The greenette paused his conversation with Todoroki, eyes drifting over the shoulder of his friend to meet Aizawa's gaze. With a quick apology, Izuku slipped out of his seat and walked over to the teacher's desk. Around him, his classmates continued to work on the homework, only a couple curious students shooting glances at the cinnamon roll of the class. He stopped on the left side of the desk where Aizawa lay in his bright yellow sleeping bag. Sensei, you asked for me. A yawn. I did. This weekend is a 2-day weekend due to the school reconfiguring the electrical systems. Because classes are cancelled on Saturday and we usually have Sundays off anyway, most of your classmates will be taking this time to go home. Everyone else has asked for permission to leave UA premises for some reason or another, which leads to my question. What would you prefer to do? Would you like to remain in the dorms, or would you rather spend the weekend at the apartment? Oh, I forgot that was happening this weekend. Izuku rambled. I don't mind it either way, honestly. I mean, it might get a little lonely here, so if it's okay with you, the apartment might actually be the better choice, but I really don't want to impose on you despite the fact you keep telling me it's a non-issue. What do you? Apartment it is. Aizawa cut him off with a sigh. Go sit back down, Midoriya. I want 5 examples of hero law clashing with the first theory of the hero profession in the next 10 minutes. Izuku nodded rapidly. Yes, sensei. With that he rejoined Todoroki at his desk, the dual-haired boy tilting his head in confusion. Why did Aizawa-sensei want to talk with you about this weekend? Aren't you going home or taking a trip like some of our classmates? Oh, I am. I just hadn't asked for permission yet. Anyway, how many examples did we have? Todoroki let the subject drop, but in his head gears were turning. He'd heard Izuku ramble about imposing on their teacher. Was he not just going home to visit his mother? Surely she still wasn't on the trip she'd been on last month. Right. Hint number 2. Present Mike had taken the news of Izuku's situation harder than some of the other staff. Having worked with a wide variety of children during his career as a teacher, as he loved working with kids of all ages ever since he was a teenager, it always made his heart ache to know the less desirable details of his students' home lives, especially when that little listener's birthday was just around the corner. I'm telling you, Shota, we've got to do something to celebrate the kid's birthday. He's turning the big 1-6. I am well aware of how old he is, Hisashi. However, All Might has informed me that he would not like us drawing attention to it. Oh come on, why not? He didn't delve into the details, but he suspects Midoriya doesn't want his classmates to make a big deal out of it. Apparently it was just his mother and him celebrating his birthday for the most of his life. Not only would having his classmates find out be overwhelming, but it also might remind him that his mother won't be there this year. The two teachers lapsed into a heavy silence. One racked his brain for a solution, a way to make Midoriya's special day special without upsetting him, while the other felt another surge of anger at the whole situation. The latter was also the one to sigh, reaching into his pocket to pull out his cell phone. A couple of minutes later he put it away wordlessly. It wasn't until All Might entered the teacher's lounge with a grin on his face that present Mike realized Aizawa had been texting the retired hero. Shota, that's a wonderful idea. I'm sure he'll love that. All Might gestured excitedly. Aizawa hid a small smile under his capture weapon. Present Mike looked between the two comically. Wait, what did I miss? Shota here thought of a great idea for a birthday gift for young Midoriya. He didn't tell me squat. He whined, pointing at Aizawa accusingly. What is it? Tell me, tell me. All Might told him, and neither he nor Aizawa were prepared for the quirk-enhanced shout the voice hero would let out. Shota, you're a genius. You're going to be the best guardian ever. Midoriya won't even know what hit him. The glare that erased his quirk was bone-chilling. Keep your voice down, you idiot. Midoriya hasn't told his classmates about his change in guardianship yet, and I plan on keeping it to where he will be the one to tell them when he's ready. If you keep yelling like the natural loudmouth you are, people are going to overhear. Oh, said Loudmouth chuckled nervously. You're right. Sorry. All Might shook his head in amusement. A bickering Aizawa and present Mike were a common sight. I'm sure it's quite all right, Hisashi. Just try to be a little more discreet next time. Will do. On the other hand, none of them realized a student had been in the hallway during the time of present Mike's outburst. Kaminari, who'd just been on his way back to class after using the bathroom, had heard the entire thing. The yellow-haired hero blinked hard, a hand coming to hit himself upside the head. I must be hearing things, he tried to convince himself. There's no way Aizawa-sensei is Midoriya's guardian. That would mean something happened to his mom, which couldn't have happened because my dude hasn't said a word about her since her trip last month when Bakugo got mad about his mom not being able to contact her on her birthday, which means, oh no, it all adds up. Midoriya acting off since we moved into the dorms. His strange cover-ups at why he couldn't go home or contact his mom. What if something happened to her? What if she died? Kaminari hurried to class after that, panic settling in his mind. He needed to talk to one of his friends right away. Maybe one of them could help him make sense of what he'd just overheard. Hint #3. Class had just dismissed when Aizawa had motioned for him to hold back. Take this pass and go back to the dorms, Midoriya. The underground hero ordered with some disappointment. What? Why? Don't play dumb with me, you've been sick all morning. There's no way I'm allowing you to participate in battle training only for you to sneeze your way into a broken bone. But I don't feel that bad. Please let me go to All Might's class. I don't want to fall behind. You won't fall behind from missing one class. Also, if you don't feel so bad, then why do you keep squinting? You're also flushed. And don't think I didn't overhear Ada complaining that you didn't eat anything at lunch, lacking an appetite because you're nauseous, are you? I'm not. Izuku, don't lie to me. I don't have to be recovery girl to know you're showing signs of a migraine along with fever. Go back to the dorms and take it easy. The student deflated, any prospect of arguing fading. Yes, sensei. Izuku made to leave after taking the note from his teacher and guardian, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. I apologize for being so strict, he stated tiredly. It's honestly a challenge to separate disciplining you as a student versus a ward. I just don't want you falling further behind by participating in an environment where your health should be at its best. If you got hurt while sick, it would take even longer for you to get back to normal. I did not mean to seem harsh, the man finished with a sigh. It's fine, Aizawa. I know you're only concerned because you care. Izuku responded with a small smile before wincing. And, my head is killing me. His teacher shot him with a look of I knew it. I think some water and a nap would help. I will escort you to the dorms, okay. After that I'll check on you later tonight to make sure you're feeling better. If you're worse, I'm having recovery girl come to check you out. That's fair. As the two made their way out of the room, Izuku was embarrassed to realize Yaoyorozu and Gyro had been standing outside the classroom patiently. Had they heard their conversation? What can I help you with? Was all Aizawa would offer them. Crossing her arms agitatedly, Gyro ranted about how Minta found another hole between the locker rooms. I made something to fill the hole. Yaoyorozu continued politely as always, but I wanted to make sure it was all right with you two. Permission granted. Also feel free to tell Minta we'll be having another talk about his unheroic behaviors. With that, Aizawa made his way down the hall, glancing back only once to make sure Izuku was following. Even as the duo turned the corner, the two girls could only stare in confusion. Gyro met her friend's intelligent eyes with her own. Was it just me? Or did Aizawa-sensei call Midoriya by his first name? Hint number 4. The sound of a body breaking through water was what made Izuku react. Aoyama-kun. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove into the man-made lake that was the shipwreck zone. He'd known today's training would be difficult for some, but he'd been especially worried about Ida and Aoyama. Considering their hero costumes were largely made of metal, they'd been doing most of the fighting taking place on deck during their turns. This allowed others more suited for rescue to assist civilians onto lifeboats or stop major structural damage to the ship. And then the boat had tilted, Aoyama falling off the edge of the side railing as everyone else scrambled for purchase. Help! The blonde wailed as he struggled to stop himself from sinking. It managed to be the only word he got out before the weight of his armor combined with his waterlogged cape dragged him under. Luckily, he only sunk for a total of 2 seconds before Izuku made contact with the water, silently hoping Takoyami had seen the commotion from the other end of the boat and was on his way to assist. Aoyama, he screamed mentally, his eyes stinging as he tried to see through the dark water. It was all he could do to grab blindly ahead of him, a few stray sparks of one for all illuminating some of the metal that made up his friend's chest plate. With a strong kick, Izuku darted forward to grab onto the other boy's cape. All right, I got you. He pivoted in the water as fast as he could, pushing himself with the added weight of his classmate upward. His lungs burned as he broke the surface of the water. Takoyami-kun was the first thing he shouted. Take him. The greenette's eyes were still closed as he felt Aoyama get lifted from the water. Dark Shadow had scooped him up in record time, like he'd been waiting for the sparkling hero to come back up. As Izuku blinked the water out of his eyes, he quickly realized something was wrong. Why was he so close to the back of the boat now? And why did it feel like he was being pulled backwards? Why Midya, WCHT? All Might's garbled voice tried to warn him through the headpiece shorting out in his ear. Izuku made out Dark Shadow depositing Aoyama onto the deck, a worried Mina immediately taking off his armor and rubbing his back as he coughed up water. Takoyami turned his attention away from them a second later, saying something frantic to Dark Shadow. Wait, what had All Might been trying to warn him about? His split-second decision to turn his attention to his classmates caused him to miss the backside of the boat looming over him. Before he could react, he felt another tug from below. Suddenly, he was dragged under. Oh no, this must be the undercurrent. If I can just... The thought remained unfinished as his head struck the bottom of the ship hard, his mouth flying open in response to the pain only to fill with water. See crap. I need to. Izuku felt his vision darken just as he made out the sound of blades from the rushing water. He was getting close to the propeller. He needed to do something now, or else he might get brought in too close. The ship wasn't horribly big, but even the small propeller pushing the ship forward was highly dangerous. Unfortunately, the hit to the head was disorienting, and try as he might, he'd already swallowed a couple mouthfuls of water. I need to. The last thing he remembered was choking. Bubbles the last thing he saw before it went black. Young Midoriya. My boy, wake up. The greenette sat up with a start, his mouth opening to retch an unhealthy amount of water onto the ship floor. After a moment, he noticed Aoyama patting his back comfortingly. There were tears in the French boy's eyes as he burst out. I'm so glad you're okay, Ami. We were all so worried. Gee vous remercie for saving me back there. I am in your debt. You're welcome, I think. But you don't need to be indebted to me. Saving people is the right thing to. Another round of coughs interrupted him. Anyway, what happened after I got swept under? I know I hit my head. Then everything went dark. Sue saw what was happening not too far from the shore. Mina explained from where she stood with Takoyami and Tsuyu. She swam over and grabbed you before you could hit the propeller. Izuku smiled lopsidedly at the frog girl. His head was still throbbing, and his chest felt tight, yet he was grateful and needed to show it. Thank you, Tsu-chan. Ribbit. No problem. I was just glad I made it to you in time. Yeah, we were so scared, Midori. We thought you were going to drown or worse, Mina said with a pout. Even All Might was freaking out over the communicators. He was so upset he was rambling about how your mom was going to kill you if she found out you got majorly hurt during another one of his classes. He stilled. He said what? Mina shrugged. Well, he said guardian instead of mom for some reason, but we all know what he meant. Izuku managed a small chuckle. Though, yep. My mom would sure be upset if she found out I got hurt again. Anyway, we better get back to shore, right? His classmates agreed, but there was a shared look between Takoyami, Aoyama, and Tsuyu. Something about All Might's wording was strange. There was also the brief look of terror and sadness that appeared on Izuku's face when his mother was mentioned. Had something happened right under their noses? Hint #5. Everyone, we are all gathered here tonight to discuss something of the utmost importance, conspiracy theories regarding Midori's guardianship, Mina announced passionately. The entire class was currently assembled in the common area save for Bakugo, who had refused to come to her stupid-ass meeting to instead to homework, and the Deku squad, who had stated they were going outside of UA grounds for a couple of hours today. The trio had been gone for a while, and it drove Mina crazy with curiosity. Where had they gone, and why were they all being so secretive about it? Todoroki of all people voiced his mind first. I think he's All Might's secret love child. Several classmates looked at him completely dumbfounded. It wasn't just what the half-and-half hero had said, but the serious look on his face and set conviction in his voice as he said it. Well, I wouldn't put it like that, but Midoriya-kun's quirk is very similar to All Might's. Ribbit. Guys, are you forgetting that I literally heard Present Mike yelling about how Aizawa-sensei is his guardian? Guardian being the key word though. Ajiro pointed out. Yeah, I couldn't picture Aizawa-sensei being Midoriya's dad. Gyro voiced. That'd be pretty weird. They aren't alike at all. Sato mumbled. Hagakure jumped up animatedly. Her pajamas the only indicator of this. What are you guys saying? I could totally see it. Maybe that's why Aizawa-sensei was so hard on him in the beginning of the year and has called him a problem child ever since. Besides, anyone can tell he's been treating Midori differently since the training camp. Maybe Midori getting majorly hurt has put his protective instincts into overdrive. Takoyami nodded his head thoughtfully from where he stood next to an impassive shoji. Perhaps that could be the case, yet it must also be pointed out how much All Might and Midoriya are alike, quirks aside. They both have the same heroic ideals, willing to save those in need even if they do it in a way that's a bit reckless or self-sacrificing. Isn't that because Midoriya has worshipped the guy since he was 4? That means nothing. Besides, what about his mom? Mina said loudly, an arm waving around dramatically to emphasize her point. Aoyama frowned. Perhaps she passed away. A tension settled upon her room. Actually, Yaoyorozu stated with a small voice, the thought occurred to me as well. You two do have a point. Kirishima regarded despite how much the knots in his stomach detested the idea. Why else would Aizawa-sensei be his guardian? Because it's a cover to hide the truth that All Might is his biological father. Minda shouted. Shoji spoke up, finally getting tired of all the conspiracies. It was time to look at the facts. No, I firmly believe there is no way Midoriya's mother died without him taking some time off of school. We would have noticed if he was severely affected by an event that tragic. He was acting pretty off when we came back from break a couple months back. But Kota, there's no record of a Midoriya dying anywhere online. Zero voiced from the couch. I just searched for it online. There would be an obituary if she'd passed away, right? Tsuyu put a finger to her cheek thoughtfully. Not necessarily. Ribbit. Sometimes they avoid putting victims of homicide or more case-sensitive murder victims in the news if it could affect a case or cause the media to go into a frenzy. A relative's word could also stop something like that from surfacing too. Guys, what if she was killed? Kaminari burst out. Really? By who? A criminal? A villain? Oh my gosh, what if Shigaraki found her and killed her? He found Midoriya at the mall. Who's to say after that all-for-one villain hurt All Might that Shigaraki didn't go after Midoriya? Maybe his mom got in the way or got caught in the crossfire. Minda trembled in terror at the thought. Or maybe some nosy students need to learn how not to jump to conclusions. The entire room froze at the sound of Aizawa's monotone voice, stepping around the entrance to the kitchen and into the living room. The look the teacher sent his class was one full of disappointment. It immediately had his students looking at the ground in guilt. I thought something was strange when I saw the lot of you gathered here arguing through the windows. He began tiredly, so instead of walking through the front door and drawing your meeting short, I thought it best to go through the back. And what do I overhear? My students are spending their time gossiping about their classmate and their teachers. We didn't mean to gossip, Mina tried feebly. What she means to say is that we've all been noticing some things that have us concerned, Yaoyorozu amended. I don't think her intention was to gossip about our friend or respected teachers. We simply don't feel like we should remain in the dark after the things we've noticed. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Like what? Midoriya has been going home with you for the past couple months instead of taking the train to his own home, Todoroki called out. Gyro hesitantly raised her hand as if she were still in class. I heard you call Midoriya by his first name. On more than one occasion. Me too, Shoji added. I heard Present Mike call you his guardian, Kaminari admitted. All Might said guardian instead of what he usually says in regards to Midoriya's mother, Tsuyu stated confidently. We've also noticed you've seemed to be more patient and protective with him since he was acting strangely after All Might's retirement. In fact, the other teachers seem to be looking out for him more as well. Not to say that you don't look after all of us, but is Midori's mom okay? Hagakure interrupted. Head swiveled in her direction at the emotion in her voice. Every time someone mentions her, Midori looks so sad. I get that it's not our business or whatever. But if something happened and he's hurting, then we deserve to know. Not for our own benefit, but because we care and want to help him. Yeah, Kirishima agreed. Midori is our friend, and we just want to know what's going on so we can be there for him. This brought several agreements, various voices rising over the other until Aizawa was forced to raise a hand in order to get them to quiet down. With a heavy sigh, he regarded his class seriously. Let me start by saying I will not be addressing any rumors or conspiracies. Midoriya will decide when he is ready to discuss his personal life with you. As his friends, I would hope you would wait patiently until he is ready to talk. Until then, I would advise you not to talk about him when he is not here to defend himself. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sensei. He nodded. Good. I'll be going now. But remember, curfew is in 30 minutes. With that, the teacher left. Barely a full 10 seconds passing before those gathered in the living room heard hushed voices arguing from the front door. After a couple more seconds of confusion, the front door burst open, revealing Izuku, Hida, and Uraraka. Hello everyone. Izuku greeted as he waved awkwardly at his classmates. Did you guys get done watching a movie or something? That would explain why Kaken is nowhere to be seen. Kirishima grinned like nothing was the matter. Amazing deduction as always, Midoriya. We were all just getting ready to head upstairs. Curfew is just around the corner, you know. Ada nodded dutifully. You are correct. Everyone, be sure to be in your rooms 5 minutes before curfew just to be safe. A couple murmurs of fine, okay or noted were heard. A handful of students began shuffling away when Tsuyu cleared her throat. Midoriya-kun, can I ask you something? Izuku seemed confused by the sudden tension that was beginning to rise in the room. Sure, Tsu. What is it? You know we're your friends, right? Uraraka and Ida exchanged concerned glances, Izuku's smile fading as he heard the question. Something was wrong. Of course I know that. The frog-themed hero closed her eyes before slowly opening them again. I thought so. I just wanted to be sure, because being your friend means we're here for you no matter what. We care about you, Midoriya-kun. Just know you can come to us with anything and we'll be there for you, okay? Where is this coming from? Sue, guys. He looked around at his classmates who either looked away guiltily or were staring at him hopefully. It was only when Uraraka whispered something into his ear that his eyes widened in realization. After a moment his face clouded with worry only for it to vanish as Uraraka slid a hand into his and Ida put a comforting hand on his shoulder. The greenette took a deep breath before facing his classmates again, this time his face determined. I guess it's about time. With his free hand, Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a simple-looking key attached to a cat keychain. His classmates looked at it curiously. A key, Minta said. I don't get it. Izuku smiled softly, shaking his head a tiny bit before he responded. This is a key to Aizawa-sensei's apartment. He's been my legal guardian for over 2 months now. The silence that followed was suffocating. Kirishima gulped, his heart pounding. He needed to know. And your mom. Several braced themselves for the word she died, but instead they were even more pained to hear she left from Midoriya's soft breath. Todoroki frowned. What do you mean she left? Ada and Uraraka surged forward, telling the story Izuku had told them after his approval. When it was all said and done, their classmates could only run up and hug him to show their grief and support. It had started with Kirishima, Mina, Hagakure, Koda, and Aoyama tackling him into a hug full of tears. Slowly, a couple other classmates joined in until they were all a giant lump in the middle of the living room. I'm sorry for not telling you all sooner, Izuku apologized as he wiped away a few stray tears. Several voices cut him off, saying there was nothing to apologize for and that they should have been more patient. Regardless, thank you for telling us, Todoroki said sincerely. Other classmates followed his example. Although I do have one question. Of course. What is it? Why is Aizawa-sensei your guardian and not All Might? Izuku chuckled nervously. Well, there's some legal stuff involved that made Aizawa-sensei the best option. But in addition to me being happy with whoever would have me to continue my schooling here while not dragging my mom into a legal situation, Aizawa-sensei mentioned All Might would spoil me way too much. There's also the fact that All Might barely takes care of himself anymore, and knowing him his bad habits would transfer to me, making my quality of living degrade at levels that are uncouth of someone my age. As he continued on about why All Might wouldn't be the best idea, health and media involvement also being points brought up, a couple students glanced at each other worriedly. Why was it that their Izuku was starting to sound just like their homeroom teacher? Bonus. When Aizawa walked into his apartment with arms full of cat food and a couple of cat toys, he couldn't resist. The last thing he expected was to see more than one of his students taking over his abode. Izuku, the off-the-clock teacher, stated tiredly as he set the bags he was holding on the table. What is going on? The greenette looked up innocently from where he read a book next to a black cat named Eraser. I'm reading. How did shopping go, Odasen? Don't Odasen me right now, problem child. You know that only makes me feel old. He would vehemently deny anyone who argued otherwise. Answer the question. Why are there more kids in my house than cats? Izuku shrugged. They all needed somewhere to go, so I invited them over. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Let's just start from the top. Why is Todoroki here? His dad is home for the night, he answered as if that explained everything. Uraraka, traveling all the way home is expensive, and she didn't want to stay in the dorms alone with Minta. I can have the couch the next 2 nights. A loud pair of arguing voices made themselves known. From the sound of it, they were coming from Izuku's room. Aizawa stared at Izuku blankly. Bakugo and Kirishima. Kaken's mom was yelling at him a lot tonight, so he needed to get out of the house. Kirishima is just here to play video games. Shinso, the purple-haired general studies student, spoke up for himself. Midoriya was helping me test the constraints of my quirk before everyone else showed up. I just figured I'd stay because cats. To show his point, he pet the calico feline on his lap on her chin. Your cats are adorable, sensei. Izuku looked up at Aizawa worriedly. Is this not okay? I guess I should have asked. But you said I needed to start acting like this was my place so I just went ahead and invited everyone. I made sure no one goes in your room though, and I made dinner. Leftovers are in the microwave for you. This kid, Aizawa thought to himself. He wasn't really mad. He had just been confused. You're fine, kid. What did you make for dinner? The boy's green eyes lit up as he told Aizawa how he and Shinso had cooked katsudon for the first time. As he gushed about how well it had turned out despite the improvements he knew he could make next time, Aizawa hid a smile behind his scarf. Self-sacrificing tendencies and all, I don't think I could ever get tired of this. About 2.5 years later, it seems like Eri-chan was abandoned by her parents. Izuku thought about that a lot. For him, losing his mother had been life-changing for obvious reasons. His father had never been around, so all he felt was a sort of detached disappointment. His mother, though, she had been his only friend growing up. And after 15 years, her leaving had taken a chunk of himself with her. All the good memories of them reading picture books together, playing hero, and watching the news together suddenly looked grayscale in his mind's eye. There was a wave of bitterness that came with every single one. Because how could any of those memories have been truly good if they didn't stop her from leaving? After a couple years, one would think he would have gotten over his mother, but it was the exact opposite. The pain had simply faded to a dull hum beneath the surface. One nightmare could dredge that all up, leaving him crying out for his mom and sobbing in bed for her to come back. Those nights, if it happened at the dorms, Izuku would tough it out. If he were at Aizawa's apartment, well, the man wouldn't let him suffer alone. The sound of gasps and crying made Aizawa get out of bed, consciousness always just underneath the surface of sleep, like he was only catnapping. It had been weeks since the last night like this. While it didn't get any easier, he knew how to go about it, ignoring the painful clenching of his heart as he opened the door to Izuku's bedroom. Izuku, he called softly as his eyes came to rest on the huddled-up figure in bed. The boy's arms were wrapped around his knees as he hid his face in his arms, his form shaking slightly as he cried. In seconds, Aizawa was sitting next to him and wrapping his arms around his ward in a hug. It's not your fault, he repeated softly. After a dozen iterations, Izuku's sobs began to lessen. I'm here for you, okay, I know, but will you always be? You won't leave me if I become too much. Aizawa could feel a flare of anger deep in his gut. Not towards the boy, but the woman who did this to him, and he squashed it down so he could get out the words. I will always be here for you, Izuku. I promise. Aizawa cared about him a lot more than he'd ever anticipated his teacher feeling. When he'd been given a key to the apartment as his birthday gift, he'd been completely taken off guard. But that hadn't stopped him from tackling the underground hero in a hug lit up by the white and green lightning of his quirk. Of course, All Might was a huge part in his life as well. The retired hero continued to train him in utilizing One for All to his fullest potential while also awkwardly spoiling him every which way like a father who wanted to give him the world. That was when Aizawa stepped in like a mother who caught her husband doing something she'd told him not to do. Stop taking him out for food, Toshinori. If he has ice cream one more time this week, I will personally ban you from seeing him until the end of the month. But I'm his teacher. You can't. Aizawa's quirk flared up. Oh yes, I can. I am his guardian. And I'll be damned if you keep throwing gifts and treats at him as a means to ease your own guilt. I'm not guilty. Don't lie to me. Both of you are still blaming yourselves. And nothing pisses me off more than seeing the two of you doing that. Take some time to think about how neither of you could have changed anything and try to get past this. Please. It hurts to see the kid blame himself, and having you do the same won't help him get better. Not that he'll ever fully forgive himself. The teacher sighed tiredly. Heroes often blamed themselves for situations outside of their control. There was no way he was going to stop either Izuku or All Might from feeling some sort of guilt over Enko's abandonment. Still, he could try to beat it into their hard heads again and again. Despite their differences in parenting, as one could call it, Izuku had grown to care for both of them deeply. They were both his family. Everyone was protective of everyone. And that definitely didn't change when it grew by one number. Ever since rescuing Eri from Chisaki, the Greenette had been particularly protective of the little girl. Aizawa even more so. Shortly after the cultural festival, the police, along with UA, had deemed the school best fit to watch over her. Pro-hero Eraserhead being the one to look after her on account of his quirk-canceling quirk. Nobody wanted her to lose control of her quirk again. Not at the expense of those around her, and especially not when it endangered her own well-being. so Izuku gained a younger sibling of sorts. At first it had felt odd, the prospect of having Aizawa be the technical guardian of both of them making him feel strangely worried for his teacher. But the feeling quickly faded when he realized how Aizawa neither did something he didn't want to do nor took on something he couldn't very well handle. Of course, he didn't mind sharing Aizawa's guardianship with Eri. In fact, he quite enjoyed her presence when the trio took a Sunday or break to stay at the teacher's apartment. There was always the delighted screams of a girl playing with the man's cats, or the smell of melted caramel and fresh apples filling the air. Sometimes the three of them watched mindless cartoons. Sometimes they watched animated movies. Other times either Izuku or Aizawa read aloud to her, or on occasion she would read to the both of them. Mirio's lessons, to catch her up with the lack of education she'd had the last couple of years, were going phenomenally after all. She was so eager to learn, most likely unconsciously copying the trait from Izuku. Honestly, she took after Izuku as if they were related. "Eri-chan," Uraraka shouted as the girl collapsed at the older teenager's bedside. The horn on the younger girl's head began to shrink, but the deed had already been done. The nerve-damaging burns that had afflicted Uraraka after a nasty run-in with a member of the League of Villains were gone. Izuku rushed into the room seconds later, the previously broken leg he'd suffered miraculously non-existent. "Uraraka-chan, have you seen?" He started before his eyes landed on the silver-haired figure slumped over the older one's legs. "Oh no. I woke up to my leg healed, so I knew she was involved. But after the talk Aizawa had with her about overexerting her quirk, I'd hoped." The brunette sighed, eyes swiveling over to Izuku accusingly. Said boy winced at the hard look she was giving him. "Deku-kun, your self-sacrificing tendencies are a bad influence on Eri-chan. Why, you can't entirely blame me. She takes after Aizawa too. I don't even want to talk about her Odasan impression right now. That smile," she blanched, "is terrifying. What I do want to talk about is you showing Eri-chan it is okay to hurt herself as long as it's for the sake of others. That is not a good habit for a young girl her age to be doing." Izuku gaped helplessly. "Hey, I haven't injured myself to help someone else in a long time. Want to tell me how you broke your leg yesterday? And not the point. I was doing well before the league moved again and tried to destroy the school. Anyway, I've grown into my quirk and have had it beaten into my head time and time again by Aizawa and All Might to take better care of myself. I can't help it if she gets ideas from watching her heroes." Silence settled upon the room for a short time. It was moments before either student spoke again, both of their gazes resting on the girl passed out at Uraraka's side. She'd really exerted herself, rewinding their bodies back to times before the fight just a day before. Part of them wished for her sake that she'd not been allowed to visit them. After figuring out her quirk several months back, she'd become increasingly more interested in heroics. It hadn't helped that after she'd practiced enough to get Mirio his quirk back, the rising hero Lemillion offered her the first spot in his future hero agency. They had taken to coming up with potential hero names too, all of which Aizawa vetoed strongly because it was far too early for that. As if Izuku and All Might hadn't given her enough ideas. The two reckless heroes had given the girl great ideas for applying her quirk to heroics. So great, in fact, that she couldn't wait to train her quirk to the point of her either losing control or passing out. He did have to admit she'd improved though. Going from not being able to control her quirk at all, from fearing herself for her power, to realizing it was her strength as well as a means to help those in need was an amazing confidence boost. Everyone saw the change in her. Gone was the scared girl who Izuku met in an alleyway. In her place was a hero who smiled brightly despite the darkness in the world, someone who wished to help people as they had helped her. In other words, she admired her own personal heroes such as Aizawa, Mirio, Izuku, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Kirishima, Nejire, Tamaki, and so on. Like becoming strong like them was her goal. Mirio and Izuku were like the brothers she never knew she'd wanted, and taking after Izuku, calling Aizawa Odasan was common in their household. Uraraka and Tsuyu were the big sisters, Nejire was the fun yet immensely caring aunt, and Tamaki and Kirishima were like uncles. Although, when Izuku and Uraraka were together, Eri did feel a strong fatherly and motherly vibe come from them. "Want to get ice cream, Eri-chan?" Uraraka asked with a grin as they exited the park. One of her hands was in Eri's while the other little girl's hand held Izuku's. Occasionally Uraraka would activate her quirk and the two would lift Eri into the air, causing her to grin joyously at the feeling of flying. She nodded, silver hair blowing around in the soft wind. "Yes, please. Do they have green apple flavor where we're going?" "They do," Izuku answered with a small laugh. The young girl's eyes shined in excitement. Izuku and Uraraka always knew what to say to make her happy. However, as the two lightly swung her into the air once more, Eri's eyes caught sight of something that made her hurriedly ask to be put down. "Eri-chan." The greenette worried. "What's wrong?" "Over there." She pointed towards an area off the path out of the park, one with several trees and bushes. Before either of the UA students could stop her, she was running over. Izuku immediately caught up with her, not even utilizing full cowling to do so. Uraraka did the same. They quickly noticed what she'd seen. and their hearts ached. On the ground lying on its side was a rabbit. It appeared to be breathing funny, its body spasming for some unknown reason. There were no visible injuries on it though from what the UA students could see. Something is wrong with it, Eri frowned, crocodile tears forming in her eyes. She turned to Izuku and Uraraka with a pleading expression. Can I rewind it, please? It's dying. Eri-chan, you know how much using your quirk takes its toll on you. But Yura-chan, this is different. It's just a bunny this time. I won't pass out like I did last time when I healed you and Deku. Izuku looked at Uraraka guiltily. He knew they were going to give in. Fine, Izuku stated for the both of them. But if you feel any resistance or pain, you have to stop. Okay. The girl knelt next to the bunny while worrying her lip. Her eyes, though, were determined. When she rested her hands on the bunny's side, her quirk reacted instantly. In an instant, the bunny was springing out of her reach, looking like it was half the size it had been before. She'd probably rewound it a bit too far back. Chances were she'd fixed the problem, but it was at least a couple weeks younger than it had been. Oh well, Izuku thought to himself as Uraraka congratulated Eri on the successful use of her quirk. At least it can take care of itself again. And Eri-chan's happy. Good job, Izuku agreed with Uraraka. Now we really have a reason to get ice cream, don't we? To celebrate, how about we have them put caramel on top of your choice too? Like caramel apple ice cream? Izuku had to hand it to Uraraka for switching ice cream with the girl when they realized putting caramel on top of sour green apple ice cream was not as appealing as they thought it would be. She ate the entire cup with a smile while Eri ate the older girl's chocolate. You could have taken my vanilla, the brunette whispered to the brunette as Eri walked ahead of them happily. Nope, it's honestly not too bad, just a bit too sour. But next time you owe me 2 scoops of chocolate with chocolate syrup and brownie bites. He laughed, causing Eri to glance back at them with a peculiar expression on her face. Odasan was right, she thought innocently. Deku Nai does like Yura-chan. She couldn't help but be happy at that. Uraraka was like a big sister to her, and from the way she made Izuku smile, Eri couldn't be too upset about the prospect of sharing. More often than not though, Izuku was more like Iida, a brother in knight in shining armor to her. When she had nightmares, she would go to him as to not wake Aizawa. He needs to sleep more, she'd expressed when Izuku had asked why she always came to him. Not that your sleep isn't important, but he barely ever rests as it is. He'll have those eye bag thingies forever if I wake him up. Izuku drew the panicked girl into a hug, running a hand through her hair soothingly. SHH, he comforted, I understand. Odasan works very hard. He teaches during the day, runs security overnight, and even does hero work too. You're not bothering me at all by coming to me instead. Okay, Eri-chan, you can always come to me. The little girl hiccuped in his chest. After a couple seconds, she pulled away from him, using one arm to wipe her eyes as she prepared to speak. Deku Nai, yes, can I ask you something about your mommy? Emerald eyes softened despite the sadness that entered them. Of course, you told me when Odasan first took me in that she left. I know why my parents left me. Odasan didn't want me to know, but he wouldn't lie to me. She looked so sad as she continued. I'm the reason my daddy's gone. Izuku winced. He'd remembered being told her quirk had rewound him to a state from before he'd been born. And my mommy gave me away because she was scared of me and my quirk. Did your mommy leave you for the same reason too? Instead of answering, Izuku appeared thoughtful. Why, what made you want to ask that? Because when I asked Odasan, he looked angry and told me if I wanted to know I had to ask you. Why did you ask Odasan? I wanted to know how your mommy could have left someone as amazing as you. My mommy thought I was cursed. I killed the one she loved most on accident. But you're a hero. The brunette couldn't help the wobbly smile that split his face even as a couple stray tears escaped his eyes. Pulling Eri into a hug, Izuku told her the story. He told her how much he loved his mother. He told her how despite her not realizing all he'd wanted was her support growing up, their relationship had been close since it was just the two of them. He told her how much it had hurt his mother when he came home hurt from bullies at school, not to mention how upset and worried she became when he started hero training at UA. He told her how he'd kept breaking his mother's heart every time he injured himself at school, how his recklessness and concern for others finally caused his mother to shatter. He told her that no matter how Aizawa tried to argue with him about it, that it was his fault she'd left him. Deku Nai. Yes, Eri-chan, I think I agree with Odasan on this one, she admitted shyly. You didn't make her leave. A small hand grabbed his fingers and squeezed. It made Izuku's heart throb with emotion. Maybe he wouldn't stop blaming himself, but hearing Eri's faith in him helped ease the guilt somewhat. Thank you. Their bond was solid, born from the gentle kindness and empathy they both encompassed. This made it all the more distressing when their roles were reversed, especially when, for instance, Izuku was the one that needed help. Eri didn't understand what was going on. Not at first, anyway. One moment, everyone from Class 1 and their families were leaving the main building where the graduation ceremony had taken place in favor of going to the dormitory where the celebration would take place. Another moment, several students had stopped in their tracks. The absolutely livid look that appeared on Aizawa's face and the sadness coming from Izuku made her worried though. Today is supposed to be Deku Nai's big day. The girl thought to herself worriedly as she tried to figure out what or who they were looking at. He's not supposed to be sad. He should be happy. His class had finally graduated from UA. After all, 3 amazing years had brought him among the top 7 of the third years too, which was no easy feat with the amount of competition. He was third only to Yaoyorozu and Bakugo, Todoroki following with fourth, although Ida, Tsuyu, and Kendo were among those that tied for the highest honors. It was the 7 of them that gave speeches as the top of their year representatives. Their respective teachers couldn't have been prouder, Aizawa constantly having to stop himself from smiling like a fool during his ward's heartfelt speech. So why then was the appearance of one green-haired woman enough to tear their happiness to shreds? Green hair. Yuri tilted her head in confusion. Deku Nai's mommy is who is making everyone look sick. The girl's heart sank. This was the same woman that abandoned her hero. The reason Izuku woke up everyone now and then at tears, blaming himself for something he couldn't stop. She suddenly understood why Aizawa was furious. Izuku's green eyes teared up, the shock of her sudden appearance finally fading so that he could form words. Mom, what are you doing here? I'd like to know the same thing, Aizawa stated coldly. The teacher looked like someone had kicked his cat. Even All Might, present Mike, and Midnight appearing at his side didn't ward off the sheer hostility radiating from the man. Inko wrung her hands out, eyes turning towards the ground in remorse. I couldn't miss your special day, Izuku. Aizawa scoffed. Excuse me, he attempted to sound impassive, but what right do you have to be on UA property? You were taken off the guest list years ago when you relinquished custody on Izuku. The woman's frown became more pronounced. I understand that. I left, and that leaves the school as his legal guardian, but I needed to be here. She took a deep breath before looking up at her son earnestly, eyes wide and worried but the smile on her face nervous yet hopeful. I just wanted to see my baby. Izuku, you've grown so much. You've become. Stop. Izuku whipped his head around in shock. The one word holding so much loathing it made the younger greenette's heart ache knowing it was directed at his mother. You do not just get to walk back into his life after leaving him like you did. The teacher began seriously, taking a step forward just to get his colleagues' hands off of him. There would be no holding him back. You could have been put into jail. You realize this, don't you? He could have ended up having to get transferred out of UA, to live with relatives he'd never even met. What would you have done if we hadn't had a loophole to keep him here so he could follow his dream? I don't. What? You don't know? I'm betting you don't know a lot of things after being gone for over 2.5 years. Shota, present Mike gripped his arm pleadingly. Please try not to get too riled up. Your students and Iri-chan are watching. Midoriya is watching. From the sidelines, a couple of Class 1A students kept an ear on the situation. Bakugo and his parents paid particular attention. The elder Bakugo's wanting to have words with the woman as soon as Aizawa and Izuku were done with her. Izuku wasn't the only one feeling abandoned by the act of her cutting off any means of communication. Mitsuki was also a lot more vocal about her pain, just as Aizawa was going to walk away. Not wanting to be the one to get between Izuku and his mother, Iri walked right up to Inko. Her silver hair swayed over her shoulders as she came to a stop directly in front of the woman. You're Deku Nai's mommy, she asked. The elder greenette blinked in surprise. Yes, sweetheart. And who would you be? I'm Iri. Your son saved me, she wasted no time saying. He's going to be the best hero ever. I don't doubt that. A somber look entered Inko's eyes. He was always a sweet, brave boy. I'm so happy you made him sad. The smile fell off Inko's face. From the sidelines, Uraraka and Kirishima were tearing up, and even Bakugo seemed to be fighting off some unwanted emotion. Izuku simply watched in silence, his throat having closed off with emotion some time ago. He wouldn't know what to say even if he could bring himself to speak. He also wanted to know what Iri had to say, the girl not always voicing what was on her mind until something drove her to do so. He misses you every day, the girl continued. He loves you so much that even when he makes katsudon for Odasan and we can tell he wishes you were there to eat it with him too. He works very hard to fight without harming himself, because every time he does get hurt he fears we will get angry and leave. Like you did. I didn't mean to. Bullshit, Aizawa interrupted. He couldn't listen to her lies. They sounded so much like his own father's after that deadbeat tried to re-enter his life. That had been long ago. But Aizawa couldn't forget the anger he'd felt when his dad tried to praise him for his interesting nullification quirk. No, her pleas of wanting to see Izuku again were identical to those Aizawa's father came up with when found out his son wasn't as quirkless as he'd once believed. You knew exactly what you were doing when you walked out that door. You knew how it would leave him, but did you care enough to stay? No, there is no reason you could give us to justify what you did. He was about to continue when Izuku grabbed his hand. The teacher's eyes met green, and immediately his rage simmered down. He couldn't stay angry when he was watching Izuku cry. As much as he hated those tears, he knew anger did no good to stop them. Hiri-chan, the greenette called softly. I'm okay, said girl raced back to his and Aizawa's sides after a quick look back at his mother. She was fiercely protective of her hero. And while Izuku said he was okay, she knew he might be lying. Everyone lied about being okay, even heroes. Slowly, Izuku met his mother's eyes. After a deep breath, he managed to speak through his anguish. Mom, thank you for coming today. She looked relieved. It only lasted for a second though, because the following sentence had her relief shattering. But I think you should go. What? Had she heard him right? Izuku, sweetie, please don't make this any harder than it already is, he begged with a watery smile. Back when you left, you said you'd find me when you were ready, right? You said you left because you needed time to get away. Well, Mom, you might be ready to face me again, but I'm not ready to face you yet. Perhaps if you keep in contact with Bakugo-san, I can go to her when I'm ready to see you again. Right now, though, my friends are waiting to celebrate becoming heroes with me. I need to go. He turned around, one hand finding Yuri's smaller one. In an instant, he took it and gripped it gently like a small warm lifeline. Goodbye, Mom. And like that, he and Yuri walked towards the dormitory with his classmates following in their footsteps. Today was a day to celebrate. They were all full-fledged heroes now, after all. A small smile slipped onto Izuku's face despite the ache in his chest. All Might often smiled to hide the fear he felt during a fight. Sometimes, Izuku smiled to remind himself that everything would be okay. No one found it odd that he wore a skin-tight tank top-like wrap around his midriff. For that, Izuku was thankful. I've got some scars on my back from an accident. Izuku lied smoothly when Kaminari questioned him about it once in the boys' locker room. He didn't enjoy lying, but at that point in time he wasn't comfortable spilling his secrets to his new classmate. I keep them covered this way because they're pretty gruesome. Honestly, it feels weird to not be wearing something to cover them up after all these years. Is that weird? Great job making him feel awkward, Siro joked while elbowing the blonde in his ribs. Dude, I'm so sorry to hear that. Kaminari quickly apologized. The accident part, I mean, it's really no big deal. I was just curious is all. I didn't mean to be nosy. The greenette laughed. You're not nosy, Kaminari-kun. There's no need to apologize for asking questions. From the other side of the locker room, Izuku caught Bakugo's eyes. Their rocky past aside, it seemed like the blonde's lips were sealed about the true reason for the wrap, which had a binder underneath. After all, Izuku Midoriya hadn't always been comfortable in his own body like he was now. Not at all. No, before he knew what binding and T-shots were, long before he realized skirts and dresses made his skin itch, Izuku Midoriya yearned for the tenor his voice was at now and the muscles that replaced the fat that collected over certain pockets of his body. If one looked at him closely, they would notice his hips were slightly wider than a usual boy's. If one looked at him, they might just notice his lashes were a bit feminine. Neither of those observations would help one come to the conclusion that Izuku Midoriya wasn't a male by birth alone, though. This Izuku was grateful for. This meant that only his mother and a small number of acquaintances from preschool and elementary knew the truth. Of course, Bakugo and his parents knew too, but after only seeing him as Deku all these years, the whole transgender thing didn't faze his childhood friend and rival. Bakugo couldn't care less if who he was fighting was a boy or girl or something else completely. Your voice is getting deeper, he'd commented one afternoon during their middle school days. Their mothers had met at the park to chat, sending their sons off with money to buy ice cream from the local vendor. While it was a little strange for Izuku to be hanging out with Bakugo after just having been beat up by him the day prior, he knew better than to not take advantage of their shared truce. Neither of them wanted to ruin their mother's friendship. Izuku grinned sheepishly, a hand running through his hair shyly. Is it really? I thought my mom was just saying that to be nice. I'm glad you think so though. That means the shots are working. You mean testosterone shots, right? Yeah. I guess that means you'll be able to gain more muscle mass too. And you'll get hairier. He nodded. I should. My cycles should stop soon too, which is something I can't wait for. Part of Izuku wondered if Bakugo would be grossed out by that information, but it appeared the blonde didn't care. I've also been wearing binders. They're pieces of fabric designed to. I know what they are, dumbass. I could tell you've been wearing them for weeks now. Bakugo cut him off before literally biting a chunk of his ice cream off of the cone. It made Izuku shiver just seeing it. I did some research on them after I realized you were wearing them. You've been making sure to take them off after school. And at night, right? Of course. If I didn't, it could lead to breathing problems. Honestly, though, the ones I bought aren't that tight. I wanted ones I could wear while working out. And, well, I'm not that in need of a binder anyway. Puberty had blessedly spared him from needing anything other than a sports bra. It's just more of a precaution for the future, he went on. I need to get used to wearing them during intense exercise or training. If I get into UA. Then, seriously, Deku, again with the hero crap. Bakugo shook his head sadly before changing the subject. Whatever. I heard the old hag talking to my dad about binders in general. Apparently, after talking to Auntie & Co., she wants to add some of her own designs to her line next year since the fashion industries have so little options when it comes to them. She's thinking they'll be a huge hit since no industry has tried to expand on them before. Really? That's amazing. He scoffed, but his red eyes held some mirth. I guess so. She was saying something about you testing them out or whatever. That way she could give you a bunch for free without pissing off her colleagues for giving out the merchandise. The greenette felt like crying. Bakugo must have noticed this, because he rolled his eyes. Don't start the waterworks, Deku, or I'll tell her you're not interested. But Kaken, shut up and eat your ice cream, damn you. I'm trying to enjoy the nice weather. And like that, Izuku was still Izuku. As the sludge villain incident came and went, All Might offered to train Izuku in order to inherit his quirk. Soon after, he made it into UA, with some difficulty, followed by encountering villains for the first time at the USJ. Then there was the sports festival, closely followed by the Stain incident, which was concluded with end-of-the-semester exams where Bakugo and he actually managed to beat All Might to pass. All of this came and went without trouble. Izuku was still Izuku, and no one save for a tight-lipped Principal Nezu and Recovery Girl was any the wiser. Not his classmates, not his homeroom teacher, and especially not All Might, until the summer training camp trip approached. Hello, Kota-kun. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. The answering punch to his pelvic region was not appreciated. Sure, it didn't hurt as badly as it would have if he really was a male by birth, but it still surprised him enough to cry out in pain. Stupid wannabe heroes, a young boy muttered as he walked away, his aunt calling after him to apologize to Izuku. Honestly though, the greenette wasn't too worried about getting an apology. He was more worried about changing his binder, which was now biting into his chest painfully. Not only was it soaked with sweat like the rest of him, making it even more uncomfortable, but after that intense training exercise he was starting to feel lightheaded. Part of him wished he'd anticipated the surprise workout after having Aizawa as a teacher for a couple months. Maybe then he wouldn't have pushed himself too far in a slightly too tight binder. A harsh shove to his back brought him back to reality. Bakugo's muttered warning to get himself together, a reminder that things were still going on around him. What had the pussycats shouted? Something about dinner. Midoriya, are you okay? Ida grabbed him by the shoulders dramatically. That boy punched you square in the scrotum. Izuku winced. His friend couldn't have been more wrong. I'm fine, Ida-kun. Really, correct me if I'm wrong, but you appear to be more pale than normal. Are you sure you're okay? I'm just as tired as you are after battling all those beasts, Izuku assured with a smile. I'll feel better after getting something to eat and drink, I'm sure. How about you and your Raka get a table and I'll meet the both of you after I make a quick trip to the bathroom. I've been needing to go for hours. Ada nodded resolutely, turning around to direct the straggling members of the class to the nearest picnic tables. The class president then made his way to where Uraraka was already ravenously eating. Sighing, Izuku headed towards the building he'd seen Minda sprint to upon exiting the forest. There would be a bathroom in there for sure. Minutes later he was slipping into the men's bathroom, having collected his bag from where they were all unceremoniously thrown into the living room sometime prior. He was thankful to find it empty save for him. After walking into the biggest stall at the end of the line, he locked the door and set to work. I really wish I had time to take a shower, he thought as he peeled off his shirt, carefully taking off the form-fitting tank top-like garment which covered his strapless binder. He placed the discarded sweaty thing into a plastic bag as to not get the rest of his clothes dirty or smelly. Then he slipped his fingers underneath the fabric, chafing his chest. I also really wished I packed more than 4 of these. Maybe I can wash this one later tonight in the sink really quick and set it somewhere outside in the woods to dry. No one would accidentally find it then. Mind racing to figure out how he was going to be able to make it through the week, he slowly slid the strapless binder down himself until he could step out of it. His lungs cried out in relief now that he was finally able to get a generous amount of oxygen. Not that he was usually this reckless when it came to binding, but if every day of training was going to be like what they'd experienced in the woods, then he would need to account for that. Getting another binder and tank top of sorts out of his bag, Izuku hurriedly changed into them before putting his original shirt back on. He didn't want to change it in fear his classmates would find it strange. Now off to dinner. Sometime later Izuku was cursing his luck. First, they were told they would be sleeping together by gender. That meant Izuku would need to be stealthy when getting into bed, unbound as to not draw attention. He knew he couldn't sleep with his binder on unless he wanted to regret it later, so he would just have to be sneaky. Good thing he always packed an oversized sweatshirt in cases of emergency. Secondly, you're still not going to take that off? Kirishima asked as they made their way to the male side of the hot springs. Truth be told, Izuku was trying to avert his eyes from his classmates' lower regions. Unlike most of his other classmates, a few of them were too manly to wear towels. The greenette shook his head. My scars are sensitive to hot water anyway. It's better if I wear it. Okay dude, whatever you say. Hey, Bakugo. The redhead ran off to visit with his friend, leaving Izuku to quietly slip into the hot springs beside a close-eyed Todoroki. Izuku closed his own eyes almost immediately. Earlier he had been afraid of going into the hot springs due to the possibility of someone discovering what he wasn't hiding between his legs. Then he'd freaked out a bit, worrying over if opting out of going into the hot springs would risk his secret even more. Finally, he'd decided to just join everyone else, the other 19 students having already gone to get undressed. Izuku spent a little extra time making sure his towel was more a secure skirt, only to realize that was what most of his classmates were doing the same. This made him feel a little better. Either way, soaking in the scalding hot water did wonders for his nerves. He could hear Kaminari splashing a Jiro in the water nearby, Ida scolding Siro for wrestling around in the water with Kirishima and getting Kota caught in the crossfire, and the perverted mutterings of Minta. Wait, what? His eyes shot open as he noticed Minta standing outside the water. The tiny hero in training was staring at the wall that divided them from the female side of the hot springs intently. Izuku rolled his eyes. Ada-kun, he stated while wading towards the class representative in the water, Minta is up to something again. What? The blue-haired boy locked onto the pervert in question. At this point, Minta was standing directly at the bottom of the wall now. Minta, whatever you're about to do, I assure you it will have consequences. Oh, I'm sure it will, he whispered calmly before suddenly springing at the wall while grabbing the balls from his hair. He used them to climb the wall faster than anyone in the hot springs could stop him. Boobies, here I come. Luckily, the girls had Kota. Dumb degenerate. The little boy scowled before accidentally turning around at Mina's shout. At the sight of her completely nude along with the other girls in the hot spring, he fell backwards and off the side of the wall. The shock of what he'd seen along with the feeling of falling sent him slipping into unconsciousness, leaving him completely unaware of Izuku being the one to catch him just before hitting the ground. I'll take Kota-kun to Mandalay, the greenette told Ada while the class representative dragged Minta to Aizawa. Izuku really wanted to get out of there to avoid the stares of his classmates. Jumping to save Kota in a now loose wet towel had been second nature, but terrifying all the same. Sadly, it wasn't as terrifying as trying to sleep in a room with 13 other boys. Binder less. Don't draw attention to your chest, he repeated over and over as he walked into the room. He felt like he was acting mechanical as he went to retrieve his sleeping bag, laid it out, and crawled in it despite most of his other classmates still standing around talking about their day of training. No one should notice anything anyway. There's barely anything there. He couldn't help but feel anxious though. He hated being unbound in general, so being surrounded by so many people in such a state was starting to make his skin prickle uncomfortably. Why does it feel like they're staring at me? They obviously aren't. Also, is it hot in here or is it just me? It is rather hot in here, actually. Izuku nearly screamed at Todoroki's sudden appearance. He also felt mortified that he'd said that last part out loud. Instead, he feigned calm. Oh, Todoroki-kun, I didn't notice you there for a second. Yes, you seemed lost in thought. Do you mind if I set up my sleeping bag next to yours? The dual-haired boy asked. He didn't seem to mind not being acknowledged right away, but he did appear to be extremely sleepy. Not at all. Thanks. And like that, Todoroki was out like a light. It was almost comical how quickly he'd fallen asleep, yet Izuku couldn't judge. He was right behind him. Of course the villains were attacking camp. Bad luck seemed to follow Izuku wherever he went, so why not a secluded camp several miles away from outside help? Kota, he pleaded mentally after having convinced Mandalay to let him find her nephew, please stay safe. His prayer seemed to work, because it wasn't until Izuku was in range that the grotesquely muscled villain went to strike the young boy. The greenette was able to use full cowling to grab Kota out of the way before the villain's ground-shattering punch sent rock flying in every direction. Are you okay? Izuku asked worriedly. Kota stared at him in awe for a moment, but it quickly faded into terror. That monster. He's the one who killed my parents. He suddenly felt sick. What? If that's true, the villain who killed the water hose was. He turned around to get a better look at the villain, profiling him as muscular just as the man rocketed towards them. It was all Izuku could do to roll into a dodge in order to prevent Kota from getting hurt. During the roll, however, Izuku felt his shirt shred in several places after dragging against the uneven terrain. The wrap covering his binder also developed a rip, but thankfully it held up its form unlike the hanging fabric that was his t-shirt. Blood bloomed from a couple scrapes, but Izuku pushed it from his mind. Kota, he gritted out while putting the boy down. After turning around and getting back into a fighting stance, he continued. You need to run. Get out of here. I'll hold him off as long as I can. Crazed laughter interrupted them. Nice speech, kid, but no one is getting out of here. Wait a minute, you look familiar. Muscular narrowed his eyes at him before his mouth twisted in glee. I recognize you now. You were on the list. Midoriya, was it? Do you happen to know where Bakugo is? Why would the villains be targeting Kaken? He worried, but at the sound of small sniffles at his side he pushed that worry away. Protecting Kota was his first priority. Kota, run. Izuku pleaded once more. He's too fast for me to carry us both to safety. You need to get as far away as possible now. Muscular laughed. Not talking, huh? This is going to be fun. Show me your blood, Midoriya. What followed Izuku could only describe as painful. Try as he might, landing a good hit on Muscular was hard enough at the speed the villain was moving at. Yet what was even more hopeless was realizing his few hits had absolutely no effect on the muscled man. That's really all you've got. And here I thought you'd be more fun than the average hero. Looks like I was wrong. Muscular's taunt went with a punch that sent Izuku colliding into the face of the cliff. The impact broke rock, Izuku slumping onto the ground in a half-delirious state. His head was throbbing. Rocks bit into the skin of his lower back, and his entire body screamed in agony. What was he supposed to do? His regular attacks did nothing, which meant he'd need to up his power output and risk injuring himself again. If he failed, though, then he wouldn't be able to stop the villain from hurting Kota. If I don't try, then Kota might end up dead anyway. He reasoned. I might end up dead. Channeling 100% into his arm while using the usual amount in his legs, he leapt forward with a yell. A second later, he looked upon a barely phased Muscular in horror. Whoa, did you get stronger all of a sudden? I actually felt that one. Too bad it busted your arm up. I was starting to get excited, but it looks like you're at the end, kid. The villain grabbed Izuku by the tattered tank top, his shirt having long since fallen off, and threw him across the rocky outcrop. As he did so, the wrap ripped completely in half. All that remained was the skin-tight, slightly bloodied fabric binding his chest. What's this? Do I see a little girl pretending to be a boy? That's hilarious. The villain mocked, a sick twisted grin splitting his face after a small bout of surprise. Shigaraki will get a kick out of this information. Izuku felt tears well up into his eyes. He'd been strong when the man insulted his strength. He'd been angry when the monster stated his intent to kill Kota. He'd been brave when taking hit after hit in order to get close to the villain. He'd been hopeful when struggling to find a way to beat the bloodthirsty man. The insult to his character, though, it stung deeper. Even worse would be his secret being found out by Shigaraki and the other villains, a fresh wave of fear chilling his blood at the thought. Muscular began walking over to where Izuku fought to stand up. I guess this is goodbye, little girl. Too bad you couldn't put up more of a fight. Just as the villain wound up another rock-smashing punch, a stream of water hit him in the face. Leave him alone, Kota shouted shrilly. Izuku peered at the small boy worriedly. Kota, no. I told you to run. I'll kill you in a second, brat. Muscular ignored the water-quirked boy in favor of leering at Izuku. I gotta finish her off first. Rage lit a fire in the greenette's stomach. I'm not going to let you hurt Kota. Oh yeah, and how are you gonna stop me? You're nothing but a puny girl who can't even throw a punch. I will protect him, he stated firmly as he finally got to his feet. Muscular rolled his eyes. You sound so sure, little hero. How about I prove you wrong? In an instant, the villain was rearing back to launch himself at a vulnerable Kota, but Izuku jumped in front of the boy on instinct. He was barely able to get his arm up in time to take the hit as grotesquely ripping muscles made contact with him. Looks like you were faster than I thought, the man admitted even as the sounds of bones snapping rung out in the clearing. Izuku bit back a scream as his left arm broke in several places from the force of the punch. I'm still going to kill both of you though. His parents took my eye, so it'll bring me pleasure to reunite him with them. But because you're so insistent, he said while rearing back for another punch, I'll kill you first. I will not let you past me. One for all lit up his right arm once more, his fist colliding with Muscular's. The amount of power coming from their attacks sent Kota flying back somewhat. It was probably for the best because the ground underneath Izuku was slowly breaking apart from the pressure being exerted on it. This is it, the greenette thought to himself as Muscular pushed him into the ground. With every passing second it got harder to keep up his quirk. I'm going to lose. He's going to kill me. And then he's going to kill Kota. I failed. Sorry, All Might. Sorry, Mom. Blood roared in his ears as he felt rock crumble all around him. You've been fun, kid, the villain screamed, but now it's goodbye. Stop it. A stream of water hit Muscular in the face, momentarily blinding him. Izuku's heart skipped at the sound of Kota's cry, part of him dismayed that the boy hadn't run away yet and another part amazed that he was using his quirk to attack the very man who had murdered his parents. With renewed vigor, Izuku fired up one for all again. This time pushing past his limits in order to push the villain back somewhat. He was able to stand once again. You're getting stronger, he shouted in confusion, one eye blinking in order to see the hero only to be forced shut again when another stream of water hit him in the face making him growl in rage. Stupid brat, I'll kill you later, okay? Just let me finish off. You won't be laying a hand on him. At his shout, Izuku brought back his broken left arm and fired up a 100% punch. It struck the villain in the side of his face, sending him flying into the rocky outcrop just behind him. The force of the landing caused large cracks in the structure to form, sending large and small debris covering him entirely. Not that it mattered though, because the punch to the head had been enough to knock him out cold for a while. Breathing heavily, Izuku fell to his knees before blearily looking around for Kota. Kota-kun, are you alright? As if in the distance the greenette heard small feet making his way towards him. You idiot. You're asking me if I'm okay when your arms are like that. Izuku smiled grimly. I still have my legs. Here, he leaned forward and lowered his shoulders. Wrap your hands around my neck. I want to get you to camp or one of the teachers as soon as possible. After that I need to ask Mandalay to relay a message for me. Midoriya, what the hell happened to your arms? Izuku ignored his teacher's words and instead handed Kota off to him. He quickly spit out that Muscular had attacked Kota, the only way to beat him by using his quirk past his body's limits. After a series of rushed sentences, he told Aizawa he needed to tell Mandalay to pass along a warning that Bakugo was a target. He was just about to run off when his teacher had enough. Midoriya. He flinched at the severe tone being used. Yes, sensei. You are in no condition to fight. I'm not going to fight. I just need to pass Mandalay a message. You promise that's all you'll do. You'll head straight back to camp when you're done. Yes. Aizawa stared into his student's eyes for a moment before heaving a great sigh. Fine. But before you go, he started before walking over to Izuku. The greenette tensed instinctively, yet was surprised when his teacher unwound a large amount of capture tape from his scarf. Kunai. He gestured to what remained of his binder, which honestly was just enough to pass as a holy tube top. Izuku couldn't find the words, so he nodded. Aizawa then carefully used a decent amount of his capture tape to wrap around his chest and midriff. When he was done, he tied it off to what Izuku said was tight enough, whispering him a message of his own to tell Mandalay. I'll tell her, and sensei, about me being, a boy. I meant transgender, actually, but there's no need to worry about it. I'm regretful you couldn't tell me on your own before you were put into the position you were. You're still my student, and a problem child at that. Now get going before I send you back to the camp with Kota and take the messages to Mandalay myself. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. This is bad, Izuku thought as he dodged Toga's attacks. The crazed girl slashed her knife at him again and again with a creepy blush on her face. You'd be so much cuter if you were covered in blood. The greenette tried to roll out of the way once more, but a sudden bout of pain in his arms made him falter. This gave the crazed girl the chance she needed to throw him to the ground. She landed on his chest, making him grunt in discomfort. A knife glinted above him as she prepared to stab him in the chest. Midoriya. Shoji. He cried out thankfully as the multi-armed hero in training threw the girl off of him. Be careful, she's fast and insane. Izuku took a second to sit up only to bite back a hiss of pain. Not only were his arms screaming, the adrenaline beginning to fade after numbing him for so long, but after Dabai's initial attack, the capture tape wrapped around his torso was singed and burnt in several places. He was pretty sure part of the material on his right side had actually burned all the way through to his skin. It felt sticky and wet like it was soaked with blood. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he took one of Shoji's many hands offered to him and allowed himself to be pulled onto the other boy's back. We need to get out of here, Shoji shouted in order to get Todoroki's attention. Said half-cold, half-hot hero quickly threw up another barrier of ice in order to push twice back. What are you talking about? Todoroki questioned as Izuku opened his mouth to comment too. We need to get Bakugo and Takoyami back. Don't worry about that. He showed them the two orbs he'd snatched from the masked villain triumphantly. I noticed him sliding these things into his pocket while he was getting away. I'm guessing they have to be part of his quirk, and that Bakugo and Takoyami must be in these. The other two were impressed. We'd better get out of here then, Todoroki voiced before the trio set off in the opposite direction of the villains. Unfortunately, a noumu blocked their path. Just as they turned to avoid it, black mist appeared in several places around them. It's the warp villain, Izuku acknowledged worriedly. Kurogiri looked down at everyone in the clearing from where he towered in the air. Time's up, everyone. We must take our leave. Aw man, Toga whined. I wanted to play with Izuku some more. I guess I'll just stab you later, she sang happily before walking through a portal. On the other side of the clearing, twice hopped into another portal to wherever the villain's base was. Hold up. We're not leaving without Bakugo, Dabai vowed, as he readied himself to fight the UA students to collect their target. Mr. Compress let out a small laugh. Don't worry, Dabai. Those kids were so proud of themselves I couldn't help but let them think they'd succeeded. But look right here. He opened his mouth to reveal two more marbles. At the same time he snapped his fingers. The two marbles Shoji had been holding bursting open to reveal various chunks of ice. Todoroki cursed. He tricked us. Ice filled Izuku's veins. No, he screamed along internally. We can't let them get away. The trio ran forwards once more, a last-ditch effort to save their friends. Mr. Compress continued to gloat. It seems my simple trick of redirection worked. How wonderful. For us, that is. He slipped his mask on once more before bowing. And now the curtain fell. A burst of sparkling light broke through the underbrush at that moment. Just as Mr. Compress began walking backwards into the portal in a bow, a laser courtesy of Class 1A's very own Yama hit the villain square in the face, making him spit out the orbs containing their captives. Now's our chance. Noticing Shoji reaching out to grab the orb on their left, Izuku used the last of his strength and activated full cowling in just his legs. With the added power, he was able to lunge forward off of his friend's back and grab the second orb. I don't think so, kid. The scarred villain suddenly let out a torrent of flames at Izuku, the immense heat of those vibrant blue flames making him scream. After all the fighting he'd done today, he couldn't stop the attack from overwhelming him. As momentum carried him downward, it was all he could do but drop the orb as he fell unconscious, taking this as his moment of triumph. Dabai reached out to grab the orb, only for Todoroki to use his ice to slide it into his waiting palm. "You're not taking our friends," the dual quirk user stated vehemently. "Perhaps not those kids in the orbs," he began regretfully before reaching forwards and grabbing the arm of a very much unresponsive Izuku. "But I refuse to go home empty-handed. Shigaraki will be happy to be handed one of the kids on his kill list. Say goodbye to your friend, poor little Shoto Todoroki." "No." Before Todoroki could stop him, Dabai pulled the greenette into the warp gate with ease. Mr. Compress followed with an annoyed glare. The instant the three went through the gate, the mist disappeared, the villain's quirk deactivating at the same time. Takoyami popped out of the orb Shoji had been holding, and Bakugo appeared next to an absolutely downtrodden-looking Todoroki. "Where did the bastards who tried to kidnap me go?" the blonde shouted angrily. When he noticed the look on Todoroki and Shoji's faces, he narrowed his eyes. "What's going on? Why do you two look like someone died?" "Bakugo," Todoroki started with clenched teeth, "the villains just took Midoriya. Unlike you, we weren't a target to be captured. Midoriya and we were on their so-called priority kill list. They're going to kill him." When Izuku came to, there were several things he noticed right away that were wrong. For starters, he was in a bar surrounded by villains. Sitting at the bar's counter was Shigaraki, who seemed to be brooding. The rest of those from the attack on the camp were all there, staring at him with interest. All he could do was stare back at them, though, because he was chained to a chair in the middle of the room. He might be able to use his quirk to break free from said chains. However, he doubted he could escape with this many villains around. And with his arms in as bad of shape as they were, he would probably just injure himself further. Secondly, Izuku felt that his wounds were taken care of. Sure, his arms were still screaming in pain, but they were wrapped and splinted. The wound over his eye, the one on his cheek, and the burns along his side were also bandaged. Why would they bother to treat his wounds if they were planning to kill him anyway? It would have been better to let them fester. Third, someone had changed his clothes. This was more distressing than having his injuries treated, especially because whoever changed him definitely saw him naked. This led to the last thing that he noticed. He was wearing a girl's high school uniform, skirt and all. "My binder is gone. Actually, everything I had on me is gone, except for my shoes." "Izuku, you're awake. Finally. How long was I out?" Izuku flinched at Toga's sudden scream, the girl having raced down from the stool she'd been perched on in order to hug him around the shoulders. "Do you like the uniform? I had a ton of spares, and what do you know, we're the same size." "Oh, I'm so excited. You've been passed out for like 2 days. I was so worried I'd need to stab you to wake you up. I've been unconscious and with the villains for 2 days. What happened to my classmates? Are they all right?" He blinked in a mix of surprise and confusion, trying to squash the wave of unease that wept over him at the information he was receiving. Thanks. Did you put it on me then?" She rolled her eyes like it was obvious. "Duh, Hirajiri cleaned your wounds and blah. But there was no way he was going to dress you after realizing you are a girl." For a minute there, Dabai was going to dress you, because apparently he didn't trust me not to stab you, but everyone else vetoed that. "Anyway, we match now. We're going to be total besties, Izuku." Ignoring the psychopath, Izuku looked past her. "Shigaraki," he braced himself for some sort of negative reaction. "Why are you targeting my friend?" The hand-covered villain sighed before standing up. "Bakugo, like I'd tell you, it doesn't matter right now anyway, because these idiots managed to lose him." His tone dripped with annoyance. "That being said, they did manage to bring me you. I was going to kill you upon arrival." When Shigaraki didn't elaborate, appearing to be lost in thought, the greenette opened his mouth. "Why didn't you?" Red eyes narrowed behind the hand covering his face. "Master has other plans for you before that." "Indeed I do, young Izuku Midoriya," came a voice through the television hung up on the wall. Izuku hadn't even realized it was on, let alone someone was listening in on them through it. The malignant aura of this so-called master managed to cross through the television, though. It made it seem obvious that things were going according to plan on his part, and that he was pleased with what was to come. This made Izuku even more worried about what those plans for him were. Until then, though, Shigaraki continued as he walked over to where Izuku was sitting captive, the television's connection to his master cutting out at the same time. "I have a couple questions. My efforts in attacking the camp were far more effective in inciting the media than the attack on Hasu, right? Definitely front page worthy this time around." Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. Koda and he had almost died. He remembered Uraraka bleeding from Toga's strange needle contraption, Shoji having had his arm cut off by the psychopath in the straitjacket, and the Pussycats having been hurt by some of the villains in this room. Not to mention another 2 villains in the room tried to kidnap his childhood friend for who knows what purpose. And all Shigaraki could think about was the attention it would put on him. You're crazy, he spit out finally, emerald eyes blazing in fury. Why do you even want the attention, anyway? What's the point? It'll just make everything you do harder because you're purposely putting yourself in the limelight. Maybe that's what we want, Mr. Compress replied smugly. The people need to know that even with Stain behind bars there are those who follow his ideals. Spinner added, Dabai nodding in agreement. What does Stain even have to do with the League of Villains? Shigaraki tensed at this. Knowing if Izuku said something to hint to the others that he actually hated Stain's ideals, they would be less likely to work with him. Last time I checked. Shut up, you brat. A hand shot out and grabbed Izuku by the throat, cutting him off entirely. Just like in the mall, a wave of horror settled over the greenette at the position he'd been put in. The only thing between him and death was a pinky finger and the word of the villain's master. You're so annoying, Shigaraki sneered while squeezing his captive's neck harder. Izuku was beginning to have trouble breathing. Even more so now that I know you're not even a hero, but some stupid little heroine parading around as something you're not. You call me crazy. Why keep your gender a secret? Huh. From an outsider's perspective, you're a boy. Are you afraid someone might take advantage of your weakness? The leer and grin on his face would have made Izuku gag if he wasn't already struggling for air. Suddenly the reptilian villain stepped forward, a frown on his face. Let her go, Shigaraki. Your master won't be pleased if you damage her too much. The master never said anything about not hurting her. The hand-covered villain argued back, but released the grip on Izuku's neck anyway. But I suppose I did want my question answered. Why is it okay for a hero to lie to the people they're supposed to be protecting? I was never lying. I'm a boy, not a girl. Half of the villains stared at him in surprise, while the other half looked unperturbed. You do realize how stupid you sound right now, right? Dabai questioned. He gestured to Izuku theatrically. You were born a girl whether you like it or not, so hiding the truth doesn't make you any less what you are. You have no idea how I feel, Izuku shot back. I am a boy no matter how you people view me as. No matter what I'm wearing or what organs I have, it's just who I am. It feels right. I don't need the opinion of villains to validate who I already know I am. I've dealt with enough assholes in my lifetime. Unpleasant memories from middle school sent his stomach churning, so dealing with a few more won't change anything. You're delusional, kid. Dude, Magni exclaimed. What gives? Is that how you feel about me? I thought you just liked dressing up like a woman every once in a while. No, if you'd paid attention you would know I'm transgender too. Not a transvestite. What the hell is that? Are you making words up now? Ugh, I can't believe this. If I didn't have to work with you, Dabai, I'd kill you for being so ignorant. He rolled his eyes. I'd burn you to a crisp if you tried. Toga of all people turned to Dabai next, her lips pushed out in a pout. Wow, Dabai-kun, I didn't know your views were so old-fashioned. It's like you don't know a transgender person when you have one tied up in front of you. Or course a psychopath would ally herself with a schizo. Hey now, no need to be a dick. Twice yelled before his other voice added, he has a point. You are being quite rude, opinions aside, Compress voiced. And here I thought we would be a group of villains with class. If you have a problem with people because the way they express themselves, it doesn't mean you have to attack them with your words. Yeah, attack them with knives instead, Toga exclaimed. Mr. Compress looked like he wanted nothing more than to argue with that, but at the bright clueless grin on the girl's face he just let it go. Not what I was getting at, Toga, but your enthusiasm is appreciated. Anyway, Dabai, I'll have you know when I was in school theater classes were filled with people who expressed themselves differently. Why, it was with one of these people that I even found love. Sure, it ended, but it was mutual and a beautiful thing while it lasted. My point is, nobody wants to hear about some high school love interest. Mr. Compress, Spinner broke in. And honestly, I don't care whether this kid is a guy or a girl. All I care about is that we recognize Stain gave him, whatever, his seal of approval. We shouldn't be harming him at all. We should be treating him with respect. Kurogiri made a sound of disapproval. Izuku Midoriya is our captive, Spinner. There is no room for respect in this case. This is so boring, Toga complained. Can Izuku and I go back to my room? I want to talk about his friends at UA. That Ochako and Tsu girl especially. Would all of you shut up? Shigaraki shouted, a hand scratching his neck erratically. In an instant the chatter died down. Good, Compress, first things first. Put the brat chair and all in one of your orbs. Kurogiri and I have some stuff to attend to really quick. Don't let him out until we're back, okay? It's Mr. Compress, but yes, I will make sure to do as directed. Izuku tensed as said villain made his way over to him. Night, why night, kid? A moment later, it all went black. Everything that happened after was a blur. Izuku remembered being released from his prison for Shigaraki to show him the news. Apparently he was supposed to be scared because it seemed as if the heroes had no idea where he was and were no closer to finding him. Truth be told, he was a little worried. However, he knew Aizawa wouldn't put what actual information they gathered on air just to placate some reporters. Being scared wouldn't help his case anyway. Camino pizza delivery. The villains had about 1 second to look amongst each other in confusion before the door to the bar burst inwards into a pile of rubble. In other words, the heroes had arrived. All might, young Midoriya, he answered just as the other heroes swept themselves inside to detain the villains. Are you all right? Turajiri, Shigaraki screeched. Quickly, get the... It was already too late though. Ed shot had rendered him unconscious. Kamui Woods was right behind him too, using his move lacquered chain prison to render the other villains immobile. Dabai, on the other hand, found himself knocked unconscious by a kick courtesy of Gran Torino. I'm sorry it took so long to find you, young Midoriya. All Might stated sincerely once all of the villains were dealt with. I know it must have been scary. Izuku managed a relieved smile. I'm fine, All Might. What do I have to fear when you are here? That's right, my boy. Now, he turned to the leaden blue-haired villain staring at him with absolute hatred. You've lost, Shigaraki. Is that what you think? He ceased, a crazed grin splitting his face. It's what we know, Gran Torino countered. You were trying to get that warp gate of yours to bring those monsters to your aid, right? That's not going to happen. Shigaraki eyes narrowed. I don't know how you knew about them, but Kurogiri isn't the only player with a warping ability. At his words, various portals of black liquid manifested in random places around them. The inhuman screams of every noumu resonated in the air, which would have been horrifying enough if not for something even worse happening a moment later. Izuku's eyes widened as a gush of the black tar-like substance rushed up from his throat. He choked on it much like the villains around him did, the lot of them disappearing all at once. A moment later the Greenette was standing before the very villain All Might had warned him about. Izuku Midoriya. All for one droned as Izuku coughed up the strange liquid that had transported him there. My apologies for the less than pleasant trip here. That quirk isn't very pretty, but it is very functional, not to mention rare. That's exactly why I took it. The sheer malevolent energy radiating from the villain sent Izuku staggering back. Within a couple steps he found himself tripping over his own feet, falling onto the ground hard only to keep staring at the man in horror. His arms burned from being agitated from the fall, yet Izuku could not fully register the pain. Before him was the man that had murdered 7 of the previous one for all holders and nearly killed All Might. He was the man Izuku would have to one day face if he wanted to end his reign of terror once and for all. All for one began to walk forward. You know, he continued to drawl as the other transported members of the League of Villains were deposited on the ground nearby. You remind me of All Might's mentor. She started out as a foolish UA student too, unfortunately. Her dream of being a great hero was what brought about her tragic demise, the poor girl. It pains me that you will only follow in her footsteps. My brother's meddlesome quirk will finally cease to exist. Izuku almost forgot to breathe. He knows, he panicked. If he kills me, one for all will die with me. There's no way I can beat him in my current state. And even running away right now is impossible. What should I do? Then the villain looked up, a pleased note in his voice. Here he comes. Here who comes? The question was answered less than a second later when All Might's fist connected with All for One's arm. Unhand my student, All for One. Funny how you think a simple plea will stop me from ending your successor's life. You'll have to go through me before you can even lay a finger on him. Between the two of them a shockwave sent everyone within the vicinity flying. Izuku managed to find himself a little ways away from the villains. Taking advantage of this, he quickly got to his feet, meaning to get off the battlefield. As long as I'm here, All Might can't fight at his full strength, he reasoned as the #1 hero fought his arch-enemy. I need to get away. However, it would have been too easy for him to just be able to run away. Within a couple yards of running, a flying knife cut him off, and before he knew it, Toga, Twice, Spinner, and Magni were pursuing him. This isn't good, he thought as he dodged another one of Toga's blades and attempted to stay out of the other villain's reaches. With my arms like this I can hardly fight. All I have to utilize are my legs. But if I want to fight them that way I'd need to get closer to them, which would be stupid considering how outnumbered I am. I could try to run away regardless, but Twice is so fast that by the time I could outmaneuver him the others would be on me. And if Magni uses her quirk they'll either get thrown at me or I'll be pulled towards them. There's no good way to get out of here like this. Think, Izuku. There has to be some way. A resounding crash caught his attention. The following iceberg that appeared, sending both fear and relief coursing through him. Relief that it seemed help had arrived, and fear for his friends. From what he could see, Kirishima had used his hardening to shatter the concrete block not too far from him, Ada carrying him while using his quirk to scale the giant slab of ice at incredible speed. How could they be going that fast though? They were far too heavy to be launching into the air that easily, which meant, Deku-kun. An explosion followed the call, Izuku turning around just in time to catch sight of Uraraka and Bakugo speeding towards him. Bakugo must have been weightless as well. Uraraka-chan, Kaken, he spoke mostly to himself. Had so many of his friends really come to rescue him? Close your eyes, dumbass, Bakugo shouted as he landed a couple feet away, Uraraka sliding off of his back so he could throw the flashbang Yaoyorozu had created for them. He'd been against not using his own quirk to blind the villains, but while more or less weightless he'd use it only to make sure he wouldn't send himself flying away. Uraraka took advantage of the distraction to make Izuku weightless as well, instructing him to get ready to fly as she quickly jumped back onto Bakugo's back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Wait, how am I supposed to grab on when my arms? Consider us even, Deku. Huh. Before he could protest, Bakugo scooped Izuku up in one arm and used the other to create a massive explosion. In an instant, the trio shot up into the sky and towards where Kirishima was ready to grab Bakugo's free hand. Midoriya, are you all right? Ada questioned as they began to descend after taking on Uraraka's weight. Your arms. That was from the training camp, he assured. Unfortunately, his voice wavered as he took in what had just happened. His friends had come all the way out to Kamino Ward in the face of the League of Villains in order to rescue him. No doubt there would be consequences for their actions later. Despite that though, they had still come to save him. You guys, he stated warmly, thank you. The sincerity in his voice made Kirishima shed a manly tear. Uraraka looked like she wanted to say something, but it appeared by the hand she was using to cover her mouth that she was struggling not to throw up. Ada made a comment about their friendship being important to him, the stain incident playing in his mind's eye. Bakugo just grunted something about the pros taking too damn long. Hey, Midoriya. Yes, Kirishima-kun. You don't have to answer, but, why are you wearing a skirt? The conversation between Izuku and All Might had happened not too long after the hero's retirement. Surprisingly, at least to Izuku, who had been so worried about his mentor's judgment, All Might hadn't been perturbed in the slightest. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, Izuku apologized as he lied in his hospital bed. His arms were in new casts nearly healed, however. The knowledge that they were in danger of permanent damage after how far he'd pushed himself in the fight against Muscular was a constant thought. I'd just been hiding the fact for so long it was easier not to mention it. I read stories on the internet of how badly some transgender people are treated, and after something I dealt with in middle school I just didn't want to have to worry about it happening at UA. 2. My boy, there's no need to apologize. Nothing has changed. You're still young Midoriya in my book, he assured with a smile. You're also still my reckless successor who will one day become the next symbol of peace. After all, you're next. He'd spoken with Aizawa-sensei too, who reassured Izuku that Principal Nedzu knowing about him being transgender made it a non-issue. As long as the mammalian in charge of the new dormitory policy had a clause for students with specific preferences, then the teacher wasn't worried. I am going to switch a couple rooms in the dorm layout around, he mentioned offhandedly. I originally had you next to Minta since you two are on well enough terms. Not to mention that you are a good influence on him. But it might be better to put him as far away from the first floor as possible, seeing as it will be a shared space for all of your classmates. How do you feel about being on a floor with Aoyama and Takoyami? I'm fine with anything, Aizawa-sensei. We're getting our own rooms as it is, right? Minta-kun wouldn't pull anything anyway, perhaps. But after his stunt back at the training camp, I'd like to be safe. He'll be placed right between Eda, Shoji, and Zero. As for his classmates, it was much later that Izuku finally had the chance to talk to them. Of course, Izuku had told Bakugo he could explain some things to Ada, Uraraka, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu. His friends had seen him in Toga's clothes during the chaotic events of Kamino. And at Kirishima questioning why the villains had dressed him as such, it had been easier to pawn off the explanation on his childhood friend. Izuku had been too mentally and physically exhausted to bother with a silly excuse, and at the time he'd been more concerned about All Might fighting All for One to tell the true story. As it was, none of his classmates reacted badly to his admission. To be perfectly honest, none of them save for Kaminari and Todoroki were even confused or shocked. They'd taken it in stride, similarly to how Bakugo had all those years ago. My uncle is trans too, Gyro stated, while Hagakure among a few others voiced their own support. Thanks for telling us, Midori. Mina grinned. Suyu trilled in agreement. In a world of quirks, being transgender isn't all that uncommon, Ribbit. It means a lot that you'd trust us enough to tell us. People can be cruel, but if anyone gives you trouble, they'll have to get through us first. I knew there was a reason you struck me as cute when I first saw you, Minta bellowed in triumph. But glare from Uraraka, Zero, Ada, and Bakugo made him quickly add on, I mean, you're still my friend, Midoriya, even though I now find myself picturing you with boobs. Izuku pretended to look away when Gyro stabbed the grape-haired student in the eyes. In doing so, he noticed Todoroki staring at him seriously. Todoroki-kun, he asked, concerned. Are you okay? I don't get it. You don't get what? Bakugo face-palmed. Not this shit again. You know what? You guys deal with the half and half idiot. I tried explaining this to him 5 times already and he still doesn't understand. Sato seemed confused. What doesn't he understand? That Izuku is transgender. Yaoyorozu turned to Todoroki surprised. You don't know what it is to be transgender, you mean? The dual-haired teenager stared at the class's vice president blankly. Izuku is a male, right? How can he be transgender? Todoroki-kun, he's a transgender male. Uraraka restated. So he's male. This is what I'm talking about. Bakugo fumed before retreating upstairs in a huff. As soon as he was out of earshot, Todoroki's mouth quirked up in a tiny smile. Izuku squinted in disbelief. Todoroki-kun, were you just messing with Kaken? He kept treating me like I was a preschooler the other day, so I decided to act like one if only to rile him up. Anyway, Midoriya, you should know you are still my rival and I respect you sharing something so personal with us all. I think we both know how hard it is to speak when the past has a way of making us fear our own voices. Wisely spoken, Ida agreed. Izuku remembered those conversations with warmth in his chest. Now, sitting in the shared lounge surrounded by his friends and classmates, he could finally breathe easy. I wonder if this is enough to break that spirit of yours. Perhaps. All for one laughed. The sound sent chills up All Might's spine. Izuku Midoriya is my son. Back then, All Might hadn't cared. I'm so sorry, Izuku sobbed into his mentor's chest. The sound of it cut through the night as he and All Might knelt on the sandy beach that had always been their meeting spot. I know how evil All for One is. For him to be my father must make it hard to even look at him. Young Midoriya, you couldn't have known. That doesn't matter. Your greatest enemy's son has the quirk you specifically tried to keep out of his hands. Your teacher and all those before her died keeping him from taking it back and using it to throw the world into chaos again. I understand if you want me to give it to someone else without a connection to him, like Todoroki or Kaken. You'd probably feel safer if anyone other than me had it anyway. No, you're nothing like All for One, my boy. He is a villain, but you're already a hero. I would never take back One for All from you, because I trust you to use it to help people. You are my successor after all. Back then, All Might hadn't housed a shred of doubt. My, that is some startling news. Principal Nezu pondered in between sips of tea. The retired number 1 hero nodded. I'd like to keep this between us, Tsukachi and Gran Torino. If word got out about young Midoriya's father being a villain of such caliber, not only would the public be up in arms, but the league might move to recruit him. Or worse, Shigaraki might move against him in jealousy. What of Mrs. Midoriya? We reached the rough conclusion of not informing her of Hisashi Midoriya having been an alias of his. If she were to learn of her husband's true identity, it would break her heart. Young Midoriya doesn't want that. Nezu hummed thoughtfully. I see his point. Ignorance is bliss. How are you taking the news? All Might sighed. Gran Torino asked me the same thing. There's no reason I should be upset. Young Midoriya may be related to All for One, but we can't forget it was his brother that was the first holder of One for All. I trust the boy with my life and the lives of the people he will grow to protect. He will be the next pillar of hope. I know it. Back then, All Might thought he knew Izuku. They're attacking us here. Hagakure shouted from where her classmates sprinted beside her. They were running toward the sounds of battle, which just so happened to be on the opposite side of campus. This sucked because even though the distress signal had activated only 2 minutes ago, smoke could already be seen coming from a couple parts of the main UA tower. The League of Villains weren't screwing around. Pretty bold move after being in hiding for so long, Kirishima pointed out. What do they even want? Minda complained, panic evident in his voice. All Might is already retired. I know that creepy hand guy wanted to kill the symbol of peace or whatever, but it's not like he can fight anymore. Shoji let out a noise of contemplation. Perhaps he cannot fight anymore, but by continuing to teach here he is still playing an active role in defeating the villains by helping us grow as heroes. All Might being retired has not diminished his value as a hero. I bet it's just a cry for attention, Kaminari ranted. The League of Villains loves to be in the headlines. It matters not why they're here, Takoyami broke in. Suyu nodded. I agree. All that matters is that we stop them from hurting anyone or destroying the school further. That was something they could agree on. Ahead of them, Eraserhead attempted to call Class 1B's teacher, but it seemed like communication outside UA grounds was being blocked. This was worrisome because Class 1B was currently training at the USJ, which meant other than the pro heroes working on campus there would be no outside help. Hagakure, Shoji, Yaoyorozu, Sato, and Kaminari, I want the 5 of you to leave campus and alert the authorities, Aizawa stated as they grew closer to the main building. They could finally make out the shapes of a few villains having a free-for-all destroying the entrance of the school. The underground hero narrowed his eyes at the scene, annoyed. The villains were purposely making it impossible for the students to evacuate. That meant the school was on lockdown. For some reason, despite the emergency siren going off, any communication going outside of campus is being blocked. Escape by any means necessary. I suspect they will have some villains blocking the exit, which is why Hagakure will sneak out if all else fails. If the gate is closed, Kaminari will be able to short-circuit the system and Sato can force the gates open. Shoji, Yaoyorozu, I'm trusting the 2 of you to take care of any trouble that might be waiting. Yes, sensei. Everyone else, look sharp. Stay in groups. Work to disarm and subdue. Do not go off on your own and do not hesitate to run away if things get bad. Play on your strengths. I would rather you disengage than continue a fight where you'll lose your life. I will not be losing any of my students today. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Except one student knew Class 1 would be losing a student today. Just not in the way Eraser had expected. Because back then, All Might had been wrong. Izuku, why? The greenette wouldn't meet the former number 1 hero's gaze. All Might was beginning to feel cold. Izuku's usually bright face darkening with apathy the more the elder questioned his successor. It didn't help that blood was flowing out of the hole in All Might's side so quickly he didn't have a lot of brain power to think about this betrayal too hard. His blue eyes just stared on in disbelief. How? After all this time, how could someone so pure, so good as Izuku Midoriya do something like help the League of Villains? How could Izuku have pretended to drag him away from danger only to have wound up in a room with Shigaraki? All for one's pale prodigy, where he stood over the down pro, merely laughed. Why? He gloated. Izuku pointedly kept his gaze away from the dust and flecks of blood on the older boy's hand. Because your little hero in training has been a spy for us all along. Did you really think Master's son would ever want to follow in your footsteps? I know he's a great actor, but after finding out the truth I was sure someone would figure him out. You heroes are really arrogant. But the feeble response was cut off by none other than Izuku's quiet voice. You were the one that told me I couldn't be a hero. He broke in, tone devoid of emotion. It took me almost dying for you to see any ounce of potential in me. Even after you began training me, you allowed me to nearly blow my own limbs up in the entrance exam. And your lack of teaching skills has gotten me permanently scarred over time. You said you cared about me, All Might, but if you did, why was All for One the one to help me when you failed? The skeletal-looking hero had no response for him. His eyes were dancing with spots as they drooped, and his body swayed from where he crouched on his knees. The last thing All Might heard before his ears failed him was the sound of an explosion blasting the door open, and the last thing he saw was a flash of purple mist obscuring his vision.